The Overdue Life of Amy Byler. By Kelly Harms. Dear Mom. So here's the thing. And I know you're going to make some weird big deal out of it because you're a mom and a nerd and you can't help yourself. You're going to, make it into a Facebook meme and then needlepoint it onto a pillow because you're crazy. But whatever, here it is, you were right. Not right about reading. Mom, reading is something I do because I love you and because I want to get into college. The books you gave me were 90% less boring than the books I've read for school. But they were still boring. Did you know half of these books you picked have been made into movies? The reason is because movies are better and people who are reading books are always thinking, God, this would be so much better if it were just not a book. Okay. Anyway. You were right about Dad. I didn't want you to be so right. I wanted you to be happy, for sure. But not right about this one thing. I wanted things to be so much more black and white, because honestly, it's just easier to make sense of things that way. What happened to our family was much easier to understand when it was all because Dad was a terrible person. But he's not a terrible person, now that I've gotten to know him. He's just really, really complicated. Even after all this time, after the last 3 months, if you asked me how our family got to this point, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'd be all like, you tell me. And the thing about being in this hospital, Mom, is that I do know exactly how I got here. I know the stupid decisions that I made, one by one, until I was in this beeping room with all this stuff stuck into my arms and up my nose. And I would not do things the same again if I had it to do over. That's regret, right? That's what you were hoping to spare me and Joe when Dad first showed up this spring and you asked us to give him a chance. Regret. But here I am, drowning in regret, and maybe I'm not ever going to get a chance to make it right. So guess what? I know how Dad feels now. And I don't want anyone else to have to feel this way. So whatever you decide about him, Mom, then, okay. It's your decision. I won't be a brat about it. I want what I want. Joe wants his own thing. But for once in your nerd mom life, what we want most of all is for you to make a choice that will make you happy. And if this is that, well then. I guess. Go for it. Love. Your favorite daughter, Corey. Chapter 1. 3 months earlier. There are a lot of people you don't expect to run into in small-town Pennsylvania. And a few you do. I run into my best friend, Lena, almost every day. She teaches in the same school that I do, so when we don't go out of our way to see each other, we're seeing each other anyway, in the halls, the teacher's lounge, the parking lot, scraping frost off our cars as late as April. And my daughter's best friend, Trinity. God, a day without Trinity would be a thing to behold. Trinity at school, Trinity at my house, Trinity's car parked outside my daughter's swimming lesson waiting for her to be done so they can go wander around downtown and look at boys. And my dental hygienist. I see her every Saturday at the farmer's market, where she sells handmade soaps and candles with the other church ladies. If I don't swing by their booth and say hello, she writes me a little note and puts it in the mail, and since she's extremely cheap, I know exactly how much trouble that gives her. Dear Amy, it will read. I'm worried about you. Please let me know you and the kids are okay. In God's love, Miriam. Then there are the people you don't expect to see. Jamie from Outlander. Despite looking, and hard, I see him exactly never. Not at the market, not at school, not at my son's Odyssey of the Mind competitions. Or Oprah. I would love to run into Oprah. I think she'd be fun to talk books with. Or my husband. Except there he is. My husband of 18 years. Last seen 3 years ago, when my daughter was 12 and my son 8, and he packed up one rollerboard carry-on size suitcase with shirts I'd ironed and ties I'd picked out and a change of suits and some running clothes and his shaving kit and his 6 different kinds of anti-anxiety medication and went on a business trip to Hong Kong. And never came back. He's back. That's definitely him, standing over there by the Band-Aids at our local drugstore. He is looking at me. He is forcing a smile. I know in an instant, in a painful, I have dreaded this moment for years instant, why he is here. It was only a matter of time. He wants his life back. Like any self-actualized, successful, capable adult woman would do in this situation, I duck behind the Q-tips. It's a pointless move. John is standing maybe 10 feet away from me, and he definitely saw me. He just gave me a sheepish smile I would know anywhere. It comes with a little shoulder shrug. It is the sorry I forgot to pick up milk on the way home, but here I am exhausted after a long day and now it's too late to send me back out, so can't the kids just have dry cereal tomorrow morning? Smile. My students have a similar version. The can I have an A for effort? Smile. But the problem is John did not forget to pick up the milk on the way home. He forgot to come home, full stop. He forgot to come home, raise his kids, pay his bills, and be faithful to his wife for the last 3 years, and it really seems like there should be a different facial expression for that. I would prefer it if you were wearing the facial expression you'd make if your ex-wife were about to hit you about the head and shoulders with a blunt instrument, for example. From my crouching position at the end cap of the first aid aisle, I look around for blunt instruments. All I see are fluorescent pink hula hoops. It would be hard to beat a man senseless with a plastic hula hoop covered in sparkles, and yet for a long and rather pleasant moment, I consider trying. Amy? John asks. Is that you? He knows it's me. I know it's him. I would know him anywhere. For almost a year after he left, I kept thinking I saw him in other cars when I was driving around town, and my heart would seize up, and then it would collapse in on itself when I got a second look, and I would feel immeasurably tired from each of these tiny false alarms. One time, only a few weeks after he left us, I thought I saw a John-shaped man in the back of a car with a ride-sharing label on it turning onto our street, and I got this absolutely certain feeling, the feeling of just knowing. And my blood began to race through my veins, and I felt like, I don't know, like I had been trapped in a canyon without food or water, and now someone was coming with a rope ladder to save me. I pulled over and waited for the car to pull into our driveway. But it didn't. It passed right by while I sat there staring at it in my rear view, watching it drive past without slowing. I took it so hard I couldn't see to drive for 20 minutes. This is not that. This is not a drill. He is back, and I would rather die of thirst than take any rope he has to offer me now. John, I say, pretending, pointlessly, to have only just seen him. I come around the corner into the aisle where he stands. There are ice packs and packages of gauze and tubes of Neosporin. Everything we would need to fix him up after I pulverized him with novelty children's toys and jumbo bottles of vitamin D. I can't believe you're here, he says, and I stare at him, dumbfounded. He can't believe I'm here. In the town where we lived together for almost 2 decades. Where our children said their first words and took their first steps and are currently waiting for me to get home with I look in my basket, having completely forgotten what the hell I came here for: microwave popcorn, tampons, and Clearasil. I mean, I was expecting to have to come to the house to talk to you, and I was worried how you'd take it, and how to catch you in private before seeing the kids, but this is better, right? Because I'm not invading your space. I continue to stare at him. I want to scream. I want to cry. I want to be the kind of person who can claw another person in the face with her fingernails. But I am not that kind of person, and we are in a drugstore, so I just stare. Amy, he asks. Amy, are you okay? Go away, I hear myself tell him. I don't know why you're here, but we don't need you. Go away. Now. I set down my basket, which has suddenly become painfully heavy, and make a little shooing motion, as if he is a bird who landed too close to me at the park. "I'm sorry," he says. "I'm so sorry, but I'm not leaving." It hits me in an instant. They sell walking canes here. I could do real damage with a walking cane, especially the ones with tripod feet at the bottom for added balance. "Amy," he asks again. Am I smiling? Maybe even grinning? Is this the day I finally well and truly crack up? I feel like I'm going to start to laugh, and I have no idea why. "Do you need to sit down?" John asks. And then he does something so unacceptable, so beyond the pale, that I almost decide to hell with the onlookers, to hell with the gossips. I am going to have to just scream at the top of my lungs to make him stop. He reaches out to take my arm. I whip it away. "Oh no," I say, and all at once my wits come rushing back, and fantasies about physical assault and screaming and hiding all fall away, and at long last, I am in the reality of this moment. I inhale. "I have no idea what you are doing here right now, John, but it has been 3 years since you showed your face, since you lived with me and my children and shared my bed and shared our table and shared our life every day, day in and day out. 3 years. More than 1,000 days. And you cannot come back here and shop in my drugstore and buy Band-Aids from my Band-Aid selection and try to take me by the arm like I'm some kind of invalid. Not after all those days and nights and mortgage payments and electricity bills and trips to the goddamn dentist. You cannot. You cannot." John looks shamed. His sheepish smile has been replaced by a pain as deep and wide as my own. I see at once that he, too, has been in a canyon. And he thinks that I am the one with the rope. He shakes his head as he speaks, and what he says are all the things I dreamed of him saying to me years ago when he first left us and my whole world fell apart. Only now they sound like a high, painful ringing in my ears. "You're right," he says. "I've done something terrible, and I'm so sorry. But I'm not here to hurt you again. I'm here to fix things." "I don't know how you could ever do that," I tell him honestly. "It's not your job to figure that out," he tells me, and the words are so disarming I am rendered speechless. "It's mine. And that's why I've come here. I want to be the man I should have been before, be a real father to our kids. I want to try to be the kind of father they deserve." He picks up my basket off the ground. "I want to make things right." He wants what now? My daughter, Corinne, my son, Joseph, and my best friend, Lena, are sitting in our house, a good-looking foursquare within a short walk to the country day school where I work. Like most good-looking things, my house is high maintenance. My house makes it so I never, ever have any extra money. If my house starts to notice I've been squirreling away $100 here or there to try to get my kids to a national park for a week, the house breaks something. I think it has abandonment issues. When John lived here, it was not a huge problem. He was terribly handy, happy to putter away in the house and fix what needed fixing and watch YouTube videos about how to do it all day long. When he broke down and called a contractor, his very solid paycheck as in-house counsel for a large food producer covered the bill. The house was a project from the start, of course, 100 years old when we moved in and not getting any younger. But it was all fixable, one thing at a time. The wiring was brought up to code, the rot was pulled out of the walls, the basement was resealed, the wood siding was replaced in an architecturally dignified way. One thing at a time, no rush. Having grown up in Amish country without access to a Home Depot, John was incredibly competent at fixing just about anything with his own 2 hands. Except, I guess, himself. To fix what was wrong in his life, he took a 2-pronged approach. Step 1, keep all his emotions a secret so that none of us knew anything was wrong. Step 2, run away from his wife and family. He wants I fish around. I'll be damned if I'm going to let my kids believe their dad is an asshole now, after protecting his reputation, protecting their memories for 3 long, lonely years. He wants to spend time with you guys. He loves the hell out of you and always has. He hasn't been here for you, and he regrets it. Corey makes a teenage mouth noise that has, since the time of cavemen, meant, bullshit, you don't know anything, I'm inventing feelings right now, get out of my way, old lady. Sort of the sound you'd get if you tickled her while she sneezed. Thanks to 2 long and difficult labors, if I make that kind of snort-laugh sound, a little pee leaks out. Let's hear what he has to say, I say. Let's have a little family meeting and hear what he has to say. And then, as though the very thought doesn't make my stomach churn, I tell them what he told me in front of the Band-Aids, when I finally was calm enough to really listen. Summer break is coming up, and he's interested in spending the first week with you. What? Asks Corey. No. Absolutely not. Pass. That is exactly what I thought at first when he asked me. Absolutely not. I know how you feel, I think, I say, then realize my mistake. You have no idea how I feel. Your dad didn't abandon you the week you turned 12. That's true. Lord, am I patient with this girl. But my husband did leave me with 2 wonderful kids and a wonderful, expensive house and no job or money, and I can use that situation to empathize with you. She rolls her eyes. But it's not you he wants to take back. And there it is, the secret superpower of teenage girls. She didn't mean to, but her words cut to the heart all the same. Did I think he was coming back here for me? In that first instant when I heard him calling my name? When he tried to hug me when it was time to leave? When he looked at me with something like longing? How could I not? I set my chin. I think the best move is to discuss this without extra drama. There will be no kidnapping. We will make this decision together, the 4 of us. I already decided. No. Like mother, like daughter. Those were the very words I said to John when he first asked for a week with the kids. A week, to make up for being gone for 3 years. No. Not good enough. Let's have that family meeting before deciding, I say, faking some kind of disinterest. I'd love to see what you can learn from him and the experience of facing someone who has caused you hardship. Thing the first, says my studious son. He cannot come to a family meeting. Family meetings are for family only. Corey nods dramatically and crosses her arms. Family only, she echoes. I have to laugh. When the kids were little and I was in over my head from their non-stop bickering with each other, I'd sometimes say menacingly, "Don't forget your father is coming home in 2 hours," and they would immediately fall into line, suddenly the best of friends. Even now the mere thought of John's appearance renders them a united front. Thing the second, Joe goes on. I have nothing to learn from my dad. Unless you want me to learn how to have a nervous breakdown and go to Hong Kong and use stupid younger women to rebuild my self-esteem at the expense of my existing family. I set my jaw. Should I be annoyed or grateful that Joe's therapist is so good that he can put voice to all these feelings at the tender age of 12? May I, starts Lena. We all nod. Lena is part of the family in some weird way, or she's become so in the last 3 years. Would I have survived John's leaving without my best friend stepping up, helping with the kids, wrangling me a job, cooking my meals, holding my hand while I sobbed? I can't imagine so. Lena's voice projects. I think if we are going to rule against your father, to speak in his legal language, we need to think about what we would have to prove in court to cut off ties from him forever. According to my extensive study of The Good Wife, we would need to prove he did real and irreparable damage to you guys by leaving. Corey, an unabashed fan of all legal dramas, pays attention. Joe, a fan of logic but rather disinterested in TV in general and dramas in specific, waits patiently. Did he do real, tangible damage to you guys? Asks Lena. I would argue, not really. Because your mom is so awesome. She went from staying home with kids to working as a school librarian in basically 30 seconds so you guys could stay at your fancy private school without missing so much as a day of class. She got the house refinanced in the blink of an eye so she had more money to buy you guys Egos and Legos and us Speedos, even without your dad paying child support. In terms of quality of life, you guys haven't suffered at all from your dad moving out. I look at her. The thought is kind, but what's really made plain by this speech is that I have suffered plenty. I am a poster child for low-grade chronic suffering. If an ad agency wanted to make suffering into a 30-second spot, they would make a time-lapse video of me in my 3 colors of elastic waistband teacher pants shoveling 8 inches of snow at 5 a.m. so my kids can get to their early bird activities on time, then teaching 250 overprivileged kids how to not use computers for porn for 10 hours, and then collapsing in front of Outlander too tired to even find, much less turn on, my vibrator at the end of the day. It would be kind of a dismal video. But Lena's not done. Now, on the not-so-tangible front, we could prove emotional pain and suffering, right? Because it had to hurt when he left. But is it irreparable? That's the question he wants answered now. He wants to know, can he make up for lost time? Who cares what he wants to know, interjects Corey. What about what we want? Okay, says Lena. What about what you want? Can forgiving him and enjoying time with him now actually make you feel better than holding a grudge against him for the rest of your lives? In other words, is punishing him what's truly best for you? Corinne groans audibly. Lena. You make it sound so unreasonable to hate him forever. It is unreasonable to hate anyone forever, I say, mostly to myself. Lena is right, as usual. She shrugs and gives me a smug smirk. What can I say? I am not happy with your dad, I tell my children. In fact, if I'm being totally honest, he hurt me quite a lot when he left. And if I'm being even more totally honest, he gave me quite a wallop to the heart today when I first saw him again too. Duh, says Corey. But as appealing as punishing him may sound at first, I have to remember what I want most in this life. I want your happiness more than anything. Well, I add upon further thought, that's not true. I want you both graduating from college without criminal records more than anything. After that I want your happiness. I think time with your dad and trying to forgive his past mistakes can lead to more happiness, not less. Do I believe this? Do I believe that strongly in forgiveness? So much so that I could ever forgive John? Move past what he did, take him back into my life like the whole thing never happened? Probably not. But don't I want that belief for my kids? Now, you guys know that your dad didn't leave us for no reason, even if that's how it felt at the time. He left us because he truly believed we'd be better off without him. He left because he was so sad and upset he thought he was bad for you guys. And he thought leaving would fix that so he could one day come back and make things right. I try not to wince. No matter how much he swore to me it wasn't personal, how can it not be when the man you love says he has to get far away from you to ever hope to be happy again? And you know that he's never stopped thinking of you. Those ridiculous cards, I remind them, referring to John's habit of sending inappropriately large checks with the cards he sends for the kids' birthdays, for holidays, even 1 year for Labor Day. They show that even when he hasn't done exactly the right thing, he's tried to do something. Joe makes his thinking face. Lena and Corey and I stare at him. Whatever he says next will probably go for the whole family. That's the kind of kid Joe is. Reasonable. Elbow deep in reasonableness. I am a little bit martyr, and Corey is a little bit drama queen, and John was always a little bit selfish. Joe is the good sides of all those coins, generous, intuitive, striving, and then on top of all of this, he is very, very smart. I don't understand him, but I love him all the more for it. Aunt Lena, he asks, and I know a philosophical question is coming, because Lena, before becoming a teacher at Country Day, was a nun. Do you think forgiveness is a skill learned through practice, like playing chess, or a talent given to you at birth, like singing in tune? Yes, says Lena, in her way. Some people have to practice forgiveness and will never be naturals. They'll either do the work and get awesome at it but always have to think it over, or never do the work and die with a sack of hurts the size of an elephant. I know, because I'm in danger of being one of those people whenever I stop paying attention. Then she nods at me. Some people, like your mother, forgive so naturally they don't notice it happening. They'll get hurt twice as often because they are so quick to forgive but feel it half as much because of their ability to let things go. I twist my lips. I'm not sure I agree, but I appreciate Lena making me seem cooler than I am to my kids. Corey sighs. I'm still pissed about Trinity buying the same color lipstick as me. That was supposed to be my trademark, she says. I bite my tongue so I don't say anything bad about Trinity, who is not my favorite of all of Corey's friends. What Dad did is way worse than that. I want to be mad at him for, another 2 years. Can I do that? Of course you can, I say. I think you'll miss out, but okay. What about you, Joe? I'm doing whatever Corey is doing, he says in his clever, even-handed way. If she doesn't want to spend time with him, not even a week, then we won't spend time with him. Not even a week. Lena smiles and leans back. She knows exactly what just happened here, even before I do. Corey sighs mightily. Fine. Jerk. She directs this at Joe. A week. I'm fine with a week. Joe smiles a little, but he doesn't think we see. Lena and I exchange our own look that we don't think they see. A week at the beginning of summer, I say. Just a week. It sounds like it will be great for everyone. And if it's not, I won't be far away, I promise. I'll be there to pick up the pieces. Little do I know in that moment that it will be me in pieces before this coming adventure is over. Chapter 2. Dear Mom. I realize that you won't even see this so-called reading journal until the end of the summer. Nevertheless, I would like to lodge a series of formal complaints. 1. School isn't even out, so why am I already supposed to be starting a summer reading project? 2. Why should I have to do a summer reading project when the whole entire point of summer is not reading? 3. Do other kids whose parents are not librarians have to do things like this? I mean, really? Ask yourself. Do dentists' kids have to do a special 3 times a day flossing regimen all summer long? What about the children of people in the army? Do they have to, go to the shooting range every day? By the way, I would rather floss and shoot guns in a heartbeat. 4. A word about book selection. This book, The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. Here are some things I can relate to in reading a book about an autistic boy who lives in England and has a rat. 0 things, MOM. I see in future assignments I will be reading about people who lived 100 years ago, fought the Nazis, live in the actual future, and are from a totally imaginary kingdom based on a Disney movie. Mom. Have you never heard of John Green or Stephanie Meyer? Would a little Hunger Games action kill me? Is the whole point here for me to be made to suffer as punishment for being born into a family of book-worshipping Einsteins? It doesn't seem fair. Because, it's not fair. I hope in the afterlife you are made to spend an entire summer at the pool with Trinity. Love. Your dumbest daughter, Corey. A week. At the beginning of summer. It doesn't really hit me until the next day at school. A whole week. No kids. No work. No nothing. I am standing in the library when I overhear a student telling her friend about her summer choir camp plans. I look at the calendar and see that summer is not a thing that is abstract, like commercial space travel or bikini waxing, but is in fact a real thing that is really going to happen in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks my former husband is taking my kids. They will not be with me, the expert parent, the one who knows the story behind why Joe doesn't eat clam chowder and how to keep chlorine from turning Corey's hair green. When John left, they were still young kids. Now they are something much more dangerous. Will he know how to ride herd on teenagers? Will he be able to tell them no, or will he just cave to every desire? The last time they were with John, they were both a foot shorter, or so it seems, and so much more trusting. Will he hurt them again? Will they let him get close? Will they even feel safe? For the third time this week, I duck into the teacher's lounge during my prep period and call John. "Hello, Amy," he says flatly. His voice isn't annoyed. It's unsurprised. "What do you do if Joe gets a bee sting?" I demand into the phone, instead of saying hello. There's a momentary pause. This is a trick question. "Joe isn't allergic to bees," he replies. I frown. For better or worse, I wanted him to get it wrong. "It would still hurt," I say, sounding as petulant as I feel. "Okay," John says. "Then I'd apply baking soda poultice. Then ice." I nod to myself. "Yeah," I say, trying to think of something that would truly stump him. Corey's social security number. But I don't actually think I know that. So many damn sevens. "It's going to be okay, Amy. I'm ready for whatever they throw at me." "They're mad at you," I say. "I'm mad at you, I think. They might give you hell." "Yes," says John. I hid behind that for a while. But I created this wall between us, and I'm the only one who can fix it. I shake my head. "It might not be fixable," I tell him. "It's my job to try. And who knows," he says. "It might be good for everybody." The bell rings. My stomach churns. I mutter a quick goodbye and rush to my next period, where I immediately break out in a flop sweat. Which is really saying something, considering the institutional air conditioning we have at school, designed, I suspect, to prevent any excess leakage of pheromones by freezing the teenagers solid. After I greet the kids and get them started on their workstations, I do what I think all librarians do when any anxiety sets in. I make a list. Here are some of the things that are going to happen while my kids are in the care of their irresponsible, untrustworthy father. Times they are going to take up smoking, drinking, and sex in quick succession. Times Corey is going to get pregnant, and Joe is going to get herpes. Times John is going to get all 3 of them matching tattoos. Of what, I have no idea. Times neck tattoos. Times he will lose the kids in one of those scary old broken down carnivals from the movie Big, and they will be forced to sleep in cardboard boxes with stray cats and used heroin needles until I retrieve them. And as likely as all that is, there's the worst possibility of all. They will be fine, and I will not be fine. Though Lena, who, I should note, has 0 kids, tells me it's a wonderful opportunity, I'm not interested in being away from my kids for anywhere near this long. I don't want to tour Europe for a week by train, even if I could scrape up the money to do so. I don't want to spend the time finding my inner watercolorist or potter. Like every mother in America, I'm tired. I could sleep for a couple of those days straight. But then after that, what? 3 days binging on HGTV. Take out pizza and Target wine cubes. A long, leisurely wander through Costco with no list. I try to imagine my house empty of children. My calendar empty of places to be. I feel some nauseating cocktail of relief and loneliness. I think of the 3-day weekend last year when my parents picked up the kids and took them to do the museums and monuments in Washington, D.C. Day 1, streaming Gilmore Girls, doing about 20 loads of laundry, cleaning every surface of my home, building an IKEA bookcase, listening to 5 hours of librarian podcasts, and knitting a baby hat. Day 2, crying in front of the refrigerator. Day 3, surprising them a day early at the aquarium in Baltimore. Not one of the proudest episodes of my life. I'm behind on some of my shows, I think. Maybe I could paint the kitchen. I look over the students using my media lab. It's my planning period, and they are all doing their own thing on their iPads. Probably non-stop texting plus a little background research for the school-wide seasonal, a massive country day project designed to keep the kids just a smidgen engaged in the long, muddy slog from spring break to summer. The students sophomore through senior declare a major and spend the first half hour of every day pursuing it, from writing up a fake schedule of classes they take based on college course guides, to researching a thesis project in their subject, to doing work-study programs in the community. If someone wants to do an SWS major in pre-med, they have to figure out how to finance med school, how to get all their prerequisites taken without overloading on hours for any semesters, which labs they'll need, what their books will cost, and which academic groups to join. Then they do a mini-thesis 10 pages at least, learn about med school entrance exams, and finally, in the last week before summer, shadow a professional in the field well enough to get a good recommendation. Grades are based on that recommendation, their educational plan, their financial plan, and their thesis. And the faculty who grade them are those who aren't burdened with the grading of normal finals. AKA, me. Me, the counselors, special subject teachers, coaches, even the nurse. It's all hands on deck. The kids in my room are doing some approximation of that work, and I will be grading some of them. I want them all to get as a point of pride. So I slowly, dramatically move up to my whiteboard, where a countdown of days left before the project is due waits. An anxious silence falls as I erase the 15 and write in 14. 14 days left before SWS finals are due. Then I meaningfully write under the countdown. Educational plan. Financial plan. Thesis. Recommendation. Saying nothing, letting the list of burdens and the days left in the year speak for themselves, I keep one eye peeled on their screens as I pull out my own tablet and message Lena. Amy. I'm living with you while my kids are gone. Lena. No. Amy. No, really. I am. Lena. No. Amy. It'll be fun. I'll make dinner for us and we can have a Daniel Craig film festival. Lena. We do that every Saturday anyway. Amy. Why buck tradition? Lena. You need to get a life. Amy. Aren't nuns supposed to be sweet? Lena. I'm not sure where you heard that. Okay. So then I won't spend the week with Lena. I'll go visit my parents in Florida. I'll spend the week in the blazing hot Tampa sun contemplating how exactly a person can be switched at birth and yet still look exactly like her mother and father. Who do not watch anything but Fox News, with the volume turned to just above jackhammer and just below permanent brain damage. There's got to be something I am supposed to be doing during this week alone. Beyond laundry. Something meaningful. I haven't had a week off from everything since before the kids were born. Surely I'm full of longings and desires that have been unfulfilled over these last 15 years. Or short of that, responsibilities. Things to do that I've been deferring. Continuing education, maybe. Aha! Continuing education. Now I'm onto something. Country Day faculty are expected to get a lot of continuing ed credits every year. I can get some hours and learn some new software or review a new curricular set for a week, and then I'll be back home ready to police Corey's cell phone usage and make Joe go outside once a day for the rest of the summer. I open up the American Library Educators Association page for conferences and continuing ED. It's bookmarked, in my librarian way, under two labels: green, professional, and blue, books. I wish, not for the first time, that the two categories would combine on the screen and form Aqua. The calendar on the website loads slowly. Maybe there will be something in Scranton, a short daily drive back and forth. Or better still, online. I can stay home, eat soup, and study in my pajamas. Please let there be something online I haven't taken already. New York, New York. June 1st to 4th. Hosted by Columbia University. The School Library of the Future. Learn how new resources are being implemented in the most forward-thinking schools, private and public, throughout the nation. Study new ways to bring the future into your curriculum and keep the best parts of the past relevant. What will be your students' normal in 10 years? A multiscreen tablet? A projection watch? A folding phone? The future is in New York this June. 10 CEU presenters still needed. New York. Yes. New York. Close enough to race home if John does something wrong. Far enough to count as an actual vacation. And I haven't been in New York since I met John. I used to love New York. My college roommate Talia and I used to come down on the train every chance we got, staying on sofas and in dodgy hotels, and once, when we were out dancing until 4, on the twin velvet chaises in the lobby of the St. Regis, thanks to a white lie told to the swing shift desk clerk. Oh, the things we did in New York. I never told John about most of our adventures, much less shared that kind of juice with my kids. As such, I haven't thought about the city much for the last 15 years. Since John and I pulled the goalie and got pregnant with Corinne. Since I started craving the settled life and the big house with the pretty kitchen I have now. Of course, I didn't crave the disappearing husband and the lack of child support payments for 3 years, but this life was all I wanted, more or less. Except there was a time when it wasn't. A loud, rowdy, fun time. Many, many years ago. When I was someone else. I open the messages on my tablet again. I haven't texted Talia since maybe a year after John left. Just after that last promotion she got at the magazine. Either way, it's been too long. Embarrassingly long. But I know that she'll understand that the minute we are in the same room together again, it will be like not a day has gone by. It's always been like that between Talia and me. All at once I want to see her again, see what life is like without kids and husbands and a wardrobe acquired almost entirely at Target while there anyway for toothpaste and panty liners. I type. Hey girl. Coming to NYC. First WK of June. Coffee or a drink? There's no response. Then 3 dots. Then nothing. I get a little nervous. Will she be mad at me for not being in touch? Does she even have my number anymore? So I add. It's Amy. Amy Byler. Then the 3 dots again. Okay. She saw the message. Talia. Amy. Amy. That seems like a good sign. Talia. Amy Byler, where the hell have you been? I start to type back an apology. I've been busy. Life has been kind of hectic. I let her fall off my radar. Talia. You're staying with me. I delete what I wrote and type. Amy. Really? Are you sure you have room? Talia. Can't talk. In meeting. Call when on way. I stare at my tablet in happy surprise. Well. Now I won't have to bunk with some strange librarian from Idaho at the conference and spend $200 a night for the privilege. I can use my per diem, should Country Day offer me one, for actual food. Or drinks. Amy. Okay, that sounds amazing. Thank you. I will call you. Talia. Leave me alone, I'm working. Amy. Sorry. Just excited. She doesn't respond, no dots, no emoji, nothing. Conversation complete. I put down my tablet. I'm positively shaking with excitement. Could it be this easy? Could life be this aligned for once? A short trip to the big city to hang with fellow book nerds and reconnect with a footloose and fancy-free old friend, and all within my budget. While my kids are looked after by their once-absent dad? Is this a real thing or some kind of weird trap set up by the universe? My tablet blinks at me. I bring it back to life and look at the new message. It's Talia. A map link. I click it, and it takes me to a block in an unbearably hip neighborhood in Brooklyn. This is where she lives. The map is studded with location flags. Bars. Restaurants I've heard about in magazines. Shopping. An artisanal organ meat store. Good God. Talia is so cool. The tablet blinks again, and I click back to the message app. Talia, in her succinct way, doubling down on her call in 4 little words. This party is on. Fate or no fate, I am still me, so I still insist that John come over and have a family dinner with us to prep for the week after school's out. And since I am still me, there is an agenda. Agenda for family meeting, Tuesday, May 9th, 5:30. No minutes from previous meeting. Plan for first week of summer. Discuss sample daily schedule, weekly obligations. Behavioral expectations, Joe. Behavioral expectations, Corey. Parenting expectations, John. Ground rules. Daily communication plans. Tutorial, using the EpiPen in case of accidental peanut ingestion. Tabled issues. Why did John leave Amy? Why is John back now all of a sudden? Does John still love Amy? When will Amy ever have sex again? Needless to say, I do not plan to share my agenda with the meeting participants. John is 15 minutes early, and I am not exactly emotionally prepared for this, but here he is, standing at the door, looking at me expectantly. I take a moment to look at him. He is still so handsome, so square and broad and sure. In a rush it all comes back. Dad jokes at family dinners. Pokemon hunts in the neighborhood. Toddler touch football, where Corey squealed in joy whenever he would pretend Joe was the ball. John's impeccable Daffy Duck impression. Where are the kids? He asks. Not in his Daffy voice. Home in a half hour or so, I tell him. Corey is finishing up her thesis, and Joe is at debate. Corey's going to work at school until he's done and walk him home. I thought the kids would be here, he tells me. Yeah, I say, unapologetic. They're busy kids. Of course, he says. Then, I kind of left work early. I was eager to see them. It's a very sudden onset eagerness, I say. He says nothing but looks stung. I try to swallow my anger, but seeing him here, in this house again, makes me feel hot and red, like a star right before it goes supernova. Would you help me out? I manage to ask him in a normalish voice. The dining table is serving as makeshift study carols right now. I need it to go back to being a dining table. On days when they don't have after-school stuff, the kids come home and do homework on opposite sides of our 6-seater dining table. Because Corey is too good at turning algebra drudgery into the fine art of distracting her brother, we constructed this little divider between them from 2 back-to-back paperboard science fair presentations. On top of the are potatoes electrical conductors. Side, Joe made a vision board of good grades he's received in the past, colleges he'd like to attend, and careers he's interested in learning more about. Reminder, this poor child is 12. In place of the measuring the heat of colors side, Corey put up pictures of the guy from Arrow and Benedict Cumberbatch. We just call him the batch. I do not entirely mind that from the kitchen, where I tend to be at this time of day, I can only see Corey's side. John looks all this over with eyebrows raised. I'm really hoping this side is Corey's, he tells me, gesturing to a shirtless Stephen Amell. And though there have been signs that Joe suffers from a crush on a slightly older girl named Macy Feathers who usually beats him at chess, I let myself erupt a bit at John's narrow-mindedness. Oh? Worried I might have let your son go gay? Then, archly, would you walk out on him if he were? He colors, as he should. Sorry. You're right. I don't care either way. It was just me being awkward and nervous. You should be awkward and nervous, I tell him. You did a terrible thing, and I gesture at the study carols, as though the batch is one of the family other people you did it to. John sighs. We made it to better terms after a while, but that first couple of months after he left us, I called his voicemail on a pretty regular basis to tell him what a sleaze he was, to compare him unfavorably to a segmented earthworm, or to try out words heard previously only on HBO original series. So my anger won't be totally new to him. I see you've been frozen in time for 3 years, he replies. I have not, I say indignantly. Defensively. I have been frozen in place, maybe. I have been working and taking care of 2 kids and sacrificing everything I need or want so that they can go to a good school and eat good food and have a good home. I have learned how to live on a teacher's salary alone and how to fix a toilet without calling a plumber and how to make an Elizabethan costume out of rickrack and Goodwill clothes. I have learned how to survive on coffee and office naps and the stale flavors of lean cuisine. Busy, busy, busy. I snap. I sound kind of manic. Hardly frozen in time, I add more quietly. But by now I know I'm protesting too much. John looks equally guilty and annoyed. This expression, which seems to suggest that he feels terrible enough already, and I should not be feeding the fire, has always made me feel contrite. What can I do, then? He says wearily. I've said I'm sorry a dozen times. I have no useful answer. Go back in time and don't leave us high and dry and vanish to Hong Kong, maybe. Have you thought about that? Or go back even further, I think. 2 years before that. And this time, when the chips are down, come through for me. He sighs wearily. He is always the injured party in the end, and today will be no different. I'm here now, Amy. Can we make it a tiny bit less painful before the kids come home? I don't respond to that. Clear the table, please. He clears. I cook. In 5 minutes we've become some reasonable facsimile of a couple, a very tense couple, getting dinner on the table, coming together as a family. It all feels so familiar to me, and at the same time so sad. These moments are, after all, part of what I lost when I lost John. This is what I've spent 3 years convincing myself I didn't need. I'm roughly chopping basil and garlic for pesto. A big salad is waiting to be dressed with red wine vinaigrette. This is not haute cuisine, but neither is it our usual Monday fare of veggie fried rice with pot stickers out of the bag. From the corner of my eye I see that he's setting the table, having no trouble finding what he needs from the buffet. Everything is right where he left it. Even me. Why am I trying to impress John with real cooking? I wonder silently. What is that about? As the pasta water simmers and the pesto was in the ninja, I start to remember the things I should be talking about with John before the kids get here. Limits for the kids during their week with their dad. Rules. Parameters. John, I call into the dining room. Maybe this is a good time to talk about parameters. But John isn't in the dining room anymore. He isn't anywhere that I can see. I turn off the blender and wander into the front of the house. He's sitting on the old grey canvas sofa, head in his hands. Next to him is a photo book the kids made for me last Christmas called Stop Calling Us Tweens, and it is filled with a year's worth of snapshots of the kids doing their various things. Diving, public speaking, Halloween, making our Sunday breakfast burritos in silly tokes. I freeze. In all our years of marriage, I saw John cry maybe 3 or 4 times. He was raised in a household that highly valued male-female dichotomy, after all. He told me once he'd never seen his own father cry. John cried when both kids were born, and he cried on the phone from Hong Kong when he told me he was never coming back. That call we were both crying so hard none of our words made any sense, none even sounded much like words. "I'm sorry," he said over and over and over again. "I'm sorry. I have to do this. I'm dying." And in that weird way the brain sort of frosts over in crisis and picks out the thing that it can handle. My brain picked out John saying, "I'm dying," and I thought, for just a second, oh. Well, in that case. If he's dying, then this is okay. He's not leaving me. He's dying. Thank God. For a second I thought he was leaving me. And then of course the brain defrosts just enough to let a reasonable thought peek out. He's not actually dying. That asshole. You're dying. Living with me is killing you. I remember asking. And he said, what, about 3 times because I was sniffling too much. And that he couldn't somehow understand me through the choking sobs made me angrier, and then I just tumbled down past angry into hurt and said over and over again, "You're a horrible person. This is a horrible thing. You are doing a horrible, horrible thing," in a pointless chant. At some point he disconnected, but I kept the chant up for months, saying it to all my friends who would listen, to my parents, to his parents, to everyone except for 2 people, Corey and Joe. I take a deep, deep breath and sit down next to him on the sofa. "John," I say gently, putting one hand on his back. It's an old movement born of muscle memory rather than intention, and yet when I touch him, I wish I hadn't. This is not unsalvageable. I am talking about his relationship with the children. But at my own words, unbidden, the image of my wedding ring, upstairs, in the farthest corner of my jewelry box, pops into my head. I never did get rid of it. Told myself I might need the money for a rainy day. Never mind, it was pouring at the time. He looks up at me. It's been years. A fourth of Joe's life. I nod. And because of the way pain shifts time, weighs it down to an exhausted plod, it feels like it's been half of mine. But they're not predisposed to hate you. They have animosity, and probably a lot of really hard questions for you. But they also are going to desperately want you to be able to make this okay. I am speaking for the kids, of course. I'm not speaking for myself. I don't think. He shakes his head, defeated. Always out of ideas. Always so quick to give up. I feel my anger bubble back. Don't be lazy, John. If you don't intend to work for this, to invest in this, don't stay another second. I won't let you stay another second, I say. Not if your endgame is disappointing them again. Or me. He shakes his head. Of course it's not. I'm daunted. I'm sure you are. I'm daunted too. But the thing is those 2 kids are way smarter than either of us. They'll see right through it if we're faking this. If you want to see them for a week and then be gone another 3 years, they'll pick up on it. They'll torture you to see if it makes you falter. They'll push you away just to be sure you're committed. So don't waste any of our time if you're not. Oh, I'm committed. I want this more than anything, he says. I am not trying to scare you, but I want something real with these kids. I'm a VP now, and I can work remotely all summer. It's a short flight away to the Chicago office if something comes up. I'm not needed back in Hong Kong until September, and in the years following this promotion, I'll have more and more freedom and autonomy. A week with the kids could be just the beginning, if you were open to it. I blanch, taken by surprise. Every mama bear cell of my body starts vibrating with fear. Does he intend to ask for custody? Is he trying to steal my kids? Okay, back it up there, he says, seeing the panic on my face. You just asked me if I'm in it for the long haul. I am telling you I am. Stop mentally hiring lawyers and writing the script for the Lifetime movie. I take a deep breath, then nod. He's right, of course. How can someone I've been without for years still know me better than anyone else in the entire world? And how can the right answer feel so terrifying? They live with me, I say, mostly for my own reassurance. John nods. They live with you. You're their mother. I just want to be their father a little better. I raise my eyebrows. I just want to be their father at all, John amends. Then I will help you, I say, though it all feels so terribly unfair. Helping him repair what he did to the kids. Even though he did it to me too. But I'm not helping you, exactly, I clarify. I'm helping them. And that sneaky, hopeful, idiotic part of my heart whispers to herself, when she thinks I'm not paying attention, and maybe helping myself too. Chapter 3. Dear Mom. Okay, I can already guess what you would say. I'm not supposed to spend the entire journal entry complaining about the books. Noted. I'm supposed to write about my innermost feelings about what I read that week, and I'm supposed to write it this way, by hand, in a big fancy notebook, so I can learn how people lived in the olden days when cars couldn't fly and dinosaurs roamed the earth. But see? See how weird it is to write a joke and not have anyone write LOL back to you. Texting is so much more natural. It's a conversation. You know when you're understood. And when you're not. This handwriting all by yourself, is unnatural. There's no response to journaling. It's like shouting into the oblivion. Will you even read this? When? Are you laughing? Are you skimming? Do you have anything to say to me? I love you, Mom, I really do. But I don't think you understand at all what it's like to be a young adult. A new person. That's what I am. I have been a person for 15 years, which is time to understand the world but not time to get all creaky and jaded. And before you creak, to me about wisdom and experience, let me tell you, I know you and Dad went to Paris for your honeymoon, but what other experiences have you had exactly since then? What do you even do for fun? All I ever see you do is work and hassle me and Joe. Which, okay. I can see just from writing that last sentence that your life isn't probably all about having fun right now, and that's not exactly your choice. It was Dad's choice. I think it's his fault you do nothing but work and buy groceries. If he had stayed, you'd have gone back to Paris, I'll bet. If he had stayed, would we all have gone to Paris? So this is all to say that after careful consideration I have decided not to read the curious incident of the dog in the night time, which is probably very important but definitely not very interesting. And instead I am going to read 5 Days in Paris by Danielle Steele, which, let me tell you, is already off to a very exciting start. There's a senator, and his wife falls in love with this other rich guy. You know how it goes. Wow. You cannot argue with me, because this is a journal, not a text. Wow. Okay, I'm sold. Love. Your illiterate daughter, Corey. The moment the school bell rings the next day, I positively prance into Lena's office. Lena. I hiss. Lena. Quit doing whatever you're doing and come get coffee with me. Can't, she says, bent over her computer screen. Huge sale on real steel. Lena, the former nun, the teacher of values and ethics, the spiritual leader for not just me but my kids, too, is also a consignment sale junkie. I need this handbag. I pull up a chair next to her desk and peer into the computer. You know, the first step is admitting you have a problem. I always wonder about that. The first step is believing you have a problem, right? Then admitting it? If you admit it before you believe it, will that do any good? You have a problem, I clarify. Believe it. I have a passion, she corrects. Look at this. She angles the screen toward me. It's a pretty bag, all right. It is nothing like Lena's style, though. Longchamp. Conservative. Staid. Almost painfully classic. In 10 minutes they're going to drop the price 10%. I have to hit refresh right when they do so no one else gets it. I feel like your time is worth paying 10% more, I say, just to hear her argue. And I feel like the first 10 minutes after school gets out are worth $0. If we go anywhere outside these walls, there will be students. Students in the coffee shops, students in the parking lot, students in the parks and gelato stores, and probably even Batteries Plus, because there is literally no place they will not go at 3:15 except back into the classroom. You wanna talk to me? Close the door and get comfy while I hit refresh, because this is the only place in the entire county where none of our students will overhear. I shrug. To Lena's credit, she does actually have a pretty comfy chair, a curb find of a slipper chair she reupholstered herself with a loud floral print and a staple gun. She believes people tell you more when they're sitting in a soft chair. Perhaps for that very same reason, she herself sits in a standard issue teacher chair from Office Depot. John came over last night, I say the second my butt hits the soft seat. For the first time since I came into her room, Lena looks up from the computer. "Aho," she says, eyebrows raised, bemused look on her face. "He cried," I tell her. "Seems appropriate," she replies, returning her gaze to the screen. "What else did he do?" "Complimented my cooking. And my parenting. And the kids' grades. And their table manners. There was a lot of sucking up. It was kind of exhausting, really." Exhausting or highly satisfying? Lena knows me so well. Both, I guess. "And the kids?" she asks. "I was watching them like a hawk. Last night and this morning. Looking for any sign of stress or upset. They seem fine. Finer than me, really." "Kids can be incredibly resilient," Lena says. I know, that's what I told myself too. But after he left, there was a long time when they were incredibly fragile. I think of the way Joe and Corey eyed John when they first walked in the door last night. They were a tough crowd, at least at first. John led off with apologies, but he's apologized to them before. I flop back in Lena's confession chair. 3 years, Lena. How does someone apologize for 3 years in the life of a child? Lena thinks on this. One doesn't. One just proves he can do better. Does John have a plan for that? I pause. A lot of planning got done last night, but not all of it sounded good to me. Let me tell you about this stunt he pulled. She clicks her mouse, watches the screen, and then leans back in her chair. Go ahead. So the first half hour or so is insanely stiff. Joe and Corey are staring at John like he's an alien invader, and I'm staring at the kids like they're my glass menagerie, and John is looking like he is ready to break into a tap dance number, he's trying so hard. Corey keeps threatening to go to Trinity's house, and Joe is literally shrinking into his chair like he's hoping to blend into the wood grain. I'm about 5 minutes away from pulling the plug on the whole thing. And then John reaches into his pocket and pulls out a tiny bottle of lavender oil. "Lavender oil?" asks Lena. "Monster spray," I say. Joe and his phobia of closet monsters, do you remember? When he was 4 or 5, John and Corey made a fake monster repellent label and glued it onto a lavender oil diffuser with Mod Podge and convinced Joe that a whiff of the stuff would kill any monsters on the spot. That exact same bottle from all those years ago, that's what he was carrying with him last night. John handed it to Corey and said they could use it on him at any time if they really, truly wanted him to go away, and he would go. He told them he loved them more than he loved life, and he wanted to be here, but if his presence hurt them, all they needed to do was say the word. "Oh, wow," says Lena. "I know," I say. "And it changed everything." Corey looked at the bottle, opened it, and took a whiff, and the smell filled the air. It was the first time I had smelled that since Joe was little, and you know how scents work. Lena nods. Everything just all came back. Running through the house spraying lavender water on the tiniest dark corners and under all the furniture. Laughing and swearing we could see the monsters wither and crumble into dust. There goes one now. You just missed it. And then ending up in a pile of giggles on Joe's bed complaining about how long it would take us to clean up all those invisible monster corpses. You were a take-no-prisoners sort of family, Lena says with a soft smile. I nod. And then Corey put the bottle next to Joe. And he put his hand on it, and for a second, he pointed it at John. And we all held our breath. And then he put the bottle down by the side of his plate and said, "Mom, I'm starving. Is there any food?" And that was it. Wow. That's pretty amazing. I think about this. Yes, it is pretty amazing, if you disregard the slurry of confused and betrayed feelings about John that clouds my own view. But setting aside my own feelings, and isn't that kind of the heart of this job I call motherhood? My kids being able to reunite, however cautiously, with their dad after 3 years apart is indeed pretty amazing. So that was the stunt you mentioned, asks Lena. I snap out of my reverie at that reminder. Oh, no. Nope, that comes next. We're passing the pesto and eating the pasta, and the mood keeps getting easier and easier. And I swear to you, John is watching my wineglass like a hawk, ready to top it off at any moment. As if I'd be fool enough to get tipsy around him. Anyway, everyone is just warming up to each other, and it's going annoyingly well. The kids are so much like him, you know, in so many ways. Are they? Lena asks. She and John were socially friendly, but never terribly close. I nod. Joe has the same thoughtful expressions. And the same instinct to flee any danger, disappear from any tension in a puff of smoke, rather than fight it out. They're both like the wizard, not the werewolf. Lena says. Yeah. The wizard, not the werewolf, I agree. Corey is just a straight-up half-woman half-tiger. A were-tiger, Lena supplies. That's not a thing, I tell her. She just ignores me. And how is she like John? The sense of humor. I guess even with him in Hong Kong they still watch all the same shows. There were a lot of Jimmy Fallon references at the table. Like, I'm pretty sure Jimmy himself was there with us and then left, and no one noticed. And they even listened to a few of the same bands. It was kind of like a first date in some ways. Oh, you like so-and-so? I love so-and-so. I saw them play live when they came over. They played Skunky McGee. Wow, they never play Skunky McGee. What is Skunky McGee now? Interrupts Lena. My attempt at thinking of a name of a hip band song, I tell her. You are bad at that, she says and hits refresh. Yeah, I willingly admit. You know you're uncool when you can't even make up something that sounds like it might be cool. Cool is not your area. No kidding. The thing is, the more they broke the ice, the more they got all excited about the agenda for their week together. And then the conversation turned from all the awesome things they're going to do for the week to what awesome things I'm going to do while I'm kidless. And for a while I didn't say anything, but then finally I admitted that I might take a trip to New York, and all hell broke loose. You might take a trip to New York, interjects Lena, almost a shout. That's really, really great. I shift my eyes sideward. I might, I say. Though by now I have already applied to speak at the library conference. To get Country Day to pay for the registration, I have to do at least one presentation, so on a wild hair I decided to float the latest reading engagement idea I've been trying this spring. It was surprisingly fun to flesh out a conference proposal, put fingers to keyboard, and hit send. There's a library conference at Columbia, I tell her. I thought it might be worthwhile. Plus I'll get my continuing ed hours done early. Lena frowns and loses interest. I was hoping you were going to New York to party and have sex with strange men. Oh, yeah, that sounds just like me, I say sarcastically. Maybe I'll get a tattoo while I'm there. The infinity symbol on your lower back, she asks. 120.125, I banter back. Lena looks at me questioningly. The Dewey Decimal Classification for infinity, I supply. Not that we use that anymore. It turns out 120.125 was not actually infinite. That's deep, says Lena. Oh. I got it. Got what? I ask, still thinking about the larger 120 category in Dewey. It's epistemology. Knowledge about knowledge. One of my favorites. The bag. Look. She tilts the screen again. Next to the window of the consignment site, there's the Longchamp website. Same bag, a full $1,000 more. Holy crap. What in God's name are you going to do with an $1,100 bag? I ask. Sell it on eBay, she tells me simply. For $500 more than I paid for it. You've got to be kidding me. People will pay that much for a used purse. Lena shrugs. They have the last few times I've done this. Maybe they turn around and sell it for $900. Who knows? I take everything back, I tell her. That was 10 minutes well spent. She nods with a smile. See? What exactly are you going to do with that extra $500 in your pocket? I ask her. I've never known Lena to have a ton of extra money, which I previously put down to a teacher's salary and a handbag habit. I'm buying a mic stand and a new cordless microphone. I look at her, confused. For the day's camp. Talent show night. Domestic abuse youth services. Lena's volunteer passion. Oh, Lena, I say. I love you. I'm buying myself this too, she says, clicking over to a cute canvas slouch bag with some gentle wear on consignment for $35. Now that looks more like you, I say. You can borrow it anytime you want, she says. Maybe take it to New York. If I go to New York. Please go to New York, says Lena. Please consider having just a little bit of fun while you're there. That's what John said, after a fashion. Right in front of the kids. Like it's not his fault my life isn't cartwheels and champagne fountains. He said you should have a little bit of fun. What's so bad about that? He tried to give me his credit card, I say, spitting out the words. Lena pushes away from her desk and looks up at me in surprise. What now? He wants to treat me while he's with the kids. That's what he said. It made me want to barf. A man wants to care lovingly for your kids and give you a blank check to spend while he does so. And that makes you want to barf? Lena asks. I roll my eyes at her. I can take care of myself. I don't want to be bought off. I suppose you could look at this that way. I'm not taking his money, Lena. It's dirty money. When John ran for it, he left me really hard up. We were used to his level of income, I was staying home with the kids, and I hadn't put my MLS degree to use at all in, 12 years? If this job hadn't come up when it did, if faculty didn't get reduced tuition, my kids' lives would have been turned upside down. It was an awful time. I mean, to leave a librarian stranded on her own with 2 kids, it's not cool. No. It's not. You did an amazing job hitting the ground running. Letting John give you a week's spending money wouldn't undo that. I tighten my jaw and shake my head. It feels like it would. So you told him no? I did. I told him thanks but no thanks. Then the kids started in on me, saying I should take the credit card. I bet they did. They're on your side. Just like I am. I refuse to hear this. They just like spending other people's money. Corey was talking about New York restaurants she's seen on Bravo shows. Joe was going on about the glories of the Natural History Museum. And the Transit Museum. And the Tenement Museum. Oh, that boy. God save me if he wastes all his greatness on a history degree. Lena laughs. You don't want Joe to get a history degree now? I want him to get a degree in Joe being happy for the rest of his life, I tell her. Short of that, I guess pre-law. I actually think those 2 majors are diametrically opposed. But then what do I know? I teach ethics. I laugh at her and shake my head. I know it's not my future to choose, but it is so hard not to see what you think would make your kids happy and just sort of herd them in that direction. Joe is so good in his heart. I'm afraid he'll do a job that is not well valued in our society, like social work or public school teaching, and his little spirit will get broken. I hear you. I can only imagine how it feels to let your kids make their own mistakes, says Lena, gently reminding me that in both my mothering and teaching jobs, that skill is probably the single most important tool we have. But it's hard looking ahead, seeing their mistakes coming, and then, unless they are in actual mortal danger, holding their hands as they make them anyway. Point taken. I think the thing about Joe that makes it so tricky is that he always makes such good decisions. I don't have any practice letting him screw up on his own. Lena smiles at me. Then he'll make a good decision on careers when the time comes. A good decision for himself. In the moment he's in. I nod and then spot myself an excellent segue. And not taking John's credit card is the right decision for me, in the moment I'm in. But the kids acted like I was being the biggest party pooper, and John insisted he went on and on and on, until I finally agreed I'd take his card for emergencies and incidentals as they came up. So now I'm the proud owner of my ex-husband's American Express number. And here's the worst thing. Are you ready for it? Lena nods. Lay it on me. I say to him, right there at dinner, trying to defend my position, I say, well, there's no point in my even taking it because my using a card with a man's name on it is going to raise some serious eyebrows, isn't it? And do you know what he says? He says, I already had the company issue me one with your name. Should be here in 2 days. And I say, what? They'll give you a credit card with your ex-wife's name on it. And he says, right in front of the kids, well, you're not really my ex-wife, are you? Lena starts and spins in her chair. What now? That's what they said too. You're still married to John? I thought you filed years ago. I definitely filed. Isn't there such a thing as a common law divorce? There is not such a thing as a common law divorce, says Lena with conviction. As you well know. Don't play dumb with me. I shrug. He was in Hong Kong. Lawyers are expensive. Working through a divorce seemed too painful at first, and then just entirely unnecessary as time went on. Unnecessary how? Wouldn't you have gotten court-ordered child support? I sigh. He should have paid without a judge telling him to, I say. I shouldn't have had to demand it. He should have been here, taking care of his children without a court order. Lena's eyebrows hit the ceiling. So you martyred yourself rather than stand up to John. I stood on my own 2 feet, I correct. And it probably came out for the better anyway. Most of our assets are in the house, and he signed the deed over to me without a word. And I'm hesitant to tell Lena the next part, hesitant to voice my selfishness even to myself. Yes, I got the kids. I don't admit how afraid I was to press the divorce through, on the off chance he might ask for some custody. The legal starting place is 50-50 split placement, and I'd have a hard road to get full-time with the kids if he wanted his share. As heartbroken as I was when he left, I wasn't ready to contemplate missing every other week of my kids' lives on top of that pain. You're still married, Lena says, shaking her head in wonder. I'm still married, I agree. To John. After 3 years apart. I don't know what to tell you. It was on my list of things to do. That must be quite a list. I try to explain another way. Getting unmarried was more of a picky detail in a chaotic time when those details had to be ignored so I could survive. It was like how I stopped scheduling haircuts for a year. And then one day things calmed down enough for me to notice that I needed a haircut, and I got one. No big deal. So now you notice you need a divorce, Lena supplies. And you go get one, and it's no big deal. I blink. I haven't taken the analogy that far yet. I guess so, I say. But I don't guess that at all. Deep down, I have no intention of getting a divorce, I suddenly realize. I don't think now is the time to upset the apple cart. But I cannot tell Lena that. Honestly, I don't even want to think about it too much myself. John may be an asshole, I say needlessly, but is a reasonable one. A divorce will simply be a matter of putting pen to paper. Just like the haircut. No big deal. And then I pretend not to notice Lena's unquestionably skeptical expression. A week later I'm in my bedroom packing. With a full week to go before I leave, it's almost laughable to be packing right now. But Corey is going to be crazy busy for the next 5 days before the end of school, and I will, too, with the presentations and theses to read and just the non-stop rushing around of finals, grades, transcripts. And for once Trinity isn't here. So if I want my 15-year-old daughter's approval of every stitch of clothing I'm taking to New York, I have to get it now. And I do. She is the sartorial authority around here. The bedroom is spacious, and Corey's sort of draped on the upholstered bench at the foot of the bed, using her foot to poke the pile of my shoes near her, trying to unearth something that doesn't offend her. She has, at least once a day since she was 8, sprawled on this bench to tell me the secrets of her heart or the dramas of her friends. Not for the first time I thank my lucky stars that, against all odds, we never had to move after John left. We had a great mortgage and loads of equity, and I suppose that's down to him. He insisted we put nearly a third down on this house to keep the monthly bill low and get it paid off faster. John was always really funny about debt. When he left, I refinanced from 15 years to 30 and didn't feel even remotely upset about it, and that dropped my monthly payment yet lower, making it cheaper to stay in our lovely big house full of memories than to rent anywhere nearby. And it is a lovely house. The kids have their own rooms, plenty of closet space, which has gone from holding Lego sets and dress-up outfits to being packed with comic books, Joe, and mall sweaters, Corey. My daughter owns every mall sweater ever sold. Some in multiple colors. If I take her to the mall, I can be sure she is coming back with a sweater. She brandishes them with double clearance tags and her frequent shopper discounts and tells me they were $6.88 or some other ridiculous price, but I cringe at the way she accumulates them, wears them once, and leaves them in a puddle on the floor for the rest of their days. Still, she always looks so nice, not just from youth but also from some kind of eye for color and shape that skipped my generation. Anything I bring home from the store has to go by her before I cut the tags off, and many times she just looks at the clothes still in the bag and then raises her eyebrows skyward and says something like, "It's kind of exhausting to love someone who will never learn," or "Are you buying ugly clothes to make a point?" I have just such a shopping bag today. I went to Target with a $100 budget, basically an extravagant no-limits shopping spree in clearance rack dollars, and bought a stack of shirts and pants from the middle part of the store, not the totally dowdy work collections I usually beeline for just before the maternity clothes and the dressing rooms, but not the juniors madness of the front third of the store either. In my bag there are shirts in trend colors with vaguely low-cut necks, flowing blousy things with lace and embroidery, and even a just above the knee skirt, though truth be told, I'm not entirely clear on how to wear skirts. Do they go with boots and tights in late May? I don't think I can do bare legs, can I? Is there some sort of publicly agreed upon age limit for bare legs? I also brought home 2 pairs of dark jeans with 2 very different cuts, even knowing at least one of them is heinously wrong and confident Corey will tell me which. That I have become pants blind, a common condition of aging, where you can no longer say with any authority which of your pants are cut fashionably and which are mom jeans, is proof of my complete inability to shop without help. I take them all out while Corey watches me keenly and lay them out on the bed. I was thinking, I tell her cautiously, that these tops would match these pants, and these other ones would match the skirt, and then I won't need to take much luggage. Shoes, is all she says. Oh yes. I am planning to wear them, absolutely. She sighs. Look. In New York City, with a schedule of conferences, meetings, dinners, and dates, shoes should make up approximately half of your baggage weight. I blink at her. Is this some kind of scientific finding? Can you direct me to the abstract for my own review? And who said anything about dates? Mom. Stop being weird. You're going on dates. I start to tell her I'm not, but stop myself. A date might be kind of nice, actually, though I have no idea where any dates would come from. Is any of this date appropriate? She looks down at the clothes with scrutiny. Well, maybe she pulls the lowest cut top from the jeans side of the bed to the skirt side of the bed and drapes it with a long jangly necklace. Then she rolls up the skirt at the waist twice, making it significantly shorter, and puts it down with the top. Then she waves the waiter's second finger at me and disappears into her room. When she comes back seconds later, she is holding a pair of shoes I'm pretty sure I would not have approved had I known she had them. She puts them at the bottom of the outfit and says, "Date clothes. Not a fancy date, but you're not really that fancy anyway." I look at the conservative size large mom clothes she's somehow turned into a hooker costume. Corey, I'm not wearing that. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because no one said anything about dates. She waggles her eyebrows at me. Just for a moment I indulge myself in the idea of meeting someone in New York. These are really pretty shoes, I say, picking up one slingback and marveling at the luck of having a stylish daughter who wears the same shoe size as me. The toe is a black and gold geometric print, just a bit 80s, very me 30 years ago. The slingback strap loops all the way around the ankle, too, and is black leather. There is a tiny gold buckle. They are at once feminine and authoritative, understated and sexy. They are the most aspirational shoes I have ever seen. I want to be the kind of person who wears these shoes. May I really borrow these? I ask. Of course, Mom. Not like I'm wearing them around Dad anyway. If he's any kind of dad at all, he shouldn't allow it. They're weirdly sexy for how low the heel is, right? You're right. You're not allowed to wear these. Corey just laughs at me. They were practically free anyway, she tells me, launching into the story of how she had a $15 off card and there was a 40% off sale at Macy's and so on and so forth. I tune out for a few moments, tilting my head and considering what it would feel like to wear a short skirt, slingbacks, and a slinky top around Manhattan in early spring. It would, I decide, feel incredible. I'll buy them from you, I tell her right in the middle of her story. Or buy you another pair that are less adult. Corey beams. Deal. Here. She hands me her smartphone, where she's already pulled up a pair of ridiculous teal lace-up gladiators marked down below $20. "These are the replacement pair," she says to me. I look at them for a moment. They are flats. Flats. "These are flats," I say aloud. "So then it's going to be Brian?" Corey sighs deeply and lets her head tip to the side. "Brian. He's very short." "But cute," I say. "Are you taller than him?" "We're the same." "Do you think he has a short man complex?" "He's still growing, Corey. Besides, that's a thing people invented to justify judging men by their height." "But what about Napoleon?" she asks me. "Power-hungry madmen come in all shapes and sizes," I tell her. "Rather than worry about Brian's measurements, let's figure out if he's good enough for you." More sighing from my teenager. "I don't know how to tell," she says. "Slowly," I say. "With your shirt on." Corey raises an eyebrow at me. "Okay, pants." "I can do that," she says, and every single bone in my body sings with motherly joy. "What am I looking for when I try to figure out if someone is good enough for me?" she asks. "Well, what do you like most about the people you like?" "Include yourself," I instruct. She thinks for a moment. "I like people who are pretty kind deep down. And also who tell the truth. I like people who show up when they say they're going to. Oh, and people who don't think they're better than everyone else." I nod. "That's a terrific list of things to watch for in Brian. I see all of those things in you, so you deserve all that and more." Corey chews her lip and works her jaw. "What?" I ask her. "Sometimes I act like I'm better than everyone else. You know, boys like it when you have confidence." I smile. "Maybe it's not an act. After all, I think you're the best girl I've ever known." "You're my mom. You have to think that." I shake my head at her. "Not true. But anyway. You are wonderful. But there's plenty of wonderful to go around, so keep that in mind if you find yourself walking around with your nose in the air." "I will if you will," she says. "Will do what?" I ask her back. "Not be a snob. You're not too good for the entire male gender." "What? Who on earth said I was?" "Well, why else wouldn't you go on a single date once in 3 years?" I blink at her blindly. What can I say? Because I was convinced John left me because I was unlovable. Because I am a 40-year-old mom-shaped librarian, and not the porn kind with glasses and long hair in a bun but the regular kind with clogs and pants blindness. Because every man I meet in my daily life is a parent of one of my students or a teacher of one of my kids. Because somehow after all this time I am still married to my ex-husband. "Mom? Are you there?" Corey is waving her hands in front of my face. "Ground control to Major Mom." "Sorry," I spaced. I was thinking about my eyes dart around the room and land on the clock. "I was thinking about your brother. I'm supposed to bring oranges tonight. Do we have any oranges? I'd better get to Wegmans before pickup. Do you want anything?" It's as easy as that. My daughter loves the Wegmans sushi counter. "Sushi," she cries jubilantly, and all talk of dating is forgotten. "Okay, sushi it is," I reply. "I'll be back in an hour and a half. Will you bag up whichever clothes are awful and match outfits for the rest while I'm gone?" "Duh, Mom," she replies. "What do you want me to do with the other hour and 29 minutes? I cock my head at her. "How about you write a college admissions essay on the fine art of shoe packing for airline luggage weight restrictions?" "I'll get right on it," she says sarcastically. "Or text with Brian," I add as I'm halfway out the door so she can't feign disinterest. Just a thought. When it is finally time for me to go, I feel like I am the child and my kids are sending me off to summer camp. John, Lena, and my neighbor Jackie, who has offered to watch over my house and be a backup plan for the kids if they need it, are all there for the big goodbye, and I have the distinct sensation of being shoehorned out the door. Before I know it, I am being reassured that all is well and I'll get lots of video calls and Jackie will look after the yard and mail and Lena will look after anything else. John looks so capable as we all say goodbye. He brought extensive pics of the condo he's rented, which looks immaculate and well-equipped, and he even is driving a rented Volvo. I can't help but think, this is okay, they've got this, even as my mom brain screams, "No. What are you doing? Do not leave your children." The sensation is so powerful that I actually make the cabbie turn around and drive me back by the house, pretending to have forgotten something. But when we reapproach, I see that the kids are sitting on either side of John on the front step, looking down at something. The book of hiking trails he brought over is open in his lap, overleaf unfolded wide to a map. His posture is relaxed and easy, leaned back, with each hand propping him up on either side behind the kids' backs. Corey's and Joe's heads are tilted in toward him, and they are laughing. "What did Corey tell me this morning?" "Your work is done here, Mom." I laugh at the very thought. My work will never be done here. But for today, it's time for me to go. I tell the driver never mind, and we turn around, head back to the station. And I feel something happening to my shoulders that hasn't happened in 5 years or maybe longer. They're relaxing. I feel the unfamiliar weight of my shoulders sliding down and the pleasant sensation of tension unwinding from my neck and the base of my head. How long have I been holding my shoulders up by my ears? I wonder. And why was I doing that? I immediately think of the Christmas I caved and brought home a gaming system for my kids. The use policy on it is pretty stringent even now, and the first rule was I play every game they play. No Call of Duty 17 coming in under the radar at my house. Joe wanted to play a driving simulation game that required a little steering wheel attachment to the controller. He saved up and got the controller and the game, and then he came home with it knowing full well he would have to immediately hand it over to me. I took it, we opened it, and Joe gave me the gist of the game: steer, don't crash, try to collect floating coin things, use turbo points. It looked almost exactly like the driving games I played at my guy friends' houses when I was in high school, except for better graphics and a very impressive soundtrack. I thought it would be no problem. But once I was playing, I was terrible. I couldn't steer and work the turbo at the same time, and I kept crashing into various obstacles like I was drunk. Finally Joe grabbed me by the shoulders from the rightward lean I was in as I tried to steer the car out of a puddle and said, "Mom, steer with the controller, not your body." Now, as I sit on the hard wooden bench waiting for the New York Express train, I realize I have been driving my life with my body. Trying somehow to carry my worries and sorrows and insecurities on my shoulders, as though I could wad up all the hurt and fear I've felt since John moved out, stuff it in a backpack, and hike through life with it. Every time I have fretted over Joe's social life or lain awake listening like a hawk for Corey to make curfew or looked at my income and our bills and tried to figure out who won't get paid, I have put that in the backpack and carried it around on my shoulders. They ache, and I haven't even noticed until right this minute. Consciously, I take a huge breath. I bring my mind to those poor muscles and sinews and vessels and think, melt. I think of my kids safe with their father, overseen by Jackie, who is overseen by Lena, and think again, melt. I think of my waiting guest room in Talia's swank apartment and the classes I'll get to take at Columbia and the lunches at bistros with big, gorgeous, fresh salads and crisp white wines I'll linger over, and I just feel it happen for the first time in as long as I can remember. I melt. And it feels so good. And then my train comes, and the entire adventure begins. Chapter 4. Dear Mom. You're in New York. Having a life. Mom, I am so freaking proud of you. You are, like, a marvel and an inspiration to us all. I am totally being sarcastic, in case that's not clear. But really, I am proud that you finally took a vacation, even if it's not really a vacation and you're actually doing library stuff nonstop, and the only way we got you to do it was to sacrifice our own week, which, let's be clear, Dad is not our first choice right now. But here we are, and Dad is, like, Mr. Happy Cheerleader, and he is going to give us anything we ask for out of guilt, and I will have failed myself and my country if I don't get out of this with a new car. At least. Joe is angling for space camp, did you know that? I am so proud of him. I didn't know he had it in him. And all you get is a stupid week in New York, probably staying at, like, the Super 8 in Yonkers and reading books in bed all night. You should have brought me with you. I'd show you how this whole vacation thing is done. We'd be at the spa, not the $12 nail salon, but the spa that, like, rock stars go to. We'd get you a makeover and then go out to Balthazar and then go see Hamilton. We would eat that pizza you fold in half, and we'd go to the art museums, and you'd let me drink white wine. Here is what I'm doing instead, the same thing I'd be doing pretty much if you were here. Someone gave Dad a copy of Coach's Summer Rules, so I'm on curfew, and he is serving salad with every meal. Also, when we first walked into his apartment, there was Diet Coke freaking everywhere, and I was so pumped. Then, while I was literally in the bathroom doing my hair, the Diet Coke just vanished. Did you, like, text Dad and tell him no Diet Coke? How can you hate Diet Coke, Mom? Diet Coke is the foundation of America. Why do you hate this country so much? Dad said I can have Diet Coke once a day before noon, but only after practice, and he said I have to have a shot of wheatgrass juice to go with it. And I said, where is this wheatgrass juice coming from? The Bucks County Municipal Pool concession stand. Is it right next to the Slurpee machine? And do you know what he said back? He said, your team doesn't have a juicer. No kidding, Mom. I was going to say no shit. But I'm moving into my summer vocab for lifeguarding, so, no kidding. I was like, to Dad, hey, dum-dum, on what planet does a community day school have a juicing machine for team sports? And he got out this link to Harvard Business Review, which is something he reads, like, on the regular, and showed me a story about a juice bar company that revolutionized the efficacy of NFL double-day practices, and then he went on his Amazon app, and no shit, he bought a wheatgrass juicer for the team. He is from another planet, Mom. Planet rich guy. But look, it's not all bad, because now my team gets a juicer, and I got a subscription to Harvard Business Review, and I am pretty sure I used the words revolutionized the efficacy appropriately in that sentence up there, so it's win-win-win. Dad buys our love, I get a vocabulary, team gets a juicer. Except I guess you are the loser. I have to remind you of that, according to every teen movie I have ever watched. But if it makes you feel any better, it's almost like you're here every time you text me and tell me to get reading on my next book. And not in a good way. Untwist your thong, I will get on with it. I'm just letting the love story of the senator's wife and her rich married boyfriend wash over me. Next, according to you, I'm supposed to read the book Thief. I read the first chapter, and let me tell you, it sounds grim. Pro tip, Mom, it's not summer reading if the narrator is actual death incarnate. Like, if you open any magazine ever and look at their summer beach reads roundup and see a book starring death, just let me know. Until that day, I am reading Twilight again, because if I am going to be goth, then it should be sexy goth at least. What? At least I'm reading. Love. Your vitamin-rich daughter, Corey. New York is exactly as I left it and entirely different. Grand Central is the same grimy glossy crossbreed that it should be. The oyster place is going nowhere. The hubbub is as loud, the goings-on are as ongoing. But the clothes are different. The stores are unfamiliar. The sense of having been here before and yet being utterly lost is pervasive. I march through the echoey corridors and try not to look confused, searching for the right subway stairs. Then I get my carry-on suitcase stuck in the turnstiles and give up on coolness. Hello, New York. Get ready to chew up and spit out another willing bumpkin. Last week when I gave her the high sign about my arrival, Talia told me her apartment is a zillion miles from Columbia and tried to talk me into skipping the conference and just using my time to lie about the apartment looking WAN and drinking wine. I couldn't look WAN if I were on a hunger strike, so I stuck to my plan, believing there are worse things than an hour on the train each way. I can read. It will be peaceful. But it's rush hour, and I wedge myself on the local because the first 2 express trains are too full to fit my suitcase, much less my body, and there is nothing peaceful about what happens next. We are packed in so tightly that I do not need to hold a handrail to stand upright, but the helpful spinner wheels on my suitcase that are so nice when rushing through an airport, something I never do, by the way, become deadly on the train. At every stop, and there are about 400 stops, the bag demonstrates the thing in motion tends to remain in motion principle and rolls into the person next to me, banging them against the shins. I attempt to hold the suitcase back but am being pressed forward by the post-workout gym rat behind me, who is carrying a duffel on his shoulder and letting it hit me in the kidneys every time he shifts an inch. And so we go. My suitcase bruises shins, the duffel of rocks bruises me, and just out of reach, 8 middle-aged men in suits sit comfortably on the benches that line the car, legs spread open like they are on their own personal Barker lounges, papers folded into precise fourths, phones clenched in right hands for dear life. It's a funny little thing, the miracle of getting a subway seat, and I am starting to feel bitter that I do not have one when a woman with a pregnant belly the size of a small neutron star gets on the train, and the humanity parts. She is sweaty and wide and no kind of fertility goddess, but first 1, now 2, then 3 men leap to their feet in something resembling a panic. Each shouts, "Do I wanna sit down?" She does, and one of the men who wasn't lucky enough to actually give up his seat to her puts his phone away and carries her enormous Bed Bath & Beyond bag on his lap for the rest of the ride. Oh, how it warms my heart, this whole little play that runs 1,000 times a day. New York. The city that never sits. When we get to Brooklyn Heights, I pop out of the train like a champagne cork the moment the doors open. I walk the wrong direction on several slanted, crisscrossing streets, falter a bit, and then become the woman getting turn-by-turn directions from her phone while walking. Luckily, it is New York, and nothing here is noteworthy. Certainly not me. Finally, I find Talia's building. It is not what I expected. Based on Facebook updates, her monthly editor's letter, and my memories, Talia is very glitzy. This building is not glitzy. It's red brick, no edifice, very institutional. It's not a divided brownstone with cute wrought iron gates or a shiny glass tower with a bank of elevators zooming to the stratosphere. It looks to be about 10 stories high and utilitarian in design, and the lobby is not exactly inviting me in. Even so, I grab the handle and pull. The door is locked. I tilt my head. Pull again. No, this door is definitely locked. I put my hands around my face and try to see inside. Another bank of doors, then a small lobby with a desk. A concierge desk, one would think. A desk of a person who would, ostensibly, see me struggling with luggage and a locked door and get over here and let me in. There is no one at the desk. There is no one in the lobby, period. There is no indication whatsoever that anyone has ever been in the lobby or that this apartment building is in fact an apartment building and not an abandoned shirt factory. Are there even mailboxes? I don't see any in the vestibule. What kind of no-doorman building doesn't have mailboxes in the vestibule? Also, why did I assume this was a doorman building? Why did I figure Talia had amazing digs? Did she even answer me those weeks ago when I asked her if she had room for me? I look back at our texts. She did not answer. But it seemed like a yes to me at the time. What if she lives in a studio and expects me to crash out on the couch? Well, then I guess I will crash on the couch, I realize with some kind of gloomy disappointment. I was imagining at least a bed to myself. Ah well, I'm a grown woman, and a week on a couch 4 feet from the kitchen is kind of a bummer at this stage in my life, but a far smaller bummer than $1,000 hotel bill. And besides, Talia is so fun. Wherever she lives, it will be fun. Think of the zillions of trendy, twee spots I passed on the way to her apartment, after all. An artisan candy bar shop that sells homemade Snickers and creme de menthes. A patisserie prominently displaying a wedding cake made entirely of lemony yellow macarons. A bar designed to look like an ancient dive with a high shine on it that gives its youth away. A chalkboard sign outside, intricately hand-lettered with vintage flair, reads, "Far or near, we drink Blatz beer." And next to it, the ubiquitous cotton sportswear store boasting thong leotards and inexpensive American-made t-shirts cut for the bodies of 5'8" toddlers. I do not need a bed proper to enjoy a week in Brooklyn among the young and beautiful. We are going to have an amazing time. I text Talia. How do I get into your app? There is no immediate reply. Oh well. I guess I will go have a cup of sustainably sourced, frog-safe, hand-roasted, Burground pour-over coffee while I wait for further instructions. It's a good thing I only packed one very small suitcase. 2 cups of $7.50 coffee later, I have not heard from Talia. I also haven't heard from the many other people I texted to pass the time. Nothing from the kids, which makes sense because they should be at Corey's diving meet right now. A thumbs up and the swimmer emoji from John, who is doing same. Nothing from Lena, who has plenty of good reasons not to be sitting by the phone waiting to entertain her lonely, temporarily homeless friend. My neighbor Jackie writes back when I say, "How's it going there?" But all she says is all's fine. Hope you're having fun, so I do not take that as an invitation to chat. I have my e-reader, and I've started and stopped a few different new YA titles, always looking for those unputdownable reads that I think will appeal to my trickier readers, and I've checked the address Talia sent me a few hundred times, and the weather, and the conference information page, and anything else I could think of to pass the time. Now it's getting on in the day, and there's supposed to be a cocktail meet and greet up at the conference in 2 hours. Knowing it could take a full hour just to get there, I am starting to feel nervous. I text Talia again, sending her back the address she sent me in writing. Do I have the right address? I'm sorry I didn't think to figure out the key situation. I guess I assumed you had a doorman. Then I wait 5 minutes and call her. No answer. I leave the calmest possible voicemail and then say, out loud, "Okay. This is bad." And this being New York, no one bats an eye. I collect my things and go back to the building. There is still no doorman, no mailboxes, no buzzers, no way in. I wait 10 minutes. No one so much as walks down this side of the street, much less opens the door. I look harder for a buzzer, planning to start disturbing the neighbors. There is no buzzer. In what universe is there an apartment building with no doorman but also no buzzer? This cannot be the right place. I triple-check the numbers on the door against the numbers Talia sent me. This is the correct address. Could a person get her own address wrong? Could she have given me the wrong street name? Who would do that, though? For the 10th time now I scroll back to our minimal planning. She said to text before I came, I texted. She wrote back telling me to go straight to the apartment and that she'd tell the people downstairs to watch for me. I assumed that meant there would be a doorman. What other people downstairs could there be? Maybe a landlord or super? But there's no basement apartment where such a person would be accessible, and no way to the back of the building that I can see either. Just a locked side door with no window that I presume is for trash removal. Totally stumped, I step to the other side of the street and look up at the building. This is a big, amazing city. People work all kinds of hours. Someone must be home right now. But the windows are all dark, reflecting the city back to me, and on this fine, sunny day, there is no way of knowing who is home. Or if anyone lives here at all. Or what the hell is going on? I call Talia again. This voicemail is a little more panicky. When I hang up, I realize it is time for me to give up on this building and move on to plan B. But what on earth is my plan B? There was one moment after John left, not a long one but a real one, when I thought I was going to die. It was money that did it. Money, a broken tooth, and bedwetting. Joe was 8 years old. He was a late bloomer in everything, so different from Corey, who, after spending a day at her grandmother's farm and playing with older kids from a neighboring farm with no indoor plumbing, asked them why they went into the tiny house with the moon shape cut into the door. They explained quite clearly, I suppose that tinkling in your diaper was for babies, and from that day on she peed in a little potty I had to put outside and rig a top around. I'm not sure what we would have done if it had been winter. A few weeks of that, and she came in, climbed up on the real toilet, pooped, and demanded a cookie, and that was toilet training. Joe, not so much. For Joe I tried all culturally approved methods, including letting him toddle around the house naked from the waist down, which resulted in pee in all rooms of the house except for the bathroom. I had some decent success with bribing him with toy trains, but at night he used to pull up diaper for a year longer than many moms might have tolerated. My mom, especially, was horrified by this, and I remember crying from the disapproval after every visit. Even after all that tolerance, though, when he was finally in big boy underpants and completely housebroken by day, if he got sick, had a nightmare, or drank too much before bed, he'd wake up wet until he was almost 5. Then, 3 years later, his dad disappeared, and Joe took it out on his mattress pad. I was already tired. Corey was so mad all the time. She called me names, said I was ugly and that was why her dad left, said she was ugly and that was why her dad left, said she hoped he would die. After any little normal frustration of life, like a lost shoe or a hard test, she'd rail, and then after 20 minutes she'd let me put my arms around her, and she'd cry and cry. Joe had started sneaking into my bed, coming in silently around 4 a.m., tossing and turning and kicking me after he was out cold again, leaving me to choose between his twin bunk or the couch until the sun came up. We were out of money, but I refused to consider selling the house and was paying old bills out of the modest salary I got from Country Day and then putting new bills on one of 3 low-rate introductory cards I'd taken out the minute I'd realized I could. I hadn't figured out how to be a working single mother yet. I was disorganized and grieving and wouldn't surrender to the situation, too wedded to the idea that this all was temporary, that it was only a matter of time before John appeared back in our lives. So we were surviving, but only just. Then I got a cold. It was just a run-of-the-mill cold, but it was enough to destroy our precious balance. I couldn't get myself to cook after a long day, so we ordered pizza, so we ran up more bills, so we maxed out a card. I was stoned on date call all day and got reprimanded at work, and Corey caught me crying in the car. Then I caught her shoplifting a lipstick. Then Joe started wetting his bed. That added a half hour of awake time to my night, changing sheets and getting him back to bed, and hours of worry to my day. Then while he and I were visiting the child psychologist I couldn't afford to deal with the bedwetting, Corey fell off some friend's longboard and broke one of her front teeth in half. The goddamned moron mother of the friend called 911, of all things, instead of just calling me. It was a chipped tooth in a cul-de-sac 10 minutes from the dentist's office, but now I was paying for an ambulance. Thankfully I was able to meet them at the ER before she was fully checked in. I turned her around, looked her over for other damage, took a pamphlet on concussion, and marched her right out of there before anyone took my credit card. The tooth was repaired, the child psychologist was reassuring, and the ER bills had been narrowly averted. The crisis was over. And yet, around 2 a.m. that night, I had a panic attack that felt like nothing I had ever experienced before. In that moment, I knew I would die. Knew with certainty. Knew if I took one more step ahead in this hard life I had tumbled into, I would collapse. I had to stop everything. I sat up in my bed, wheezing, and the room began to go black. I was in a tunnel of light. The air stopped coming in. I was breathing, but air wasn't reaching my lungs. I tried sniffing in through my nose and felt light. I thought, I am dying. But I didn't feel afraid of that. It was another day like this one that scared me so. Another day like this was just not something I could survive. In the minute, the hour, however long this attack lasted, I made all the plans I could possibly make to escape my situation. My house would sell for enough. My mother would come and watch over the kids until John came back. Maybe I would be brave enough to kill myself for the life insurance. That awful panic that made that seem like the best plan, or maybe I would just run away, as far as I could get, and be alone for the rest of my days and never feel true joy again. In that moment, those were my only two choices. I believed that. I thank God I was so sleep deprived that night, because the only thing that won out over that deathly panic in the end was exhaustion, as well as confusion over which pills to take and whether I had enough to do the job. The next morning, early, I called Lena. I didn't tell her everything, but then, I didn't have to. I said only, "It's too much. I can't." She didn't say, "You can." Better still, she didn't say, "But you have to." She said, "I'll be there in 10 minutes. She put me to bed with half a Benadryl and told me to sleep as much as I possibly could. I was barking orders about the kids, and then she pulled up the covers and said firmly, "Enough." I was so tired I fell asleep the moment she turned out the light. And so when the choices were sleep or die, I slept. I woke up 2 days later. The kids were told I had gotten really tired. They were told they had a new set of chores befitting their new status as equal members of a 3-person household rather than 2 kids and 2 adults. Using one of those teacher-size noteboards, Lena made a list of all the work needing done in a regular household and then asked Joe and Corey to put a tick next to everything they could possibly do. The first 2 were earn money and drive. The kids quickly figured out that since they couldn't do those 2 highly vital tasks, they had better take on a lot of other things. They needed to be asked, and they always waited until 2 hours before allowance time, but they did their fair share from then on out. Lena used a lying around pay stub to sign me up for supplemental nutrition assistance food stamps and gave me a stern lecture about pride. The state started sending me almost $350 to pay for groceries each month. I caught up on my bills, rented out my garage to someone who wanted winter storage for his boat, cancelled our streaming services, sold my stuff, got my shit together, threw a fit until our insurer paid for Joe's therapy, and solved each problem in its turn until the crisis was over. And when it was, I told myself I'd never be as dependent on any one person again as I had been on John. And I never will be. So I'd better think of somewhere to sleep in New York City. Plan B, it turns out, is to forget how to get back to the subway. Once again I am juggling luggage and listening to turn-by-turn directions just to retrace my steps for 6 blocks. When I arrive at the station and am able at last to put away my phone and get myself together, I find myself sort of disappointed in this kinder, gentler New York where no one robbed the slow-moving target I made of myself. Then I wait for the train 10, then 15, then 20 minutes before another packed Manhattan-bound train pulls up to the platform. Just as it does, I realize that I am on the wrong platform, worse, the wrong station to get up to Columbia. And when I finally do straggle into the conference, I will be the dope wheeling my suitcase and wearing stretch pants. I cannot think of how I could possibly get into my cocktail attire between here and there. Even buying a cup of coffee in a Starbucks won't get me the kind of bathroom where I could safely, say, take my shoes off without acquiring several diseases and maybe some cockroaches too. I could look up the location of Talia's offices and try her there, but there's no indication that she'd be there, or is even still alive, and since the magazine she works for is part of an international multimedia conglomerate in Midtown Manhattan, there's no chance of me getting past the front lobby alone. But then I think of the old St. Regis maneuvers Talia and I used to pull. Do I still have what it takes to pull a fast one on a hotel clerk? I guess there's just one way to find out. The only time John and I came to New York together, we stayed the night at a lovely 3-star boutique hotel on the Upper West Side, right on the way to Columbia. It had a gorgeous French bistro with the prettiest, cleanest, sunniest dining room I had ever eaten in, with glass doors in lieu of walls that folded open in the warm afternoons so that tables spilled out onto the sidewalks and the glasses of white wine glinted in the sun. The rooms were a small fortune per night, maybe double the nicest hotel I'd stayed in previously, and there's no way I can swing that cost as a single mother. But I don't need to actually buy a room to attempt a trick I learned from Talia in college. I spent the whole train ride to the Upper West Side working up the guts to try it and simultaneously trying to make myself look like the sort of person who would succeed. After I switch trains twice, I get a seat and dig around in my luggage for lipstick, mascara, and a very expensive gold necklace John bought me when I had Corey. I mess around with my outfit a bit and finally, feeling wildly self-conscious, change into Corey's black slingbacks, stuffing my Dansko clogs into my bag and jamming it shut. Finally I switch my black nylon travel bag out for my ace in the hole, a real, honest-to-God Celine handbag Lena gave me to use for this trip. It's beautiful, rich black leather, lambskin lining, gold chain, and iconic sprawling folded sides, with the stamped logo front and center for good measure. If I succeed, it will be because of this bag. At 79th Street I come up to the street. It is still bright and sunny, though a little less light reaches through all the tall buildings and dense streets than it did in Brooklyn Heights. I put on my Target sunglasses, hope they don't look quite as targety as they probably do, and feel around the 2 blocks for the hotel, hoping it is right where I left it all those years ago. There it is. The bistro is still there, too, with no sign of change. The doors are open, and a few early diners are at the sidewalk tables, enjoying the early evening glow. There's a pleasant buzz about the place. Lots of people are going in and out of the hotel doors. That's exactly as I want it. So here we go. I take in a deep breath and try to channel Jamie Lee Curtis in A Fish Called Wanda. The platonic ideal of a con woman. I push open the door and quickly size things up. Okay, good, 1 person at the desk, a line to check in. This is going to be easier than I thought. I get in the line as if to wait, but I have no intention of reaching the front of the line. I check my watch, which I'm actually not wearing. I sigh loudly and look around. I spot a bellman who is already looking at me. I take my opening. Disculpe, I say. Necesito un favor. He replies in a quick tongue I can barely follow. Apparently I fooled him into treating me like a fluent speaker. That'll teach me. I smile meekly. I'm waiting to check in, but the line is long, and I'm supposed to meet my husband for drinks in 5 minutes. Can I just stow my luggage with you and check in later? Of course, he replies in English. What is your last name? Knowing there's a tiny chance he might try to connect it to a room number, I say, actually, if there's a bathroom I might use first, I'll freshen up quickly and then give you my bag. Could you point the way? The helpful fellow does just that. I rush to the ladies, which of course is beautiful and clean and has all kinds of lovely toiletries. There I turn myself into the most presentable version of me I can be without a shower and dash out. I am wearing a skirt now, and a pretty cap-sleeved rayon blouse that wouldn't wrinkle in an avalanche, and a little lightweight wool blazer. I feel like a person. A librarian person, but still. A person. I am so glad I shaved my legs this morning. 5 minutes later I come back out, find the helpful fellow, give him my bag, and act very rushed. It's easy, because I am in fact very rushed at this point. I tip him $10, and when he asks again for my name, I just holler, just write Sondra on it. Gracias, and rush out the door before he can push the issue. I say Sondra because Sondra is the most elegant name in the world, and anyone named Sandra should be staying in a beautiful hotel like this whenever she travels anywhere. And then I burst out into the sunshine again and mentally give myself a high five and say to the city, "See, New York. I can still handle you. I can still handle you just fine." Chapter 5. Dear Mom, I have a question for you. When you do read this, were you and Dad ever really happy? I look back and I don't remember you guys being especially happy or sad. Now Dad seems incredibly happy, but I'm not sure if it's forced happiness to make us think we're all having tons of fun together or if he's just a happy person or what. And I'm wondering, was he like that when we were all together? Did you guys, dance around the kitchen while you were cooking together or hold hands at the park while Joe and I played or stuff like that? Sorry, I know those are both scenes from movies, but I don't have a ton of real-life married love experience to go on. Trinity's mom is getting another divorce, did I tell you that? Whenever I think my dad is an asshole, I just have to look over at her house and think, could be worse. Sorry, Trinity, but #truth. So I guess I'm asking, did Dad make you happy? Does being in love make you happy? Were you two ever in love? Super easy questions. Brian makes me sort of happy. He's, not that tall, as I've mentioned, but is still very cute, and he compliments me a lot. I like that. Other than that, I'm not so sure about the whole thing. He texts me more than even you do. His texts are moronic. Sup. And then a poop emoji. I don't really want to encourage that. So I don't write back, and then 10 minutes later I get you mad, and another poop emoji. It's almost enough to make me lecture him about the lost art of letter writing, but then I don't, because I am not an almost 40-year-old librarian. Unlike some people. When I started hanging out with Brian, he seemed interesting. He had a lot of smart things to say about school and our futures. I was talking about colleges which ones had scholarships and good loans. He said we had to shape our dreams around the world as it would be, not as it was. Which at first, And then he talked about how his dad went to school for being a newspaper reporter and he took out a ton of college loans, and then when he graduated there weren't any more newspapers left and now he hates his life, and how the most important thing is we don't mortgage our futures to the past. So that's interesting, right? You love your job, as you never stop telling us, but will there even be any libraries by the time I graduate from college? We talked for hours about other dying jobs, like writer or cab driver or mail carrier or store owner. We talked about a future where we just read social media posts in self-driving cars, and when we need something, we print it out on our 3D printers. So right, that's Brian. A few weeks of kind of cool futurist theorizing, and then, the second I agreed to go out with him, poop emojis. Today I tried to get him into another one of his interesting conversations, and the whole time he was trying to make out, and then he said, forget the future. We have to live in the now, and I was like, get off me. But what can I do, Mom? You go into summer with a boyfriend, you are stuck with him until September, unless you want to be the third wheel for the rest of the entire summer. And I know that sounds heartless, but I had high hopes for Brian, and I don't want to stay home every night while everyone else is coupled up. Trinity is madly in love with Dane, so we can forget about seeing anything besides the back of her head until that wears off. I guess if they break up, I'll have a single friend and I won't have to worry about being a social pariah, but if they don't, it's so nice to have a plus one, and when we're together, we do have fun, even if his texts are a drag. Plus, Brian is a good kisser. Added benefit, Dad is going to absolutely hate him. Love. Your heartless daughter, Corey. The Great Hall of Columbia's main library is a crush. The American Library Educators Association has many smaller events all over the country, but this is one of the big ones, popular because of the fun destination, well attended because of grants for rural and urban teachers alike to stay on top of media trends. It attracts everyone from young MLS candidates to grizzled vets who are already collecting their pensions but just can't quit the lifestyle. I fall squarely in the middle: decent credentials and a plum job at a spendy school, but no academic chops like the herd of PhDs who get invited personally. This evening's event is sponsored by a publisher of early reader material, so there are familiar recurring character cardboard cutouts all over the room. Many grade school teachers are posing next to Flat Stanley, setting down their plastic cups of wine first so they can post the resulting pictures in their offices. For elementary school librarians, a picture of yourself with Flat Stanley is about as close as you can get to full-on street cred. There are passed trays of food, and I position myself near the door. The caterers first come through and try to eat my weight in tiny quiches so I can have a glass of wine without toppling over. While I snarf, I review the program that was tucked into the gift tote the publisher's PR youth handed me when I registered. All the while, I constantly check my phone. Nothing from Talia. I am starting to imagine scenarios where she was hit by a cab on the way to work. I know this is a ridiculous worry. Talia is famously scattered and disorganized and probably just put her phone down somewhere and hasn't noticed it's missing yet, but I still find myself trying to figure out what the hell I should do if I don't hear from her by the time the event ends in a few hours. Call hospitals. Check with her mom back in Ohio? I don't have the first idea of where I would start tracking her down. It is while I am juggling my phone, my conference brochure, and two crab tartlets that a woman comes up to me and tells me loudly, "You're doing it wrong." I look up and drop the brochure and then the phone. The tartlets, obviously, I save at all costs. The woman is a tall, imposing character with the face of a Disney villainess. Her nose comes to a sharp point that actually threatens me. "Am I in your way?" I ask, because I have no idea what else to say, and I'm kind of spooked. She laughs, and her eyes soften as she picks up my phone for me. "Here, you eat those, I'll hold this." Obediently, I stuff a tart in my mouth and free up a hand to take back my phone. "You're supposed to guzzle the free wine first, before it runs out, and then gobble up the tiny food," the stranger says, gesturing with her head to her own glass of red. "And you're not supposed to look at that stupid brochure. It doesn't have the important information in it." I tilt my head at her. "What is the important information?" "The most important information is how few of the boring conference courses you can go to and still get your continuing ed credits. Like, for example, there are 2 guest speakers at this party, so even though there is free booze and food, it counts just as much as it would to go to 2 sessions early tomorrow morning, where they only serve weak coffee and bananas." I frown. "I am teaching an early session here tomorrow morning." "Oh, I see," I say. "That explains why it's so crowded." "Don't tell me you came for the speakers," she says, her voice warm and teasing at once. "Well, I missed dinner due to some logistical snafus, so I'd have to say I came for the crab tartlets," I say. "But after I get some more food in my stomach, I will be most interested in the speakers, yes." "You're the model citizen," she says. "Or you just need some wine." I'm Catherine. From Chicago Public Schools, and I don't know another living soul here, but largely these attendees look about as fun as a rainy day in Cleveland. Have you ever seen so many embroidered polos? White or red? "Red, please," I say. "Nice to meet you. I'm Amy Byler. From Pennsylvania." "Be right back, Amy Byler." While Catherine fetches me a glass of wine, I check my phone one last time. I send a text and a Facebook message to Talia and call it out of my hands for the rest of the night. If I don't hear from her by the end of the evening, or what? I guess I'll find a Days Inn. Even the swankiest city in the nation must have a Days Inn. It will probably cost me a month's grocery budget, but what else can I do? Maybe I can try for reimbursement from school when I get home. I am just putting the useless phone away when Catherine returns. Kids, she asks me as I take the generous glass of wine she brought back. I teach in a K-12 private school, I begin. But I do adolescents. No, I mean, do you have kids? She interrupts. Oh. I nod. Yes. 2 kids, both in the upper school. 1 girl, 1 boy. The girl does. I have 2 children in diapers, Catherine interrupts again. 1-year-old and almost 3. Both boys. Both hellions. I haven't been out of my house without at least one of them clinging to some part of my body since the first one was conceived. Until today. Let me tell you, I have had more complete thoughts in the last 3 hours than I had in the previous 3 years. Do you know how many people's butts I've wiped at this conference so far? 0 butts. And I will wipe 0 butts for the next 3 days. Well, I will be responsible for my own butt. Unless there is a bidet in the hotel room. How great would that be? Still, 1 butt is a third as many butts as I usually have to wipe, so this is the greatest weekend of my life. I remember those days, I tell her wistfully. Tell me it gets easier, she says. You did this. You haven't driven your car off a cliff yet. I nod. It gets so much easier, I tell her. My teenagers are totally potty trained, for one. She laughs. And you will come to get to know their personalities and really like them, I go on. That takes a little while, but it happens. Then things get progressively less intense. They start dressing themselves and entertaining themselves and feeding themselves, and then one day they are in driver's ed scaring you out of your wits. And abandoning you to hang out with your common-law ex-husband, I add silently. That is very good to hear, she says. You're in the thick of it, I say. Right now, my idiot husband is in the thick of it, she says. I told him, you put these babies inside me, now you are going to keep them alive all by yourself while I drink myself silly and dine out on world cuisine and sleep in until 9 a.m. every day and watch Golden Girls repeats on the hotel cable. I smile. That is an excellent plan. Thank you. Why are you here? What do you mean? I ask. Are you running away from your kids too? Oh. No. Well, no. I mean, no, definitely not. If anything, they're running away from me, I finally finish. What do you mean? Well, I take a swig of wine and try to decide how much to tell this vivacious, friendly, but definitely evil-looking woman. My ex-husband has been out of the country for a while, and he came back to spend a week with them. So I had nothing else to do. Oh my God. You are the luckiest woman in the world. I laugh. I can see why you'd say that. So you'll be spending an entire week in New York with no kids. That's like my wildest dream. You're living the dream. Where are you staying? I inhale. I'm not entirely sure, I start. I am definitely staying with a friend from college after the conference is over. But tonight I haven't been able to reach her. So I think I need to find a hotel. You don't have a hotel reservation? I shrug, acting like I'm not shot through with panic over this myself. It's New York. Lots of hotel rooms. Lots of tourists too. I force a confident smile. Something will pan out. Hotels here are so expensive. I take a drink of my wine. I'm starting to feel pretty freaked out. Does tonight end with me cowering on a park bench until dawn? What time is the first speaker tonight? I ask my frightening new friend. She looks at a pretty gold watch that dangles on her bony wrist. 30 more minutes until the first one. It's that author who wrote the first 20 Dum-Dum Doofus Dork Facebooks. Groan. I can't help but agree. Tonight is the night the publisher gets to trot out the jewels in their literary crown, but this particular jewel is more akin to a thorn in the side of every early literacy instructor. She gets a lot of kids interested in reading, I say charitably. HMPH, says Catherine. Reading about farts. I cough on my wine. And boogers, I add, when I have my breath back. Who else is tonight, again? I ask, because somehow despite staring at that stupid program 5 minutes ago, I cannot keep the many keynotes that this conference offers straight. It's last year's Library Educator of the Year. The hot one, she adds gleefully. I didn't realize there were hot library educators, I admit. You mean besides the two of us? Catherine laughs gaily. Yes, this is that super hot guy from the inner city who dangerous-minded all the kids into reading Shakespeare in 4K or something. I nod because this is vaguely familiar. It wasn't Shakespeare. It was Bradbury, and they were 6th graders, but they were reading above grade level by the end of one semester. So it's pretty astonishing. She nods. Plus he's super hot. You'll see. Oh. Are you single? It sounded like you were single. I wonder if Hot Educator of the Year is single. How do we find out? Maybe they'll say when they introduce him. Our Hot Educator of the Year studied at Caltech, specializes in ELL coaching, and loves long walks on the beach. Heh, says Catherine. Perfect. Then we just have to do your star charts, and we're set. Catherine, I say slowly. Would you mind saving a seat for me for the dum-dum lady? I am starting to have flop sweats over my hotel situation. She smiles obligingly. I wouldn't mind one bit. You're my only friend here, after all, she says teasingly, and I have to laugh that a woman who looks so much like the bitch boss from a rom-com is so delightfully chummy. One friend is all you need if she's standing close enough to the crap tarts, I say. I'm going to make some phone calls and find you before the keynote start. Hopefully it won't take long to get myself a bed for the night. If you strike out, there's always the Hot Educator of the Year, she says with a wave. I'm sure he'd be happy to share. I call the Upper Manhattan Days Inn. I call 3 other nearby places with similarly low star ratings. These places are all booked. It is Friday, after all, and they are very sorry, but did I realize a library convention was in town? I start calling affordable-sounding places in Lower Manhattan, and they, too, are booked. A bloggers convention. A nursing convention. A convention for conventionees. It's the first weekend of summer in the most fantastic city in the world, and all the people on budgets in the entire United States, nay, the world are in town right now, and they made reservations. There are no hotel rooms in my price range. I check to see if I can still get an online deal, but no luck, the sites don't let you book day of rooms after 6 p.m. I look at the train schedule to see if I can get back home tonight. Nope, last train leaves in 4 minutes. I text Talia again. All illusion of being cool and all hope of not being a pest are gone, so I just send a message that reads, SOS homeless, and stare at the screen for 2 minutes, waiting for 3 dots that show she might respond to my message. There are no 3 dots. I call the offices of her magazine. I slowly type her last name into the directory and then go straight into her voicemail. Finally, desperate, I call the Hotel La Provence. After all, my luggage has been enjoying their hospitality for hours now. Maybe I can live like the other half, just for one night. I can always get a part-time job to pay it off later. Maybe it's time I learned to be a fry cook. Hello, I say, sounding as stilted as I feel, when a human answers and thanks me for calling the Hotel La Provence. I'm wondering if you have any rooms free for tonight. Oh yes, I'm sure we can find you something, says the friendly feminine human. 2 doubles or a king? I don't care, as I can't afford either, so I say, "What rates are available?" "Rates?" says the voice. "No special rates at the moment, I'm afraid." "Well, there might be a fill rate. Could you please hold?" I hold. I try to imagine numbers she might say. If she says less than $150, I will just do it, because I need to sleep somewhere. But what if she says more? Then I guess I will just do it, still, but it will hurt. She comes back on the line. "Wonderful news," she says. "We do have a king room available, and it's at our lowest available rate, which is 30% less than our regular rate. Would you like me to book it?" I say. "How much?" I hear typing. "Before taxes and fees, it only comes to $270 per night." My brain statics out, and I audibly moan. If I have to stay there for all 3 days of the conference, I will be out $800 on hotel bills I wasn't expecting to pay. That is many, many pizza nights with my kids, many trips to Wegmans, a whole week of sleepaway camp per child. I do not want to spend it on a stupid hotel room in stupid New York. I will only be in the hotel for a few hours, and most of them asleep. This situation makes me so mad. "I'll take it," I say. "Very good. And when would you like to check out?" she asks politely, as though I haven't just groaned into the phone like a sexual predator. "Tomorrow, thanks," I say. "Okay, one night, then, and what credit card would you like to use for the reservation?" Then it hits me. Credit card. John's credit card. Which he gave me for emergencies. This is an emergency, I think out loud. "Sorry, did you say an emergency? Do you need me to call someone?" No, sorry, just hang on and let me get my card." I read her John's credit card number, she tells me the total, and I flinch again and then try to make myself laugh. This is what the card was for, right? For emergencies. John told me to use it. I bet he didn't think I'd put $300 on it, but so what? Screw that guy. He owes me way more than that in emotional damages. Still, will he be angry? Will I have to apologize when I get back home, or worse, pay him back? But I can't know the answers to any of those questions, so I read out the card information and pray for the best. Just before I hang up, I tell her to put the reservation under the name Sandra Sawyer because that way it will match my luggage, and also because that is the most elegant name in the world, as mentioned. After all, Amy Byler does not stay in the Hotel La Provence. But Sandra Sawyer does, using her ex-husband's American Express. And she might even order room service. What I wake up to the next morning is not real life. It is Sandra Sawyer life. I am lying in a sumptuous king bed with beautiful pressed cotton linens, down pillows, and a coverlet that smells faintly of lavender. Next to me on the marble-topped nightstand is a bottle of Perrier, and in a matter of minutes someone will be knocking on my door with a hot breakfast. And they're here now. I grab a hotel-provided robe, noting with great pleasure the way it perfectly matches the hotel-provided slippers and hotel-provided sleep mask, and throw it over my worn t-shirt and Jamie pants and open the door. I feel like a princess in a fairy tale. Yesterday I was scrubbing mildew out of a teenage girl's swim cap. Today a smiling young man has brought me breakfast, and is setting it up now on my bed. There's a carafe, an entire carafe, of coffee, and pastries and freshly squeezed juice and artisanal bacon and perfectly poached eggs over asparagus, and I think I have died and gone to heaven. Within moments I am alone again with this feast, and I simply cannot believe my good fortune. I settle back into bed, pull the tray of food close, and then, in an act that would earn either of my kids a lecture, I turn on the TV and eat to the soothing nonsense of a network morning show. I do not know which I find more delicious, the food, the hotel room, or just knowing that I do not have to rush. I linger over every bite, reminding my body how to chew, how to taste, how to breathe and eat in turn. I pour tiny cups of coffee, add just the perfect amount of cream, and drink them one by one, while they are hot. I have no one to drive anywhere, no missing items to find, no breakfasts to make and then be criticized for. I am not party to a confusing conversation about something a child promised to bring to school in 20 minutes but did not yet procure. I do not have to brush my teeth while peeing, because I have time to do each task separately, and no one is waiting for me to finish in the bathroom. This is sweet, sweet paradise. The only task I must accomplish in the next 3 hours is to get myself back to Columbia to teach my presentation. E-reader anthologies for the next generation of passionate readers is what I called it. Not very snappy, and if Catherine was right last night, I'll have a nice, manageably small crowd, put forth my little concept, and then spend the rest of the day in other people's presentations, learning how to be better at a job I love. For lunch, maybe Thai food. Eaten alone, with a book. My God! Sweet peace. Why didn't I do this years ago? Because of my kids, of course. But why then did I ever have kids? Laughing at myself, I grab my phone and text a picture of my still not empty coffee cup to Corey and Joe. Breakfast in bed. Your mom could get used to this. Don't get any ideas, pops back Corey right away. Good. It is 7 a.m., and she is awake. There is consistency happening. I text John. How is it going? He writes back right away too, same as it was last night at 10 p.m. Corey's leaving in 10 for chlorine breakfast. This is what her summer swim coach calls the crack of dawn practices they have in the outdoor community pool during the summer, and Joe and I are going to watch her swim and then have actual breakfast. With fruit, I text back. Aye, capital. Do lime Jolly Ranchers count as fruit? Tongue sticking out. I send back the thumbs down emoji because I know I'm being annoying and I don't think he needs to remind me that I'm being annoying. Being annoying is a huge part of a parent's job description, and he would know that if he had been around once or twice in the last few years. He responds by calling me. Sorry for the snark, he says when I pick up. Keep sending the tips, I need them. There. That's better. I soften back into the bed. Are you guys having fun? I ask him. So much fun. Last night we each picked one of our own favorite movies and did a marathon, talking through what we loved. Joe can really put away the popcorn. It was a good icebreaker. I already feel like I have a better grasp on who they are. Miles to go, of course. I feel a twinge of jealousy, then look back at my breakfast spread and my beautiful hotel room. Sweet peace, I remind myself. No dishes, no rushing, no chlorine breakfast. What did the kids pick? I ask, privately making my own guess. Joe picked Empire Strikes Back, his favorite of all the Star Wars movies. And Corey, disgusting brute that she is, picked Wedding Crashers. Anchorman? Maybe Bridesmaids. Joe picked Raiders of the Lost Ark. I was kind of surprised. It's weird to think of him as a little innocent kid and then see him cheering when Nazi faces melt off. I mean, that is a great part of the movie. But it's so grown up. Just another reminder that I have a lot of catching up to do. Huh. Okay, I was pretty close there. Steven Spielberg instead of George Lucas, but same star, same vintage, same genre. What did Corey pick? I ask. Do you even have to guess? The Notebook. My God. I guess it has to happen to every teenage girl at some point. The Notebook. I repeat dumbly. When she and I watched that together, we made fun of it non-stop. Why is Ryan Gosling so against shirts? Can't all this be fixed with a couple of reasonable conversations? Why don't they just go inside and kiss where it's dry? The romance we both love is Notting Hill. I'm just a girl standing in front of a boy mother-daughter swoonfest. Or so I thought. She sort of clutched her heart and teared up at the end. I don't get it. I catch myself, not wanting to admit this is total news to me. What about you? I ask. Maybe to be polite. Maybe because I want to know. Oh, that's easy. MILF's Take Manhattan. It's a classic, have you seen it? Please be joking. I'm joking. I didn't do my actual favorite, since it's extremely and you and I hadn't discussed it first. I did Fletch. Funny and dumb and old enough that there's no way they'd seen it already. Fletch. Good call. What was your actual favorite? No, wait, I know, don't I? It's been years. You might have forgotten. No Country for Old Men, I announce. Yep. A movie about manhood. Sometimes I think I didn't watch it enough before I left you guys. I drop my fork. Am I annoyed or pleased to hear him show contrition? Either way, it makes me incredibly uncomfortable. I'm trying to enjoy my breakfast here. Sorry. The point is we are all doing great. Keep enjoying yourself, and stop worrying about the kids so much. Yep. Because I'm going to be the first mother in the history of the entire universe who stops worrying about her kids when she's told to. Fair enough. Worry your heart out. But we're good. I nod. Yeah, I say miserably, it sounds like you are. After we say goodbye, I look down at my breakfast and feel 10 times less smug about it. It's just breakfast. I could fix it for myself any day of the week, and it would probably cost 10 times less. I have a nice bedroom at home too. I could take a nice breakfast up to my nice bedroom in my nice house while my nice kids are still sleeping if I want to eat in bed so badly. Of course, then I would be the one washing the dishes. And washing my sheets to get the bacon grease off of them. Still. Then my kids would be with me, not off with a man who feels in many ways like both my long-lost best friend and a total stranger. The John the First married never ever showed regret for anything he did. It just wasn't in his coding. I saw it as confidence at first, but like in all long-term partnerships, what first drove me wild came to drive me nuts. I learned that small setbacks, a career dip, a few nights of bad sleep felt personal to him and were anyone's fault but his. I found that under the veneer of self-assuredness was a small but dangerous current of entitlement. I discovered that when life got well and truly hard, and it did get hard, almost unbearably hard, about 2 years before he left, John had no idea how to cope. He certainly didn't know how to ask for help or say he was sorry. Post-Hong Kong John has done nothing but. Which makes me wonder, is he a new man, with his contrition and his sudden interest in parenting and his in case of emergencies credit card? Oh shit, the credit card. I forgot to warn him about the exorbitant cost of my housing in New York. And I still haven't heard from Talia, so there's no end in sight. My God, what if I don't hear from her for the entire week? Is that a possibility? What then? Do I just go home with my tail between my legs and admit I don't have a week's vacation in me? My phone rings just as I'm falling down the rabbit hole of rumination, and I flail for it excitedly. Maybe it's Talia. Or it's the kids. Or it's John saying the kids are missing. I look at the screen. It's an 888 number. Cripes, I had too much coffee. I tap the answer button and listen for what I expect will be a robocall from my pharmacy or something. Hello, says a relaxed, sexy robot lady voice. This is the fraud prevention department for your Paws American Express Pro Gold family card. Please hold for a representative. Oh. Of course. Using a new card in a new city for an expensive hotel. Guess I have to verify it's really me. A woman comes on the line, her voice low and friendly. She introduces herself as Marlene and asks to verify the last 4 digits of my social security number and secret code word, which I guess is presto because that is what John always picks. And then she tells me that my account has been flagged because of suspicious activity. Oh, I say cheerily. Nothing suspicious here. I'm staying in New York for the week. Marlene cuts me off. Actually, the charges are coming from multiple locations. So I'm going to review them with you, and if the charge is legitimate, say okay. Okay, I say, slightly confused. I'm thinking this call would be better suited to John, who must be using the card in Pennsylvania, but maybe it's just a matter of going through the motions. Go ahead. The first charge is for a Hotel La Provence, 7 to 9th Street, New York, New York. The charge says King Deluxe accommodation, $292.40. Charged at 6:45 p.m. yesterday, Eastern Time. Yes, that's right. And then the next charge was at 10:44 p.m. Eastern. The charge says Sphinx Hair Removal Salon, 2 Wellington Street, Central Hong Kong, in the amount of $92.65. Aha! John was definitely not getting waxed in Hong Kong yesterday. I'm pretty sure my kids would have mentioned it. And then the one after that is the Hotel La Provence again, hospitality, $26 charged at 7:02 this morning. Okay, that one is definitely legitimate. I'm not so sure about the other. Let me think of what it could be. And here is the last charge, adorablesgifts.com women's fashion, $482.96. It's an online store, but the ordering address came from a Hong Kong IP number, according to our fraud prevention department. Was this charge made by a cardholder on your account? No, definitely not. Well, wait. Hang on, I say, and try to puzzle this out. John definitely is in PA with my kids. I'm in New York. Did John order something online from Hong Kong? Since my laptop is in reach, I grab it and type in adorablesgifts.com. Up comes the most elaborate, exotic lingerie I've ever seen in sizes I will never be. It is the pictures of the gorgeous young models that make the penny drop. Marlene? I ask cautiously. Do you know how many cards have been issued to this account? Yes, she says. 2 cards. One in your husband's name and one in yours. My heart sinks. Do you have the shipping address for the flag charge? Yes, It's going to a Ms. Marika show. Then, I guess I think about telling her that the charges are fake. That the card should be cancelled and Marika show should be hoisted on her own expensively waxed petard. But instead I say, I'm sorry for the confusion. The charges are all legitimate. I sigh. Is there a way to put a note on the account that we'll be using our cards in different locations for a little while? I ask her. Of course, It's simply protocol that we flag an account if it's being used in a new location, like New York, while still being used in the previous location, where it's been in service for a few years. Now that we've checked it out, you won't be bothered by us again. Thank you, Marlene, I say as nicely as possible, because it is not Marlene's fault John is still keeping his well. She must be 33 by now, his 33-year-old bit on the side waxed and laced up just waiting for his return. I sink back into the bed and wrinkle up my face, trying not to cry. Marika Show is the woman John took up with after me. I must have online stalked her for an entire year straight before Lena found out what I was up to and got me to stop. All I know about her is that she works at his company and lives in Hong Kong, and her social media use is exclusively related to French bulldogs and Yorkshire terriers. Somehow I had come to the conclusion that their relationship was long dead. But why? Why did I assume that they were broken up? Maybe because I thought that was why John came home. Maybe I thought he wanted me back. Of course I thought that. What an idiot I've been. Look at me. I'm as far as a human woman can get from professionally waxed and decked out in high-end lingerie. I'm soft and mum-shaped, in an old t-shirt, eating carbs in bed with a novel and CBS on TV in the background. In no universe would a man leave his gorgeous mistress for this. No, he's just getting a week of parenting out of the way before he goes right back to business as usual. And to think I felt guilty for taking his credit card. While he has been buying Marika $500 worth of black teddies and marabou slippers this whole time. I punch my pillow, throw off my covers, and stalk to the shower. Breakfast in bed is officially ruined. I'm going to take an angry shower and get angry dressed and storm up to Columbia and try to focus on my very important presentation, even though I am full of fury over my duplicitous ex-husband who isn't even my ex-husband, and then I'm going to... The phone rings again. My traitorous heart lifts. It must be John calling to explain. Maybe he broke up with Marika but didn't have the heart to take away her credit card. Or maybe she stole a card from him when he left. Or maybe it's Talia. You're alive, I say angrily. Anger is spilling out all over. I have to think Talia deserves a smattering of it. Barely. And then I see your messages, and OMG, I nearly started crying. I'm so sorry, she starts. I can't believe you were homeless last night. You found a hotel. Tell me you found a hotel. I found a hotel. And then I put it on my ex's credit card. And then I just got a call from the credit card company verifying $500 worth of waxing and lingerie purchased by someone in Hong Kong. Someone 33 and size 2, and oh my god, that bleeping bleep hole. Talia has the good sense to remain quiet for a moment. He has my kids right now. That bleep hole has my kids. Talia gently interrupts. You have John's credit card? I take a beat. I do. I mean, you see the opportunity for revenge here, right? Anger is quickly replaced by shock. I could never do that. No. Of course not. You're a good, kind, thoughtful, and honorable person. Well, I say, because I'm not feeling any of those things right now. Thank you. I am less of those things, she says. Keep that in mind in case you have the urge to accidentally leave the card lying around in my apartment. In spite of my mood, I laugh. I absolutely will. And honestly, I'm in a gorgeous hotel on the Upper West Side, and I just finished up breakfast in bed on his dime, I tell her. So I guess things aren't all bad. Maybe tonight, instead of checking out, I'll buy an in-room movie and not even watch it. You wicked woman. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Can I come stay with you tonight? No. Because I can't get back into my apartment until Sunday night. Apparently there was a little murder. What now? See, I have kind of a good excuse for screwing you over last night. I am beginning to understand that. What happened? It's a long story. Key point is that the murder itself did not happen to anyone I know, and it did not happen in my apartment. Thank goodness for that, I say, feeling very much like a small-town bumpkin. But my phone was in the apartment at the time of the slaying. I forgot it at home and was out all day on location, and then I couldn't get any of the dummies to let me in to retrieve it until this morning. I guess there was, forensic evidence in the hallways. I was like, who do I have to kill to get my phone back? And let me tell you, that one dropped like a stone with all those super serious beat cops. I laugh again, more of the rage trickling away. So how long do you have to stay away, and where are you staying? Oh, you know. There's a guy. Really? A serious guy? Talia just answers by laughing. Let's just say that I'll be glad when I can get back home on Sunday. Does this mean I can still stay with you after the conference? Yes. I swear on a stack of my own magazines that you can count on me for housing from Sunday on. How long are you staying? 2 months. I laugh. Try a week. I do have children, remember? And they do have a father, remember, she quips back. Oops, art direction starts now. Ciao. Bye. I say, but the phone gives its 3 bloop 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 hang-up tones while I say it. Which is fine because my brain has pretty much short-circuited in the last 20 minutes, and I have no idea what I was even going to do next. Oh shit. The presentation. I look at the clock and see I have 30 minutes to get showered, dressed up, and to Columbia. It's going to take a small miracle to get there on time. A miracle, or a cab. Luckily I have plenty of room on this credit card for cab fare. Chapter 6. Dear Mom. Dad gave me $300. In cash. He told me to use it to buy clothes and go on dates with Brian. Mom. He is the worst. I'm using the money. Is that cool with you? I will buy a book, too, just to be sure. Love. Your money-grubbing daughter, Corey. Cabs are wonderful things because they give you time to do your makeup in transit. I don't wear much, why bother? I look like a mom no matter what I do, so it's just lipstick, moisturizer, and mascara, and I feel truly gussied up. I've got my presentation on my laptop, and it's a good one. One I'm pretty invested in, actually. It addresses a problem that I noticed cropping up when I started with a class that had a higher than usual number of what educators like to call reluctant readers. Not every student, not even every bright student, comes to books like a thirsty camel to an oasis. And generally speaking, English teachers and librarians have no personal experience with reluctance toward reading. If we weren't voracious readers, we would be teaching social studies or even, doing a job that pays well. So typically there's this sort of unintentional downgrading of students who don't gobble up every reading assignment thrown their way. I know because I got caught with my pants down on this very issue. With, of all people, my own daughter. Corey was never supposed to be my student. That was kind of a big deal to me. I'm a librarian, not a classroom teacher, so it seemed utterly reasonable that even at our very small private school, I should not be personally responsible for grading my own offspring at any point. But the reading curriculum in Corey's 7th grade English class, a curriculum I personally had designed for the school, was kicking her butt. Every night, the homework was reading a chapter and journaling about it. And every night she would whine, procrastinate, wheedle, and do everything but read her chapter. I couldn't figure it out. The book Lord of the Flies wasn't hard reading. In fact, Corey was in the lowest reading group for her age, so it was the easiest choice available without dropping back a grade. The subject matter was relatable to a 7th grader. It was a classic that every kid read, and in fact, lots and lots of my students really connected to it. I asked Corey what was up with this behavior, and she said the words that drive ice into the hearts of librarians around the world: "Sorry, Mom, but I just hate reading." It was a dark day. The next morning I felt like the gauntlet had been thrown. It was the day of the week that I had opened books as study hall when several kids who had tested into the lowest level reading groups came in and diligently slaved away at, for example, Romeo and Juliet, knowing full well that their friends in the next room over were breezing through Hamlet. It was through their eyes that I saw our dilemma. There was stigma to low reading levels, despite our euphemisms, and no other way of challenging many different students at the same time than to assign leveled reading. I started pulling titles from our new releases shelf and combing through them. They were generally way too easy to be considered scholarly. No one, not even the Romeo readers, would be making any literary progress on half these books. But they might enjoy them. They might even become engaged with them. Was that nothing? The Hamlet readers, they would probably only be challenged by a fourth of them. The Othellos would be almost bored if the content weren't so fun and juicy. And what made them juicy? They all had such wonderfully youthful themes. Search for identity. Science fiction and speculation. social justice, rebellion. In fact, those were the exact themes I had been trying to stress in my choice of the school's reading canon. But thinking of Corey, I realized somewhere I had gone wrong. I stewed over it for weeks. During that time, Corey made it through Lord of the Flies, rebellion, speculation, and started wading through the good earth, identity, social justice. She took absolutely no joy in any of this reading. She began to internalize her position at the bottom of the lowest level reading group and to describe herself as a bad reader. Her for fun reading weepy YA romances generally started to taper off. This was the end, I suddenly realized. This was my last chance. And then in a burst of inspiration it came to me, fully formed and all at once. I had figured out how to make the leveled reading groups virtually invisible to the students by making them group themselves by choice. And I had the perfect guinea pig, my very own daughter. I click onto the next PowerPoint slide. It's a picture of Corey gazing into the screen of a small dedicated black and white e-reader. I've just told a lecture hall full, okay, not full, but pretty close for 9 a.m. of library science people, how I came to the idea of something I've come to call the flexology. Everyone is listening. Clutching their coffees from the hospitality table for dear life, but still listening. So at this point I thought of the themes that were most meaningful to my students, picked the most popular 4, and chose 4 books for each theme. 1 is below grade level, 2 are at grade level, and 1 exceeds grade level. Now, if you want to do this in your classroom, you want your spread to be the same as the spread of your actual students. So if 50% aren't reading at or near grade level, then maybe pick 2 below or 2 above or whatever makes sense for your class. I look at the large clock in front of me. It's taking me so long to describe this thing. I only have half an hour left to show my results and take questions. I know I'm supposed to hate public speaking, according to all librarian cliches, but once I get going it's hard for me to stop. Right. So you've got your 16-book selection right there, all loaded up on the class e-readers ready to go. Perfect, right? And then from there you present the e-readers to your students and assign the first chapter or 15 pages or whatever is most reasonable for your readers from each of the books within your given theme. And at that point, that's all that's unlocked on the e-readers you distribute, so even if they want to read on, they simply cannot until you go forward. Each student selects his or her favorite work and is grouped with the other readers who chose the same work, and then they study that book for the rest of the unit. And boom, just like that, reading group levels become invisible. Students are reading at the interest and ability level that best suits them, and they are invested since they chose the book and maybe even the theme themselves. A hand shoots into the air. "Excuse me," a man says before I can call on him, and for a moment I have to remember that these are adults, not children, and I cannot therefore tell him to wait for his turn. But why wouldn't students just all gravitate toward the easiest book? I shrug. I don't know exactly what the mechanics are, but they haven't done that at my school. Here, this next slide I click over to a spiderweb graph Joe had to help me make shows the way the student choices were distributed over 4 flexology units I ran last year. As you can see, the reading levels were pretty evenly distributed among the 3 choices. In Unit 2, only 3 students out of 29 chose the higher level titles, but then, in Unit 2, the state testing results for that class report only 10% of classmates reading above grade level. So self-selected reading levels, at least in this small sample, worked. The interrupter looks satisfied. My next slide is a list of titles for the 4 units. This shows which titles I chose and the number of students who chose each as compared to standardized testing results for the class. This illustrates the second benefit of the flexology. Not only do we get kids invested in their own reading choices and teach them how to pick books for the rest of their lives, but we also get data on what works for kids as generations change. The next person with a question raises his hand and waits. I look at him, a square-jawed 40-something man with Asian features and brown skin. I believe this is someone Catherine would call a potential hot librarian of the year. Do you have a question or comment? I ask him. I do, he says. I was loving this idea, but when you listed the titles you chose, my heart sank. Maybe they're fine for a private school in farm country. But I teach in New York. My readers are generally the perfect storm of reluctant and underserved. We're talking 3 levels below grade sometimes, and with a social distrust of academics. You've got a list of dead white guys a mile long writing about repressed feelings and politics. My kids won't give 2 shits. Pardon my French. The class laughs, and I blush. I feel, suddenly, incredibly white and incredibly daft. Then I remind myself I had the same concern and was faced with the stark reality. Now, here's the major downside of the flexology system, I say. Since it's just a wild hair from a private school librarian in farm country, my questioner gives me a polite nod at my reference to his dig and not, say, funded by $1 million NEA grant. I had to choose only from books in the public domain, books with no copyright that are free to download. It's not a ton to go on. My students are largely wealthy and yes, they have e-readers from the school, but even so, there's no way I can afford to purchase 16 new e-books for 30 readers every 2 months and then just dump half the books unread. Expense-wise, private or public, almost all of us have budgets for only 1 active copyright at a time for each student, that's if we're lucky. And it's the same book year in and year out. That hardly allows for any variety or growth. But that said, I add as an afterthought, it wouldn't be so hard to put any book into this format, if you could afford it. The hot librarian tilts his head. So you're guessing this system can work with any books, but you need a huge budget to include anything relevant to a diverse student body, he concludes. Or a medium budget and a very forgiving publisher, I say woefully. Bummer, he says. But maybe still worth a try? I say. Maybe, he says reluctantly. The rest of the class goes on. I get lots of very enthusiastic questions and come away feeling generally like the flexology idea could work in oodles and oodles of classrooms. But the concerns hot librarian presented linger on as I receive one-on-one questions from the shy contingent after the presentation is over. This being a librarians' conference, there is a large shy contingent. And then there he is again. The hot librarian. Standing a head taller than me and waiting patiently for his turn. I feel nervous and fairly sure that whatever question he might have for me next will be the one that breaks me. But instead he says, "Hi, I'm Daniel." "Hi. I'm Amy," I say. "I know," he says, and I blush. "I'd like to buy you a cup of coffee," he tells me. Now I really blush. "Real coffee," he says, dismissing the tureen of institutional dishwater on the hospitality table. "Maybe something sweet too." I can't think of what to say, so I half smile awkwardly. "Are you doing anything right now?" "Am I? What was next?" "Oh, right, a roundup of new non-fiction for young readers." Behind us, the pain lists are already taking their places. Soon the hot librarian and I will be standing in the middle of the next presentation. I start to say. "I'm also free at 2 p.m. today, if that works better," he supplies. I think. "We'd probably better get out of the way here," he says, and he touches my arm. I freeze up like an old desktop that's been asked to run too many programs at once. His touching me. When was the last time a man touched me like this? I am standing in front of a room that is filling up with people again. Did he like my presentation after all? What am I wearing? "Let's do 2, I finally manage. At the coffee cart outside." "Perfect," says Daniel the hot librarian. "We can take the coffee to that little square and sun ourselves like lizards." Enjoy the panel, he says and leaves me standing there, confused and shy and stammering. I guess I am a true librarian after all. 6 months after John left, after the broken tooth that nearly killed me, and after I learned the annoying truth of the old maxim that which doesn't make you kill yourself will probably make you tough as an old grizzly and twice as mean, I found out about Marika. It was Facebook, of course. Marika liked a photo of John's and Joe's school pictures side by side that I had posted almost a year earlier, and I thought, who the hell is this person? It soon became clear from her photo stream that she was dating my absent husband and had been for at least a couple of months. From there, it was easy to extrapolate that she was prettier and younger than me, that she had no kids, and that she made John feel like God's gift to womankind, something I certainly had not been able to do anymore. This was my very first fuck him moment. Forgive my French if you can, that is simply the only way I can describe how I felt when I looked at a filtered photo of a lissom 30-year-old in a bikini gazing at my chubby, pasty, hairy husband like he was sexy Jesus incarnate. Fuck that guy. And just like that, I reached the anger stage of my abandonment. It was wonderful. I sent a scathing message to John in which I criticized the quality of his erection. I told John's mother the truth about what he had done to us. Instead of feeding her, he needed to find himself and focus on his work line one more time. After one particularly large glass of wine, I PM'd Marika and told her that there was no reason to worry that John would ditch her when her breasts fell from nursing, just because he had done it to me. Hell had no fury. And as if it would somehow punish John from a distance, I went on a date with a man who had long been interested in me and pursued me, quite shamelessly, even when John had been around. The guy in question was Terry Brands, this borderline sleazy friend of John's from college who sold real estate and had gotten us our house in a very successful negotiation. His game, such as it was to occasionally call and schedule a visit to reassess the market value of our house and to guide our improvement decisions, but mostly just to have dinner and drink our wine. Every single time, he'd make some of those "how'd a nice girl like you end up with a loser like John" comments, and every single time, would laugh politely until John got genuinely mad roughly 10 minutes into dessert. Terry would apologize and pour John another glass of wine, and then would all simmer down. And every single time, utterly unabashed, Terry would clear the plates and insist on doing the dishes, knowing full well that I couldn't sit there and let him do all the cleaning up by himself, and knowing also that John could. So it would be me and Terry in the kitchen. Terry would talk about his recent big sales, joke about the personalities that clashed in the purchase of 4,000 square foot manses, complain that he was running out of reasonable ways to spend his money, wish aloud he was the kind of guy insecure enough to spend $100,000 on a car, and talk about how much he regretted buying his boat. It was a one-man pissing contest, and I was supposed to be impressed. Which I never was, but oh, how I was flattered that someone took an interest enough to make such a fool of himself. After a week of fuming over Marika, I called Terry and told him I could really use some advice about the best updates to make in our house for maximum return on investment. I remember thinking, after I said it, is it our house anymore? But of course, I didn't tell Terry what was going on. Even if I hadn't been embarrassed, I wouldn't have wanted the pressure. He came over 2 nights later when the kids went to a high school basketball game. I wore something cute but approachable, a jade green cotton jersey dress from Kohl's that hadn't yet been washed enough times to lose its springy, flattering shape. I cooked something. Probably pasta. I remember when I opened the door, he said, something smells wonderful, and then leaned in to smell my neck, and I said, call it Pepe Le Pew, and he laughed hard. It occurs to me now, much later, that Terry's ability to laugh at himself and be rejected repeatedly and still keep flirting was exactly why asking him to come over seemed like such a good plan. I thought I wouldn't have to give him a thing, no encouragement, no physicality, not even a low-cut shirt to receive the ego boost I so desperately craved and spike John in the same night. But I was wrong. "Where's John?" he immediately asked, the moment he had finished telling me how much better my front door would look painted bright orange. I told him, "John and I are separated." We're working on some problems. Like the problem that John wanted to pretend our life and our 2 kids had never happened. Terry's face shifted quickly. What? I only shrugged. I didn't want to say the same lame lie twice in a row. Did that loser hurt you? Terry asked sharply. The loser you've been friends with for 20 years? I asked. Terry only arched an eyebrow. No, I answered feebly. We're just at a crossroads. Terry frowned. I'm very sorry to hear it, he said. Then he sighed laboriously. I guess that explains why you called. I blushed pink. I had been hoping my tiny come-on would go unnoticed. But he only said, so are you planning to sell, then? I have the perfect buyer for you. Actually, 3 perfect buyers. One of the families, though, you would really love. No, I said, shaking my head. I am going to try to keep the house for now. I thought about saying I wanted to spend some time with him. Or want to try an evening with a man not my husband. Or wanted to have sex with him and then have him tell John out of spite. I just wanted to talk the house over with you, figure out what my options were, figure out what it was worth. Terry nodded. Smart. Smart. I assume since you're an at-home mother, you'll keep the house in a divorce. I thought about this. Seeing as John was in love with a woman in Hong Kong, the chance of a battle over PA real estate seemed low. I assume so, I said. In that case, I need to go take a look at your powder room. Last time I think I remember mentioning how inexpensive it is to gussy up a powder room. I have the perfect handyman to refer. He could throw up some nice wallpaper in there, maybe do a floating vanity. Easy equity, buyers love it. Terry disappeared down the hall. I almost fell over from relief the minute he left the room. Spitefulness or no, I didn't want this man here in the house alone with me. I had wanted to feel adored, but only by my husband. I didn't want to be intimate with anyone but John, and I couldn't imagine ever feeling any other way. As angry as I was, I still loved John, a feeling so real and so inexplicable it was like an itch on an amputated limb. I got through dinner with Terry that night, which was easy, since now that I was available he seemed to have zero interest in flirting, and then I vowed that would be my last attempt at dating until at least one of my kids was in college. But now I seem to have made a date. And I am not dreading it at all. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It is 1:50 p.m. in New York City. I have talked to my children twice today already. Given a fairly successful presentation to a large audience. Had a calamari salad and a glass of white wine for lunch. Walked through several shops without buying anything. Gotten 6 continuing ed hours. Seriously considered a quickie manicure and then come to my senses. It is while I am circling the coffee cart waiting for my date and pretending to look like I am going somewhere that I run into Catherine, of last night's wine reception. She is looking a little softer today, maybe from a good night's sleep, or maybe because I now know she doesn't bite but her manner remains as refreshingly sharp and familiar. Aha, she says upon seeing me. At last, the woman of the hour. I ask. We need to talk about the flexology. I can't stop thinking about it, she tells me. I love it. You are at my presentation. I ask. I don't remember seeing her. I was not. I told you how I was planning to sleep through this entire conference, didn't I? Remember, 2 kids in diapers. Mommy's big weekend off. I nod. I remember. So how do you? She cuts me off. My lunch table were all talking about it. They thought it had a lot of promise. I got a copy of the handout and chewed the whole thing over. I'm afraid it might be dead in the water. My face falls. Oh. Well, I suppose. But damned if I don't want to do it in my own classroom. I'm not sure where I fit in for this conversation. Did you ever think about begging? She asks me. This time I know not to answer and just wait calmly. It is the right call. On a small scale. I'm thinking I set aside the e-readers and just try to beg for funding for the variety of books. I know the e-reader is one of the best aspects of it, but I'm never going to get $2,000 for 20 devices I send home with kids and just hope they bring back. They keep talking about getting our students some tablets, but talking is the key word. Speaking of which, guess what? My 1-year-old met all his milestones. While I was gone, too. Can you believe that bullshit? I leave those kids with my husband for 3 days, that's all. And the minute I turn my back, he's all cognitive delay. What cognitive delay? Catherine assumes a baby voice. Matter can neither be created nor destroyed. I shake my head. The e-readers are important. It's what makes the reading level choices invisible. But they'll talk to each other anyway, right? If they want to, after they choose, I say. But they won't have the obvious book covers, and they won't be looking around the room seeing what the cool kids or the smart kids pick when they make their own choices. They won't have the gendered nonsense that covers bring or preconceived notions about the subjects. They'll just pick the book they want to read based on the actual story. I mean, if it works. Catherine sighs. I can't see the funding, she says heavily. I could find money for the e-readers or the book copyrights, but not both. I nod. And I've realized the books I picked for my school aren't representative enough of a diverse student body. Catherine breathes deeply. Not dead in the water. But not swimming either. Let's look for some good public domain diversity. She pulls out her phone and starts tapping away. What have you got so far? Not much. I've got a few women authors, and something from Du Bois, I tell her. Right, I saw that, she says. Maybe a travelogue. I shrug. She nods. You're right, kind of a lame solution. What else? I start racking my brain for age-appropriate and diverse reading material that might be in the public domain. 12 Years a Slave. Catherine frowns. It's a challenging book, though, if I remember right. AP level. Oh. I announce. My Bondage and My Freedom. Never read. Would it work on reading level? I think so. Let me download it, I say. It's been years. It is while I am updating my Gutenberg app that Daniel approaches us. My Bondage and My Freedom. I blurt to him. Hello to you too, he says. What an enthusiastic greeting. Confusing, but enthusiastic. I exhale and smile at myself. And him. He is awfully good-looking. The Frederick Douglass autobiography. For the Flexthology. It's in the public domain. His eyes are very pretty. My stomach starts to hurt. Ah, he says approvingly. Good thinking. I had some ideas about this too. Excellent, says Catherine, who I had momentarily forgotten to be alive. Would you like to be on our planning committee? We have a lot of room on this committee at the moment. I laugh. Then worry that my laugh sounds forced. Get it together, Amy. Daniel, this is Catherine. She's from Chicago Public Schools. Daniel smiles and extends a hand. You're a long way from home, he says warmly. He doesn't look nervous or awkward. I need to just calm down. I'm hiding from my children, she tells him conspiratorially. I'm not changing any diapers. Daniel nods. Understood. I will be sure not to ask. He gives her a wink. Seriously, he could be the hot librarian of the year. And on that note, Catherine says, after sending a meaningful look to me and then tilting her head toward Daniel, I am en route to my hotel right now to get a nap. Second one of the day. So I must bid you goodbye. Carpe somnum, calls Daniel. Seize the naps. It is such a dorky thing to say that I start to feel more at ease. I feel even better when, as Catherine disappears from view, he holds up a notebook where he's made notes about my presentation. Shall we? He asks. I've got some books to run by you. I nod, relieved at the thought that we might spend this meeting talking books. Books I can do. If this were some kind of date that would be upsetting. We shall. Great. Before we start shouting more titles at each other, though, perhaps we should get some libations. Is this a coffee date or a drinks date? He asks, and all my progress calming down is immediately erased. It's not a date, I say, too loudly. Right, says Daniel quickly, looking down. Of course. Sorry. I'm about to apologize, too, just out of habit, when I take a beat. Daniel thought this might be a date. This very handsome and bookish guy asked me out on a date. I'm single, mostly. This is a good thing. This is not a bad thing. What am I doing? I mean, is it a date? I ask. It could be a date. He just laughs. How about it's coffee? Yes. I agree manically. Let's get some coffee. Maybe decaf, he says with a smile. We get in line at the cart. Daniel, though he seems awfully fit from where I'm standing, orders 2 pastries and a black and white cookie with his coffee. I order a decaf with milk, because his right any more caffeine might give me a stroke at this point. He tucks his paper bag of pastries under his arm and walks me west, to a pretty green space by the river that I didn't know existed. Of course, that's true of 90% of New York. As we walk, we chat over the titles in my e-reader and in his. He reads widely, but I detect a leaning towards speculative fiction. Oh yes, he admits freely when I ask him about it. My daughter got me started on the young adult post-apocalyptic stuff, and then it was like sliding down a hill. A slippery slope, I say with a smile. You have a daughter? I do. She'll be a senior this year. Let's grab this bench and have a scone. We sit down on a surprisingly clean bench facing out over the Hudson, with a foot of space between us. He fishes out a scone. Lemon basil. I tilt my head to the side. I feel like I remembered something about a cookie. Black and white cookie coming right up. He provides me with a cookie with a piece of bakery waxed paper around it. I unfold and start working on it, one nibble from the black side, one from the white, and so forth. As I eat, I tell him about visiting New York with Talia in the good old days and eating black and white cookies from the bodega at 4 a.m. after a long night of dancing. I tell him about crashing in hotel lobbies and getting strangers to buy us breakfast in diners and coming home broke and doing it all again the next chance we got. Your poor parents. Right? I have a teenage daughter now, I tell him between bites. I feel their pain. You too? Does she love you or hate you right now? Let me check what time it is, I say, glancing at an imaginary watch on my wrist. She's actually kind of a dream kid, roller coaster moods aside. She isn't a great scholar, but she likes the diving team, and she seems to be that nice kind of popular at school where she doesn't make other girls give themselves eating disorders but does get asked to dances. That is nice, he agrees. That's actually my daughter too. Except I think she doesn't get asked to dances, I think she tells someone is taking her, and he obeys out of fear. I laugh. Seems smart to me. Just one kid? I ask. He nods. You? I have a son. He's 12. He's the one I lie awake worrying about. A handful? Asks Daniel. The opposite. He's so good-hearted. Before I know it, I tell Daniel about how Joe reacted to his father coming back, which requires me to explain the situation with John in the first place, which I am fairly sure is bad date form. Feeling self-conscious, I steer my rambling back to how Joe guided the whole family to giving John a chance to reconnect, and what an emotional risk that was. The world is going to be hard on him. Daniel chews his scone for a moment and then swallows. Or he will change the world. I smile. What a wonderful thing to say. I look at Daniel as he looks out toward New Jersey. Being handsome is one thing. Complimenting my child, that is a whole different ball game. And I feel something vaguely familiar when I look at the planes of his face. What is it? Oh. Yeah. Lust. I'd forgotten all about lust, but there it is, right where I left it way too many years ago. What about your daughter? I ask him, desperate to get back to small talk. Hellraiser? Angel? Somewhere in between. Daniel looks back at me. I think she is an angel, of course, because I am her dad. But I can see that she's got sharp edges. A bit of trouble with authority and no tolerance for waiting her turn. Of course, that same sharpness is making the college application process look very promising. She nailed her standardized testing, and her counselor says she may well have her choice of schools next year. Wow. Was it like that for you when you were her age? He frowns slightly. Not exactly. Even then I knew I wanted to work in a school, but back then I was thinking coaching. I was so obsessed with soccer. Soccer? Yeah, he tells me. My parents met, married, and conceived me within 2 years of my mom arriving in the States. She's Korean, and he's African American, so I grew up thinking I was a special snowflake. You know which sport has dudes that look like me? I shrug. I have seen what seems like every possible shade of skin in pro sports. Most of them, I would think. He half laughs at me. Fair enough. But back then, to my mind, some sports seemed white, some sports seemed black, no sports seemed Korean. Except, of course, the world's sport. Soccer, I complete. Soccer. I lived and breathed it. Academics felt like a second priority. Or maybe a third. Because let's not forget, girls. Let's absolutely not. I agree. Any tips on how to engage students with a similar attitude at my school? He shrugs. I think your choose your own reading thing sounds like a pretty good prescription. The problem is with the books, not the concept. I frown. But the books kind of are the concept, I tell him. What if there were new YA releases in your anthologies? Not, books with zero merit, but well-written titles with relatable themes from the last 25 years. I shake my head. The budget is a deal breaker. Daniel bites his lip. There's got to be a workaround. I nod. There usually is. But not on the scale of one reference librarian at one small private school in one small town. Daniel nods, too, and then we are both quiet. I am thinking about the anthologies, the sunny day, the cookie. The strangeness of being at a park in New York City on a date, or something like a date, with the soccer-mad jock turned librarian with skin the color of the color of his skin. And I find that I want to somehow close the space that's between us. It's a blurry, confusing, heady mix. I can't even imagine what he might be thinking. But after a long silence, Daniel hops up off the bench. Let's go to Barnes & Noble, he says. I look up at him. What? Right now? Yes, right now. Let's go to Barnes & Noble in Union Square and make a monster list of all the dream titles we'd want in your flexology. Try to come up with a few units that would work in my school and a few that would work in yours. See if there's overlap. Test our ideas out a little. Figure out what such a proposition would actually cost. I look at him askance. This is just a little idea I had back at my school. It's a craft project, not a proposition. I'm not looking for global revolution. But why not? A lot of people in your class this morning thought it was much more than a craft project. I thought it was downright brilliant. And when you have a great idea, that idea should be tested out on a larger sample. Plus, it's a bookstore. Bookstores are always good. Come with me. Daniel reaches out his hand to help me up from the bench. I look down at my half-nibbled cookie. It is still exactly half black and half white. You can bring your cookie on the subway, he tells me. I realize it could take you another half an hour to eat the rest. I start. I've been nibbling for a half hour? What time is it? He pulls out his phone. 3:15. Do you have somewhere to be this afternoon? I blink. I thought the date had just started, but it's been more than an hour since we met up. This guy melts time. And my brain. Let's do it, I say suddenly. Let's make a list of dream books and then go plot global revolution over cocktails at this place I remember nearby. Daniel grins. I cannot think of anything more fun. And the thing is, neither can I. Chapter 7. Dear Mom. Really, Dickens? I think you're trying to make a point to me about my sudden life as the daughter of privilege. I will ignore it. Instead, I downloaded a dating book from this girl who won America's Next Top Model. So far it's pretty dumb, and pretty funny. Unlike Brian, who is just dumb. Mom, I totally backed the wrong horse with that guy. He is so blind to the way I feel or don't feel about him. Today in the maybe 6 minutes Dad actually left us alone, Brian was, like, trying to get me to take my shirt off. I'm thinking, kid, can't you tell you are irritating the crap out of me? What makes him think I want to do feelies above the waist? And if that's not enough, I think he is honestly hoping I'm going to have sex with him before the summer is over. He keeps suggesting places we can be alone that have mattresses. Idiot. I am not going to have sex for the first time with anyone who is capable of playing 10 straight hours of Call of Duty. And then declaring himself exhausted from a long day. Frankly, I'm not going to have sex with anyone period until I get my full ride on a diving scholarship. But even then, never Brian. I hope you will have better luck in New York. I know you're only there for a week, but I keep thinking maybe you'll go out on a date like we talked about. Maybe you'll even meet someone cool. I think you deserve it, after all this time. Dad was asking me if you're dating, only instead of asking straight up, he was using all these dumb ways that make it clear he doesn't have the first clue how to get information out of anyone under 40. Like, he said, so does Mom take a lot of time to herself, when I told him I wanted to be alone. And when I got ready to go out with everybody from Dive, he asked if I got the lipstick from you, and if you wore a lot of makeup. I was like, sometimes. Which you know is a bald-faced lie. You never wear makeup, and you really should. I told Dad you went out to dinner once a week or so, and no, I didn't know with whom, and then because he got so flustered about that, I said, like I was all confused, I think she goes swimming sometimes at night because she has always showered before she comes home. His head started spinning like the tilt-a-whirl. It was so funny. Joe wasn't in on it, so he was like, what are you talking about, Corey? And then I said, I could be wrong, so now he's totally mystified about your love life. In the dating book it tells you there are 3 rules to maintaining a man's interest, and rule number 2 is always keep him guessing. Rule 1 is to floss, and rule 3 is to withhold sex, so I guess this is a pretty popular guide with parents of teen girls. Assuming that you are still treating flossing like it's your patriotic duty and not somehow sleeping with Dad from 3 hours away, congrats on mastering the art of maintaining your ex-husband's interest. It seems to really be working. Which leads me to kind of a weird question that I probably wouldn't ask in real life, but a journal isn't exactly real life, so here it is. If Dad is this interested in your sex activities, does that mean he wants to be with you again? If he does, do you? If you do, will you get back together? That would be weird. I don't think there's a celebrity dating book for that. Anyway, just in case, I hope you're living it up in New York while you can. There. That's good advice. Maybe I should write a dating book. Love. Your love and sex guru, Corey. The disorientation you feel when you wake up somewhere different from where you expected to wake up is really a sensation unlike any other. I feel that way when I wake up in the beautiful Manhattan boutique hotel with a thin line of city sun making its way through the heavy-duty curtains. The hey, this isn't my bedroom feeling. Then I come to and remember I'm in New York, and my kids are with John, and everything is different today than it was 2 days ago, and that's really okay. Yesterday I gave a presentation, and I had a coffee date with a hot librarian, and I went to Barnes & Noble, and Oh. The hot librarian is in bed with me. He is snoring. I seem to have brought home a hot librarian last night. Huh? Huh? I pop up like a jack-in-the-box. No, like a skank in the bed. I'm wearing underpants but nothing else. My breasts are just bare. Where is my shirt? Or my bra? My mouth tastes like I bit off a squirrel's tail. A city squirrel. The hotel TV is on, quietly playing ESPN, which I believe we put on last night because Daniel wanted to see the Mets highlights. That's right. Daniel is a baseball fan. He sheepishly asked if we could watch SportsCenter about 4 minutes after the first time we had sex. We had sex? More than once. Slowly, like I'm in a Mission Impossible movie, I slink out of the bed sideways. My eyes are on Daniel the entire time, but he doesn't move a muscle or break his snore. When my feet find the hotel carpet, I dart around looking for the bathrobe, then remember it is on the back of the bathroom door from yesterday's shower. Okay. To the bathroom. Which has a loud pocket door, but I manage to slide it shut smoothly before turning on the light. In the huge, brightly lit hotel mirror, I see the startling evidence of my misdeeds. Tangled bedhead mascara on my cheeks. Is that a bite mark? I see what might possibly be a small bite mark. I see, to my combined shock and relief, a condom wrapper on the counter. I see the bathrobe and grab it. I see my phone. It's 6:30 a.m. I have a new text from Lena. It says, "Call me in the morning, you wild child." I think I must have drunk texted her last night. I open my messages. Yep. I pretty much live texted my fall from grace. It's all there in the transcript. Amy. I'm on a date. Lena. No. Really? Amy. Really? With a hot librarian. We are at a sushi restaurant. I'm in the bathroom. Lena. Well, get out of there and go flirt with the hot librarian. Amy. You're right. Bye. And then an hour and a half later. Amy. I'm in the bathroom again. Lena. Amy. With the hot librarian. Lena. He's in the bathroom with you. Amy. No. We're having after-dinner drinks. I think he wants to have sex with me. He makes terrible Latin puns. Lena. That's great. I mean, not the puns. That's awful. Amy. I'm horrified. Lena. You're being silly. Go get some. Amy. Is that allowed? Lena. It's encouraged. Amy. Bye. That's all there is. Apparently after 3 high-end cocktails, I didn't need much encouraging to get naked with a stranger. I set down my phone for a second, wishing I could call Lena, and then I realize maybe I can. I don't hear anything in here. Not the snoring, not the TV. This bathroom is pretty soundproof. Daniel. I call out softly. There's nothing. Daniel. I say a little more loudly. I wait for a long time. No response. Daniel, the hotel is on fire. I say louder still. When he fails to dash out of bed, I call Lena. I didn't mean 6:30 in the morning, she says instead of hello. I had sex with a stranger last night. I stage whisper. Hey, hey. The grogginess and enthusiasm mingle in her voice. That's great. What? No. It's not great. He's in my hotel room right now, sleeping in my bed. Where are you? Locked in the bathroom. Well. That explains the incredibly loud whispering. Lena. I'm trapped in a hotel bathroom with no coffee and a stranger in my bed. Isn't that the name of a Lifetime movie? She asks. I could kill you. Okay, slow down and tell me what you need. I don't know. What do I need? I haven't had sex in 3 years. Do I need a rabies shot? Is he part raccoon? Lena asks. If not, you don't. Did you use a condom? I look around the bathroom and take a quick inventory. Apparently we used 3 condoms. Successively. Well, she says. Nice work, Amy. I call that a hell of a comeback. Lena, I don't even know his last name. This isn't true. It's something hyphenated with Song. He goes by Mr. Song. His mother is a first-generation Korean immigrant. His father is I can't remember. I know he told me, but it was probably while I was busy being stunned about how handsome he is. And besides, the conversation was so rapid-fire we hardly stayed on one subject for long without getting sidetracked. Did you pick him up in a bar? She asks. No. I practically shout. Geez. How slutty do you think I am? Not slutty at all, she says blithely. There is nothing slutty about safe sex between 2 consenting single adults. She pauses a second and then adds, he is single, right? Yes. Or I mean, he said he was. I guess he could be lying. Maybe I should Google him. Are you near your computer? Can you internet stalk him for me right now? Aha. So you do know his last name. I knew it. I just remembered it. It's Song. S-O-N-G? S-E-O-N-G. First name Daniel. Resource librarian in the New York Public Schools. Please hold. I sit quietly on the closed toilet for a few moments. Then I blurt, he took me to a bookstore and got me drunk. Lena snorts through the phone. Well played, hot librarian. Oh. I think this must be him. Daniel Song-Eason. My, he is a hot librarian. Is there a wife in the pictures? No wife. This could be a daughter, though. Teenage girl. Looks like him, only girlier. That's the one. He has a daughter who is a rising senior. Apparently she's brilliant. Acing it at Bronx Science. Very nice. I can't think of a better streak breaker than this guy, says Lena. Is it true that you haven't had sex in 3 years? I had more sex than that when I was a nun. I'm not sure that's something to brag about, I say. Anyway, I feel pretty weird. Was the sex bad, then? No. I mean, I'm out of practice, so it all felt weird. And now I feel even weirder after the fact. I mean, is it okay that I did this while my kid's father is taking care of them day in and day out for an entire week? Are my priorities all out of whack? Lena scoffs. Wait, you're asking if it's okay if you cheated on your ex-husband? Not ex, remember, no actual divorce. I sigh. Mostly, I've been too busy to think about sex or dating much over this time, so it's not like I've been holding out. But yeah, somewhere in the back of my mind, I guess I might have thought of myself as being faithful to him. Even as I say it, I think of the charges on the credit card. Lingerie. Waxing. Heat rises in my face. Please, Amy. Don't be a dummy. We're talking about a man who left his family to live on the other side of the world with a college co-ed. There's no one to be faithful to. I frown. What about my kids? You think your kids care if you're celibate? You think they want to know either way? I say nothing because she's so obviously right. But, I mean, if I was going to sleep with someone after all this time, it should have been with someone I'd been on a couple of dates with, right? Someone where there's a good chance of us having a future together. Not some random stranger from a vacation. Where on earth are you getting those rules from? As I understand it, single adult women are supposed to do exactly what gets their rocks off, without guilt or shame. If for you, that means sex on vacation, where is the harm in that? I'm not like that. Apparently you are. Which is good news, because being like that is way more fun than the alternative. I am silent for a moment. Finally, I hear myself say, it really was fun. Aha, says Lena victoriously. Of course it was. That's awesome. He is cute, and he has this nice, easy way about him, and he really cares about his kid and his classrooms and teaching. And he did this thing with his mouth on my neck when we were, Wow. Wow. I love it, says Lena supportively. So now what? What do you mean? Are you going to, have a vacation affair with him until you come home? What? Oh no. No. I'm just wondering how I can get out of this hotel room without waking him up so I never have to see him again. I'm going to stay with Talia tonight. It was just a one-time thing. A streak breaker. Exactly. Now I can go another 3 years without sex if I want to. Lena laughs. The question is, now that the streak has been broken, will you want to? And in the farthest recesses of my heart comes an answer so unequivocal I almost shout it out. But before I can, the pocket door slides open, and the streak breaker himself is standing in front of me. Needless to say, he's completely naked. Good morning. Daniel is very fit. I remember noticing and commenting on it last night. I was delighted by it then. This morning his lean, broad body isn't sexy, it's intimidating. My body is not fit or lean. I clutch my bathrobe around my midsection tightly. That is where I gestated 2 healthy babies, and you can tell. Lena? Gotta go. Talk later. Wait, I wanna listen in. I hear her say as I click off. I turn to Daniel, trying not to look at his flat stomach. Good morning? I hear myself ask, not exactly sure why it's a question. He grins at me. I imagine he must be taking me in, cowering on the closed lid of a hotel toilet, clutching my phone, a garble of smeared eye makeup and tangled hair and shame. Will you come over here? I stand up hesitantly and take a few slow steps toward him. Daniel meets me halfway, puts his 2 strong arms around me, and gives me a kiss that is equal parts desire and morning breath. I find it incredibly human and reassuring, and when we break off, I look up at him and smile. I'm feeling shy, I tell him. This is not my usual MO. Same here, he says, moving some of my tangled hair away from my jawline. Well, I'm not shy. But the MO part. Using gratuitous Latin phrases is my modus operandi. It was fun, though, right? I nod. Really fun. One thing led to another, he says. It did. I wish it could lead to another, he says, slowly slinking a hand under the edge of my bathrobe. Instead of enjoying the sensation, I wonder if my breasts are droopier than those of other women he's been with. I remove his hand and pull the robe up higher around my neck. He looks disappointed but says, "You're right. I'd better go," and turns to find his pants where they dropped the night before. I want to grab something for my daughter on the way up. Something from Barney Greengrass. She's in love with the white fish salad, and I pick some up whenever I'm in the neighborhood. He pulls on his shorts and pants and starts doing up the fly. Want to come along and have the best smoked fish of your life? My stomach turns a little. I think I'd better. Daniel kisses me again. Come with me, he says. I know this was a one-time thing, but I don't want to say goodbye just yet. I blink. A one-time thing. Okay, I think. He gets it. Good, right? It feels not so good. I'm sorry, Daniel. I just can't. I didn't sleep enough, and I've got to make it to at least 3 more presentations today to get my hours before the conference ends. He nods. Of course, I get it. And then back to Pennsylvania. I quirk my mouth. I'm here for a few more days. Would I want to see him again during that time? Absolutely I would. But look at him. Look at me. I don't want to be around when his gin goggles finally wear off. Back to Pennsylvania, yeah. He smiles without teeth. Too bad. I sigh and look away. Is this what I wanted out of this trip? One night stands in hotels, awkward partings, some strange cocktail of pleasure and guilt, longing and shame, all combined together. The hell with that. I look down and touch the knot of my robe. He's already seen me naked, and he still wanted to have sex with me. He saw me this morning and didn't run screaming. What am I hiding? What am I so afraid of? Daniel. I say, looking up. He's already tying up the laces of his stays. I should just let him go. I should just be happy for this little adventure and keep in mind that real life is just 5 days away. He says when he straightens up. Last night was incredible, I say. Then I stand on my tiptoes and plant the hottest, most confident, most adult kiss I can summon on his lips. He says again, with a very different tone this time. If you're in my neck of the woods, you'll drop me a line, right? I ask as I pull away. He looks at me, trying to read my face, probably wondering what the hell I want. Since I don't know, either, I say good luck to him. After a moment, he starts buttoning his shirt. Absolutely. And the same goes for you. He is fully dressed now. This is almost over. I am almost in the clear. I nod. Have fun with the smoked fish. He raises his eyebrows and gives me a little half smile. I always do, he says lightly. And then with slightly more weight, he says, goodbye, Amy. Thanks for an amazing night. And he kisses me and walks out the heavy hotel door, and just like that, he is gone. Welly, well, says Talia when she opens the door of her condo to me that night. You're finally here. The conference is over. I checked out of my hotel, a little sadly, went back up to Columbia for a few more workshops, and then spent a couple of hours wandering around Talia's neighborhood, suitcase in tow. 10 minutes before we were supposed to meet, she texted me to tell me her appointment had gone late and she'd meet me at her place an hour later. I wheeled my bag into an Irish pub and had a beer. Finally, at long last, she texted and told me she was almost home, and I beelined for her place. Which, I quickly learned, was not the building I'd been trying to get into the last time I'd been on this street. Someone, I will not say who, had inverted the street number of her own apartment building in her previous text. "You're finally here," I say back to her. "Look at you." She takes my handbag out of my hands and puts it on a table by the door, then does a little twirl. White pressed shirt, cream trousers, brown leather belt, orange scarf in her hair. Not bad for a Sunday, right? "Come give me a hug." I oblige. Talia is skin and bones, as usual. I often wonder if she's this thin because she works in fashion or if she works in fashion because she is this thin. Either way, she's got a dress hanger of a body with a pretty but commanding face. Not actress good looks, but something more powerful than that. "Your hair is so curly. It's gorgeous." "Thanks. This fall will be all about the natural look for women of color, you know. You have no idea how many hours a week this trend is saving me. I'll have to quit watching TV when it goes back to straight again." Have you ever thought of just doing your hair the way you like it, regardless of fashion's whims? She looks at me and rolls her eyes. "Have you ever thought about a bra fitting?" I look down. "That bad, huh? How old is that bra?" I think for a second. Same age as my teenager, I guess. Bras are not supposed to reach their teen years. Let's put that on the schedule. There's a schedule. "Hey, Alexa," Talia suddenly calls to no one. "Text Matt." "What do you want me to tell Matt?" asks a disembodied male voice with a thick Australian accent. "Make a bra-fitting appointment for tomorrow with Iris." "Done," says the voice. "Your Alexa is Australian?" "Like Crocodile Dundee doing my bidding," she says. "G-Day, mistress." I laugh and then stop myself. "What's this about a schedule?" I ask sternly. "Am I right that you've got nothing to do this week?" she asks. "You said your NADFest was over today." "You mean my librarian's conference?" "Yes, it's done now. So I thought of a few fun things for you to do while I'm working." Actually, Lena and I both did. "Lena? My Lena from PA?" "Yep, she Facebooked me out of the blue. She's pretty delightful, for a nun. She told me to expect that you'd try to spend every moment reading and watching Bravo in my apartment for the next 5 days. We both agreed we couldn't have that. My heart falls as I think of 6 new books on my e-reader, carefully chosen for the next few days. We can't. This is your momcation. That's not a word. You're right. Okay. She fishes around for the perfect word. Your mom Springer. My what now? I ask. Mom Springer. Like Rumspringa. Where the kids go wild before they settle back down to buggies and monochrome dressing. You're the Amish one, you know what that is. I narrow my eyes at Talia. I'm not Amish, I tell her. I'm from Amish country. And this isn't a Mom Springer. It's a trip to New York by myself for a few days, not an extensive exploration of the outside world that exists far from my isolated existence among my family. Talia puts her hands up and shrugs. You say tomato. I snort and shake my head in dismissal. Either way. You're not reading books. You're living life. You're doing all the things you haven't been able to do since your jerk-asshole douchebag left you with nothing but 2 kids and a closet full of mom jeans. I look down again. I am indeed wearing mom jeans. When I look up, Talia is frowning at me. Are those clogs? She asks me needlessly. They're very comfortable. It's like I just blasphemed the Pope. She exhales fully and closes her eyes, seemingly searching for forbearance. Never mind. The point is you can sit around and read anytime. This week, you grab life by the balls. I always thought that was kind of a violent metaphor. She tilts her head. Okay, let's say you stroke life by the balls, then. There is no way I can keep a straight face to that. Oh, Talia. I've missed you terribly, and the worst part is I didn't even know it. I'm so sorry I've been out of touch. Talia takes my hand. I can hardly blame you. I tried to be there for you after John left, but I never knew what to say, and I didn't feel like I was much help from here. Husbands, kids, it's all beyond me, you know. I smile. You did send me a ham. Talia laughs. Not the right thing. It takes a long time for 3 people to eat a ham. Next time send a housekeeper. She grins at me and wraps me in a hug. You got it. She pulls back and takes me in. We are going to have such fun, you know that. I've been doing nothing but work for weeks. Nay, months. Now I have a playmate. One of my favorite people in the world, and I haven't seen her in years, and she's here under my thumb in my spare bedroom/walk-in closet. What could be better? I can't think of anything, I say. Well, except for all that plus a few good books. Maybe I could read just a little. Just in the mornings? I beseech. I get so little time completely to myself back home. She sighs. Hey, Alexa, tell Matt to push all start times back to 11 a.m. through Friday. I beam at her. She rolls her eyes again. But promise to at least consider reading in a chic cafe or something. Maybe while sipping a perfect coffee or a Bellini with a creep. Ooh, that sounds amazing. I absolutely promise that will go on my schedule. Now sit down and tell me all about your life since I last saw you. Don't leave out a single thing. We need to get totally up to speed. Chapter 8. Dear Mom. Talia sounds incredibly cool. No offense, but when you and she video called us last night, I was sort of astounded that you knew anyone that chic. I cannot believe what you guys got up to in college, how much fun you had, how you visited the city all the time and hung out at museums and went dancing. I am going to do all that stuff and more when my time comes. Don't worry, you did have one responsible kid. Joe is such a weirdo. Today he went to the library for like 4 hours to do activities that I can only describe as mathletic. At the rate he is going, he'll be getting his doctorate at Columbia before I even turn 16. I hope he becomes a doctor and buys me a car. As for me, after I win the Olympics, I'm going to go be a magazine editor like Talia. Ask Talia if I actually have to write journals for that job, because let me tell you, after this summer is over, I'm never writing anything by hand again. Other questions to ask Talia, or yourself. 1. Why didn't you visit her sooner? 2. Why aren't you as cool as you used to be? Wait, don't tell me. I know the answer to both questions, you're going to blame it on your kids. So help me God, that will never happen to me. I could never love any baby more than I love being cool. Love. The daughter you wrecked your life for, Corey. It is 10:30 a.m. on Monday morning, and I am standing in the offices of Pure Beautiful, the print and online fashion guide for, as Talia affectionately refers to her readers, women who aren't quite ready to give up. I am one of those women. I read Pure Beautiful the moment it arrives in my inbox. It always has one of those 10 items 10 ways capsule wardrobes, and those are like porn to me. Is there anything more appealing in my world of homework and swim practice than wearing some variation on the same thing every day? A grown-up uniform. And that feeling of completeness I imagine you'd have if you owned every single one of the items in the spread, even though they average out at roughly $475 apiece. It would be almost transcendent. I imagine thinking as I stare into my all black and white with teal accents closet. I think I'll combine the classic black one-button crepe blazer with the crisp tailored white shirt and the linen palazzo pants today. Yesterday I wore the white shirt under the teal sheath dress with the scarf, but the shirt is still clean enough. Tomorrow I can wear the blazer over the sheath dress with the scarf in my hair and the palazzo pants fashioned into a belt. Maybe I can wear the blazer as a kind of cape for day 4. Anyway, I love that crap. And I love the pages where they show a famous person wearing whatever they wear to get Starbucks, which to said famous person probably feels like pajamas and to me looks like a ball gown, and then the magazine shows me how to make that same outfit for $75 from Zappos or Kohl's or the like. And my favorite column, where they have a financial expert who lovingly yells at people for their failure to save up for retirement and then tells them not to buy a boat. And the excellent pages upon pages of book excerpts that make it so I don't have to read all of the depressing yet important new books they pick but can still talk about them competently around other librarians. And best of all, Pure Beautiful uses a mix of model sizes. Whether size 2 or size 16, they are impossibly attractive and well proportioned, so they still make me feel plenty insecure, but at least there's some stinking variety. Pure Beautiful is, to my mind, the greatest magazine of all time. And then there is the fact that Talia runs it. I imagine her as the Devil Wears Prada style boss, all shine and hard surfaces and double macchiato extra hot, or else, but when I get past the very New Yorkie reception with the impossibly effete man on the phones, I find what looks like a Silicon Valley office. It's a big open loft except for glass-walled, triangle-shaped offices in the corners. The art department takes up the bulk of the space, and the rest is monster printers and little tables with staff members working on laptops scattered throughout. If Talia wants a double macchiato extra hot, she can just make it herself on the enormous Italian espresso machine on a floating bar island near one side. Or I suppose one of her assistants can. There are clear glass dry erase boards, fresh fruit bowls, basketball hoops, and yes, a small dog. The only thing that distinguishes Pure Beautiful as a magazine and not, say, a Groupon office is the long glass room that stretches the length of the solid wall, filled to bursting with clothes. The fashion closet of legend. In bold Helvetica font on the double glass doors is a sign that reads, "Welcome to Paradise." Talia has explained to me that only the creative departments work in this office in New York, where rent is expensive and salaries are too. The rest of the magazine staff are in farthest North Carolina. She goes there 4 times a year. As a result, there are no normal people in the entire office. Just the highly fabulous. And me. About 7 people look up at me and my clogs in confusion when I walk in. Several people on cell phones stop talking. I suddenly feel like I am standing there naked. Or that perhaps naked would be preferable to what I'm wearing. If I were naked, I would spread my arms wide and say in a big, bold Joan d'Arc voice, "Look upon me, builders of a magazine, writers of stories, takers of pictures. I am your reader. Kneel and quake before me." Luckily Talia's assistant, Matt, appears before my pronouncement. He has the look of a Marine but is wearing slim jeans and great wingtips and a perfect French blue shirt. He has the sweetest smile and looks to be about 20. There is no question in my mind that in a room full of Ashleys and Arandias and, yes, Talias, Matt had to fight to be called Matt instead of Matteo or Matthias or Mathieu. "You must be Matt," I say as he beelines to me from the executive office on the far corner. "That's right. Matt Clark. Are you here to see Talia?" "I am," I say. It is nice of him to pretend she didn't tell him to watch for the Pennsylvania rube in the bad shoes. "My name is Amy Byler." "We're expecting you," is all he says. "I had a lot of fun getting a nice schedule together for you." I crook my head at him. Did you? Sure. It was sort of the what I'd do for my mom if she came to New York City list. You know, museums, galleries, concerts, spa. Fair enough. Would you book your mom a bra fitting? I ask him archly. Matt shrugs. That I might leave to her. Well, I smile cautiously, hoping Talia has honored my request to keep the bill for all this to a reasonable level. It all sounds wonderful. Even the fitting. I'm lucky to have a friend with such a great team. At that moment Matt starts buzzing. He looks down at his iPhone and says, "I'm so sorry I have to take this. Should only take a second." Matt Clark, he says into the phone. Millimeter him. Yes. Right. I hear you. Very good. Okay. And then he hangs up. That was Talia, he tells me. Where is she? I ask. I thought she was meeting me here this morning. She's in there, he says and points to a glass-walled boardroom to our left. I look over, and she is sitting in the chair facing me and looking stern. She says we need to rearrange your schedule because I look at her. She shakes her head slowly, despairingly, and then puts her head in her hands. Because of my outfit? I ask. I am wearing navy pants and a yellow twin set, all from the L.L. Bean factory store. I thought I looked preppy smart. And I have the special handbag. I adjust my position so Talia can see it better. She continues to look at me despairingly. Well, says Matt. It's okay, Matt, I tell him. I've known Talia for a long time. That said, I didn't think I needed to be dressed up to go to a place whose express purpose is to make you over. Anyone could make that mistake, he says charitably. So listen, he leans in and lowers his voice. My boss, your friend, doesn't quite realize how impossible rescheduling your haircut would be. I think the next available appointment would be sometime after the second coming of our Lord and Savior. Let's grab something from the closet and just get you there on time and never breathe a word of it to her. Sound okay? But won't she notice me fishing around in the closet? Oh, you can't go in there, he says like it's the most obvious thing in the world. You go back to Jean Peter, in reception, and tell him I'm bringing you a couple looks and we need his opinion, okay? And I'll be there in 10 minutes. Dress size? I look at him like he's crazy. Can you just grab stuff in a medium? Medium means nothing outside of Pennsylvania, he tells me with a smirk. I can tell he's parroting his boss. Okay. Fine. I lower my voice. It's just that I pause. I think about saying size 8. I've always guessed the plus-size models they use are actually 8s who lie and say they are 16s. I don't know if you have my size in there. So pick something stretchy, maybe, that I can wear with these pants. Matt levels me with a stare. We have your size. Which is? I hem and haw. I can just look in your pants, you know. I have assaulted people's clothing tags before on Talia's orders. I'm not above it. I laugh. Okay. Hands off the pants. They are 12s. We have 12s. Shoe? Size 7. But I cannot walk in heels. Talia would say you can. Thank God she's out of shouting range, then. Matt chuckles. Okay, I'll look for flattish. Off to Jean Peter. If he makes you throw away that sweater, just do as he says. 20 minutes later I am wearing times my own yellow sleeveless sweater. Times a killer one-button white blazer with the sleeves pushed up. Times a just above the knee pencil skirt in a floral print so large that only 2 flowers fit on the front of the skirt, in a colorway so bold I can't look directly at it, and times 3-inch pink stiletto heels. I stagger out of the bathroom, making tiny mincing steps, and find Matt and Jean-Peter examining me carefully. It seems, says Jean-Peter very carefully, that she does not know how to walk in heels. Matt sighs. They didn't look very tall in the closet. You will have to give her the flats. She walks like the hippos from Fantasia. But in the flats she'll look like we did an ambush makeover. We did do an ambush makeover, says Jean-Peter. Please let me wear the flats, I beg. Turn around, Jean-Peter commands. I do a full revolution, as though I am on a morning show showcasing frumpy women from the street. No, turn around. Face the wall. There's something wrong with your butt. I pinch my lips together but still do as I'm told. He and Matt start laughing the minute I am facing the back of the reception room. What? I ask and then start craning around to see what is so hilarious about my rear view. Oh, Pennsylvania, says Jean-Peter. What? I try again. She'll have to take them off, he adds to Matt, not to me. I think we are talking about the shoes. Thank God. They are killing me. And I haven't even walked anywhere yet. They both laugh some more. I turn around and try to look annoyed when actually I'm kind of having fun. Someone tell me what is so awful about my butt. You have a lovely butt, says Jean-Peter. Clearly you spend your days running around a lot. Not too much sitting. I cannot wait to get you into some good jeans. Then why are we laughing? And when can I take off these shoes? You can have the flats on one condition, says Jean-Peter. Remove the depends. Excuse me. Matt jabs Jean-Peter and clears his throat. Your, briefs, Ms. Byler. There's an unsightly line. My eyes bulge. These aren't depends. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I had 2 kids. Some women need depends. These are not depends. Why am I still discussing this with you? I am wearing my underpants. No flats, then, says Jean-Peter, and he turns back to his phone bank as though the matter is settled. I can't walk in these things, these stilts, I say to Matt, and to prove it, I sort of stumble toward him to reach for the flats. Have some mercy. He starts to hand them to me, but in a flash Jean-Peter has them and is holding them in the air like a schoolyard bully. The undies, Amy. Give up the bulky undies. You want me to walk around New York City with no panties on? I ask him incredulously. Why not? The skirt is long enough. Just get out of cabs 2 feet at a time. Swing on your butt and then push off with your abs and lean against the doorframe with one hand. He demonstrates an exaggerated 2-legged exit on his desk chair. See? That's just a life skill. It seems like it would just be a lot easier and safer to keep my underpants on. Well, if you want easy and safe, put that horrible pair of stretch pants back on. There are 3 mirrors in this reception area, so I've seen the drastic improvement made by these guys in about 14 minutes. Even I can see that the old pants are headed for the trash. Maybe I should just do as they say. Can you get me, like, a skirt that flares away from the panty line? Jean-Peter just dangles the flats in response. I'll die in these shoes out there. Forget getting out of a cab. I'll be hit by one when I fall down in the street. Do you want that on your conscience? Jean-Peter looks at me with a completely straight face. That would not be on my conscience. That would be on the conscience of whichever vile corporation made those underpants. And the person who bought the underpants. Do you want your children to be orphaned because you have terrible taste in intimates? I cannot stop myself from laughing at this. Fine. You can have the underpants. Thank you, but no. No one wants that. Please dispose of them in the ladies' room, Jean-Peter says. Matt, who has been politely holding his laughter all this time, gives into a howl. Smiling, I look at him and shake my head. You people. You New Yorkers. But I march off to the bathroom anyway. When I come back, I feel the air conditioning on my nethers and the sweet relief of ballerina flats on my feet. Am I ready, folks? I ask my peanut gallery. You're ready, says Jean-Peter. Good luck with this one, Matt. Have fun at the salon. Thanks for all your help, I say dryly. You're most welcome, he says without a drop of irony. Matt, tell them to do the brows. Don't let them forget the brows. Let's get out of here while I still have some dignity left, I tell Matt and bolt for the elevator. He jogs behind me and says, You do look just great, Ms. Byler, as the doors close. I think Talia is going to be very pleased. She'd better be pleased, I say back. She's the one who has to buy me new underwear. Matt and I arrive at the salon, a surprisingly shabby-looking place in the East Village, exactly on time. A waif in a distressed denim-belted jumper hands us little sake glasses full of some kind of green drink and tells us that Maeve is running a smidgen behind and we should sit tight for half an hour or so. Half an hour? I ask Matt when we settle onto the grubby velvet chaise in the waiting area. Matt shrugs. I think she's that good, he says. Talia said it had to be her. Well, you certainly don't have to wait with me, I tell him. I brought my e-reader. Actually, I'm supposed to stick close today. Keep you moving through your itinerary smoothly. I roll my eyes. I don't need a babysitter, Matt. I'm happy to tell Talia I sent you away. I really don't mind. It's a nice change from the regular office grind. Are you sure? I ask him. Very sure. My job can be very intense. One day of helping out someone mellow won't kill me. I smile. Talia is loyal, brilliant, brave. But not mellow. Very sweet of you. So what exactly is on this itinerary of ours? Matt pulls out his enormous phone. Here today, he says. Gone tomorrow, I respond like a dork. Never mind. Just here? Oh no. Sushi for lunch with Talia at the office, and then nails. I think I will leave you alone on that portion. Nail salons give me hives. And then after the manipedi, you can choose between rooftop yoga or the Turkish bath, and then I've just added in the, intimates fitting at this place in Brooklyn, so we'll want to cab it there and maybe grab you something good from the pharmacy. By then it will be 7ish, so Talia will take over. At which point you're at her mercy. My goodness, I say. That's quite a schedule. I am wondering how on earth I will pay for all this. Even John's card must have a limit. Matt, do you have a guesstimate as to how much this haircut will cost? In PA I usually go to a pretty nice place that charges $35 per cut. But I have a feeling $35 won't get me a shampoo with a garden hose in the back alley of this joint. The shabby chicness of it is all fake. It's just straight up chic. The rug in the waiting room is a Turkish kilim, and the water in the glass-doored guest fridge is Voss. The green stuff seems to be some kind of spirulina kombucha. Oh, says Matt. You don't have to worry about that. It's all on the magazine. I furrow my brow. Huh? That doesn't seem right. Well, says Matt reasonably. We are getting a great story out of it. And the before and after pictures will be amazing. Excuse me. The trend piece. The Momspringer. You must be joking. What trend piece? Matt looks surprised by my question. Talia didn't tell you. This whole week is on Pure Beautiful. We got all those before pictures when you first came into the office and got your ID made with Jean Peter. Now we do the makeover, the capsule wardrobe, and the story on your vacation from motherhood. I haven't seen this anywhere else yet. I think it might be a reading line on the cover. You are kidding me. Matt shrugs. Matt. I did not sign up to be a trend piece. I don't want the whole world reading about how I abandoned my kids for a week to get my nails done. He laughs. Why the hell not? Do you know how many people would trade places with you in a heartbeat? I do, because we get emails from them all the time. Furthermore, I am the child of a single mother. Based on that, I have the sense to know that a week off from single motherhood once every 3 years is not an indulgence, it's a necessity. The fact that you're getting time to yourself is nothing to be ashamed of. I think this over. I don't appreciate getting this lecture from a kid young enough to be my son who I first met an hour ago. But then, he's just saying exactly what Talia or Lena would say. Like, verbatim. And the common denominator? None of them have kids. Matt. Listen. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. But I would have liked to have been consulted about this. For one thing, I would have looked cuter this morning if I'd known you were using me as a before picture. And for another, I don't think this is a real trend. I think this is an anomaly. I think I have 2 very bossy friends who are well-meaning but don't have the visceral understanding of what it means to be a mother. The reality is that there are no breaks from that job. My real life is back home. This is all just a momentary escape from reality. Exactly, says Matt. A fantasy week for mothers. Men do them all the time. Weeks at spring training camp with major league teams, NASCAR driving school, dude ranches. You're doing your version claiming a new space for women. Mom Springer. That's not a word. It soon will be, he says. And all because of you. Sheesh, I say with a frown. You make it sound so reasonable. Like a feminist movement. Maybe it is. You should be the one writing the piece, I say jokingly. I am, Matt responds. I blink at him. This is my big break, Amy, he tells me. I don't have any real glossy clips yet. No bylines to speak of. Just dumb pun heads and art captions. I could get promoted over this. Or hired away. Ah, I say. So no pressure, but if you say no to this article, I will be making Talia's coffee for the rest of my life. I laugh. No pressure. Consider it, Matt says. But before I can answer, a tattooed youth with a ring coming out of her cheek and hair the color of a spring bouquet appears in front of me. Oh, Amy, she says, as though we are old friends. Oh, poor, shaggy Amy. I'm Maeve. And I'm about to change your life. Chapter 9. Dear Mom. Finally, Mom. A book I can get excited about. This only took you, what, like, 8 tries? At first I wasn't so sure. The girl, Eleanor, seems really weird, and socially not a superstar. But she was totally relatable and actually totally great, and I want a time machine so I can be her friend. And the guy, Park, sounds premium quality. I would totally hit that. Except that he's imaginary and also lived in the 80s. Otherwise, hot. Virginity worthy. After I get my scholarship. And build my time machine. Anyway, it rained yesterday morning, and there was lightning right after we started, so practice was cancelled, but Dad was doing a STEM thing with Joe, so I just sat in the employee lounge at the pool and read the book and drank free Diet Cokes. Just 2, so calm yourself. I had no idea what the bands they were talking about sounded like, so I made an Eleanor and Park Spotify channel to play while I was reading. Suddenly I looked up and 3 hours had gone by and Dad was there to pick me up. And I was reading that whole time. Are you not the proudest librarian in the world? I hope you're having a good time today in New York. I know Lena and Talia had something planned together, something to help you do actual fun things and not just be boring in a fun city. I do want you to have fun, because you're going to be home soon, and we are hungry and need our laundry done. Ha ha. We do miss you, and not just because Dad cannot seem to get the dinner situation under control. Last night he just put out some store-bought hard-boiled eggs. No. Wrong. I put the Jimmy John's app on his phone right then and there. But missing aside, we are doing pretty well. Dad is okay. He's very interesting. He is trying super hard, and that makes us all feel like we should be careful with him, but sometimes I do want to shout at him because when he's nice to us or says things he likes about us, I want to scream, well, if you liked us so much, why did you leave us? But then also, I want to forgive him. Because he came back, and you can tell he really cares. When he apologizes for leaving us, he means it. I heard him crying last night after he thought we went to bed, and Joe said it was because he was stewed in regret. Isn't that such a Joe thing to say? But, Mom, it's true. He is stewed in regret. He's like a big hot cup of feeling soup. He hugs us a lot and keeps buying us little just because gifts, and he likes to talk about what we were like as kids. He talks about seizing every moment and stuff like that. I asked him why he was crying last night, and he said it was because he knew he couldn't stay in town indefinitely because of his work. I asked him if work was part of the reason he left us. He says he left because he was depressed and anxious and mistakenly believed he could run away from those problems. It sounds like a stock answer, Mom. Like what his media relations person told him to say. I asked him the same question again. Because he left everything in his world behind but work. He must really love his job, right? He said that his identity as a man was all caught up in his work. That's what he told me this morning. I went to diving practice with that in my head. It wasn't a good headspace. I kept thinking, his identity as a man. What the hell does that mean? I know a bunch of other dads, and I would say that they all have being a dad at the top of their list of identities. Like, you're a librarian, and a teacher, and a friend, and a bad dresser, but most of all you're a mom, right? Why did he keep his job but not keep us? I don't know, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm going to go read Eleanor and Park. Sometimes a book about other people's problems is way better than your own. I guess that's what you've been onto with this reading thing all along. Love. Your literary late bloomer, Corey. On day 2 of the makeover process, while I am making my way back to the Pure Beautiful offices from a very long stretch at the colorist's, I am whammied with the most powerful urge to call Corey. We've been texting at a quick clip, and I've called John's landline at least once every day I've been gone, but it's always Joe who claims the phone and painstakingly recounts the latest news for me. This means yesterday's call revolved around Joe's recent interest in geothermal heating systems. For reasons of equal parts self-interest and expediency, I call Corey's cell directly. She doesn't answer, and my heart tugs against the inner walls of my chest as I leave a "just thinking about you" voicemail. After a short while she texts me, "All good, Mom, Trinity says hi. Don't worry, I'm doing my reading." I sigh deeply. I assigned her that reading journal so she could process what she felt, have an outlet for her experiences with her dad, and not feel the need to censor herself or protect my feelings in the moment. But now I feel like I should have demanded to read it every day. I should have installed a webcam on her dresser that I could activate at will. I should have bugged her phone. I should have planted a spy on the dive team. I should have had a chip implanted in her brain that would alert me anytime her serotonin levels dipped below a reasonable baseline. "Good Lord," says Matt, interrupting me from my mom panic session. "I barely recognized you." I look in one of the many office mirrors. I barely recognize myself. Here is what Matt, Talia, and pure beautiful have done to me in the last 24 hours. 1. Changed my hair from dishwater blonde with a side part, perfect for everyday ponytails, to choppy, wavy sex hair with thick fringe bangs swept to one side. Oh yeah, and my hair is brown now. Rich chocolate brown with some reddish blondish thing happening as it gets to the ends. It looks good. Like I stole a very beautiful woman's wig, plopped it on my head, and announced, "This is my hair now." 2. Waxed and plucked my brows into such a shape that I actually look 5 pounds thinner. Did I have 5 pounds of extra eyebrows? I wonder with horror. 3. Dyed my eyebrows to match my hair. 4. And then combed my eyebrows. And put some gel in them. Is this something they think I'm going to do every day? I tell them 4 or 5 times I will not. They ignore me. 5. Painted my fingernails with a kind of gel that changes color when it gets worn. 6. Painted my toenails with a different kind of gel that just stays the same color all the time, but that color is jade green. 7. Forced me to strip from the waist up and then wrestled me into a collection of bras best meant for the kind of prostitutes that charge $3,000 a night, in letter sizes I'm pretty sure they invented on the spot to spare my feelings. 8. Bought me 3 bras that defy not just gravity but also time, putting my breasts back in the exact spot they were before I had Corey. 9. Given me a stack of jeans to try on from the fashion closet that is so enormous I actually have to also borrow a wheeled YSL duffel to get them to Talia's office. By the time Talia and I are having takeout Thai curry on the coffee table at her office that evening, I look 10 years younger and a lifetime cooler. I'm wearing magic jeans with no gaping out the back and no pinching in the front. My beautiful, beautiful new hair keeps pulling me to the reflective glass window to gaze upon myself. Talia laughs at me every time I throw aside my chopsticks, pop up from the office couch, tousle my hair in the mirror, and widen my eyes. "Look at me, Talia!" I nearly shout. "Look upon me." "I'm looking," she says, laughing. "I'm not even wearing makeup. I am the prettiest woman in America." She shakes her head. "Would you like to be wearing makeup?" I think for a moment. No. Do I have to do makeup tomorrow? It's far too late now for me to be facing down any more makeover appointments tonight, and I'm pretty relieved about that. "Well, you don't have to do anything," she tells me. I tilt my head at her suspiciously. "I think I had to change out of my stretch pants." That look on your face when you saw them did not scream optional. Okay, fair enough. The makeup is more optional than the pants. I think Matt will want to do a bunch of camera-ready makeup for your after-photo shoot, but you can go barefaced the rest of the time and still look great, you lucky dog. I smile. Thank you. This may be the first beauty-related compliment I've ever received from Talia. By barefaced, she elaborates, I mean with mascara, creme blush, and lipstick. You understand that, right? You are a white woman from Pennsylvania. That means you look like you were embalmed during the winter solstice and only now have been unearthed by archaeologists. You're so pale that Han Solo had more color when Leia first defrosted him. You could tell me you just got off the International Space Station, and I would believe you. You look like an animated character from the Polar Express. You could. Okay, I interrupt. Message received. I am pasty. You are pastier than the fondant frosting on a Hampton's wedding cake. You look like. I will wear mascara, I interrupt, to stop the tirade. And blush. And lipstick, I capitulate. However, I will not comb and style my eyebrows every morning. That's a bridge too far. We shake on it. So what's next for me, then? I ask her. Modeling classes. Botox. Lessons in deportment. Talia smiles and shakes her head. Nah, you're pretty enough. Now we work on what's on the inside. I furrow my brow. I can totally see how this makeover was called for. But on the inside, I'm totally fine. Happy, busy, great kids, great job, great house, great life. Says Talia. No, Mum, I scold her. Just yes. She adds. I give her some side eye. I let you paint my fingernails taupe, I say with a warning tone. What color do they get when you get hot? Oh, wait, we'll never know, because you've apparently sworn off sex. My mouth drops. I did not swear off sex. I just had sex. It was great. Talia's face cracks open. You didn't tell me it was great. I blush. Well, I mean, I don't have much to compare it to. But he was great looking, and we both, you know. I do. I shrug. So I was happy with the experience. I give it 3.5 stars. You should try doing it again. Go for 5 stars. With Daniel? I ask. Did I just ask that excitedly? Sure. Or with anyone. She taps one chopstick on her lips in thought. How about Matt? I gasp. Your assistant Matt? That's like suggesting I sleep with your son. Talia makes a sour face. Yeah, that is gross somehow. Sorry. I guess I just figured it would be a good way to nail down whether he was straight or not once and for all. He's straight. Isn't he? Maybe bi, says Talia. I think for a moment. We're all a little bit bi, I say. Or so Lena tells me. I love that nun, Talia says. You could sleep with her. Talia. Stop. I don't need to sleep with anyone. That's not the be-all and end-all of life, you know. Spoken like someone who has never had 5-star sex. Privately I contemplate Talia's life, not for the first time. No kids. Very few friends. Little by way of family. Work is her life. No wonder sex is such a focus for her. For me, I have other fish to fry. Wrong, she says out of the blue. What's wrong? I ask. Whatever you're thinking that makes you dismiss any hope of having a satisfying love life. The idea that you're not good enough, or you don't have time, or it's not important, or you should wait around for John to come back. I twist my lips. He's not coming back. I mean, he came back, but not for me, I tell her sadly. He came back for the kids. Talia sighs. I wish I was as sure about that as you are. I shake my head. You know about Marika. The credit card. The waxing, the lingerie. She nods. Yes, but still. I'm worried, Ames. I'm worried that after all the good times with the great kids you made for him, he'll start sniffing around for you too. I think he wants his old life back, even if he doesn't yet know it himself. Completely out of nowhere, tears prick at my eyes. I sniffle. My eyes prickle. I hold my breath. Are you crying? She asks. No. I'm not crying, I exclaim. Then I start crying. What starts small and sniffly begins to build on itself. I'm sorry, I whimper. I don't know why I'm crying. But the minute I say that, I know it's not true. I am crying at the very thought of John wanting me back. I am thinking about how much I've been through since he left us. I start thinking about how his coming home could make that all better. Then I think of how I shouldn't want that. I think of the credit card charges from Hong Kong. I think I'm a doormat. I'm an idiot. I'm stuck. And I cry more. Talia looks at me out of the corner of her eye like I'm a solar eclipse. Then she starts typing on her computer. "Hi," she says, and I look up. She's staring into her screen. She's taking a call while I sit here weeping in her office. "Hey, how's it going?" "What's up?" says a familiar voice. I lower the volume of my sobs to listen in. She's crying. What do I do? She's what now? She doesn't cry. What did you do? Amy? Amy, are you there? It's Lena. Talia tells her to hang on and then moves to sit next to me on the sofa, laptop positioned where we both can see. "Hi, Lena," I wail when she gets into the sight line. "Whoa. You look amazing," she says. "Close your mouth and look up. You blow your nose too." "Yes, that's better." "Amazing. I love your hair. You look so much like yourself, like the self I know. Beautiful, clear-hearted, loyal, determined. I'm dazzled how I'm getting all that from a haircut." I am about to thank her when she adds, "Where did all the rest of your eyebrows go?" I shake my head because I don't know. They were there 1 second, gone the next. "Is that why you're crying?" "Because really, you look terrific. And your eyebrows will grow back, if you're missing the shade from the sun they were doubtless providing. Talia, you did good." I stop crying. "So you two are in cahoots. I guess you knew about the magazine article." Lena's eyes dart over to Talia, giving them both away. "I feel a little used," I tell them. "I thought I was coming here to reconnect with an old friend. Instead I'm being tarted up to sell magazines." "You feel used because you got a free haircut and color?" Talia asks. "Without warning." Talia shrugs. "In the future I will give you due warning before giving you anything nice." "I would appreciate it," I sniffle out. "Are you okay, Amy?" asks Lena. "I've never seen you cry before. Maybe when John first left. But not since then." I tell Lena about what Talia said about John. Then I fill her in on the credit card charges. Then I snivel and tell her I think I'm not over John. Talia does not hide her disgust. "You," she says. "He's gross." Lena just tilts her head at me. "Why do you think that?" Guilt. I feel terrible for sleeping with the hot librarian. I feel like I broke my wedding vows. Lena looks at me with obvious pity. "Hun, your wedding vows have been broken for a long time." I nod my head and flop back into the sofa. So why am I crying about this now? I ask the room. Talia shrugs, her hands outstretched in frustration. "I have no idea. You and your new hair should be having sex with that hot librarian. You're doing this wrong." Lena chimes in. She says he was a one-night stand. "Well, then, they can lie down the next time," quips Talia, without missing a beat. Despite myself, I choke out a laugh. I take a drink of my wine and clear my throat. "You guys, I guess deep down I hoped with John coming back like this, trying to make amends." I shrug. "What can I say? We had half a lifetime together. He was there when I got my master's. When we first found out we were pregnant. When Corey tried to pierce her own ears. When Joe lost his first baby tooth in the midway of that disgusting carnival. John took me to Paris for the first time and cried with me when our kids were born and saved the wedding album when the basement flooded. That kind of love doesn't turn off like a light switch." Lena sighs deeply, and Talia puts her arm around me. "Oh, Amy. You gorgeous idiot." I shake my head woefully. "I know. Thank God for that credit card," says Lena. "What do you mean?" I ask. "I think it's the wake-up call you need. You've been disabused of the notion that you and John could get your old life back. Those charges show who he really is and what he really wants. It's better to find this out now and not at the end of the summer, when he's heading home to the naked labia of a woman 15 years younger than you. Talia winces. That is an amazing visual, Lena. Please never say that phrase again. I bury my face in my hands. I can't believe I have to face him in 3 days. What do we need to do to get you ready for that? Asks Lena. What would make you feel strong and confident around John, instead of hurt and vulnerable? I shake my head, because it all sounds so impossible. Lena and Talia look at each other across the computer screen. As one they say, Mom Springer. Mom Springer, Talia says again, this time solo. For real. Not just for the article. Maybe the whole summer off. A summer class, a second language, a new passion, a fresh outlook. I shake my head in dismissal. That's not happening, and anyway, I don't know if there's anything that's going to really make me feel better except good old-fashioned time and tears. Talia says, you've tried time and tears already, but Lena waves her away. Leave it all to your friends, Lena says. I bet we can help you get your groove back. I shake my head. I never had a groove. I had a boyfriend, and then I had a husband, and then I had a pair of kids, a job, no husband, and a huge mortgage. No groove in there anywhere. Lena turns her face toward Talia's side of the room. We can do this, but it is not going to be easy. She is groove resistant. Tell me about it, says Talia. She wanted to spend this week watching movies and eating pizza in yoga pants. I love yoga pants. I cry. Can this mom be saved? Asks Talia. This mom is right here, I remind them. We have to try, says Lena. She's too young to be put out to pasture. To graze on pizza. To low in the fields of cable television. I groan loud enough to break up their little chat. I'm sorry, guys. I know you're trying to help, but I don't want a Mom Springer. I want to go home. I like pizza. I like movies and yoga pants. If I'm going to feel miserable over my ex-husband, I want to do it as God intended, on the couch with a box of tissues and another box of wine and non-stop Hugh Grant movies. I don't want to be miles from my family in slimming jeans having sex with strangers. The two of them sigh. It's up to her, says Talia. We tried. Lena nods. We just want you to be happy, Amy. I smile. I know. And it's been fun here. But my life is back home. That's where I need to be. Then come on home, Lena says. I'll have the wine box ready for you. Talia reaches over and puts her arms around me. Grooving isn't for everyone, she says sadly. But just for tonight, since you're here anyway, how about a little night music? Before Marie's Crisis was a Broadway show tune sing-along bar, it used to be a brothel. So we know, at some point in history, there were straight men inside these walls. On a Tuesday night, though, when it's not too full of tourists and the pianist is one of the best Broadway hacks in town, we can be fairly certain not to run into one. It's the perfect place for a moody post-makeover me, as well as my hostess, who never needs a makeover to attract attention from the opposite of the species. We can be sure to be ignored at Marie's. Talia puts me near the left side of the piano, where we can see what's next with a subtle crane of the neck. Fantastics, she says quietly to me. Good time to hit the bar, then. No one can resist Try to Remember. The pianist finishes the last bars of Kiss of the Spider Woman, and Talia disappears. I look around me at the basement room we're in. Dim lighting, dirty walls, a slow bar, terrible acoustics. Everything is exactly as I left it. The patrons look better, younger, than I remember. And we aren't the only women, like we used to be when we came here decades earlier. That means Talia may not get to do her killer defying gravity solo, which somehow gets requested every time we come in. I suspect a plant. After try to remember, it's a William Finn medley. I don't know any of the words. I step back from the piano, find an old worn velvet bench, and drape myself across it to listen to the beautiful voices. Talia finds me there, slips a martini into my waiting hand, and slides into the crowd of singers again. I watch them laugh and sing and bumble the words. I think of everything I've lived since I've been here last. The person I was before was a shapeless shell, waiting for my life to start. Biding my time. I had nothing but time. I drink my martini. I miss my kids. After a half hour, I finally hear chords I know. I pull my face up just as Talia turns around and faces me. Dream girls, she mouths and waves me over. I climb to my feet. Talia and I sang this score endlessly in college, and we both know it front to back. By the time we come to One Night Only, I have forgotten all my woes entirely. I've forgotten I'm not 21. We sing for an hour, then two, then climb to the stairs to street level and find it brighter in the nighttime lights of the village than it was inside the bar. Talia opens her Lyft app. I am so tired it hurts. See, that was fun, she tells me. She is a little hoarse. I haven't stayed up this late in 15 years, I respond, and my voice is creaking too. Look at all you've been missing living under a rock in the sticks. I shake my head. Yes. But it's not the same now. What are you talking about? Asks Talia. Maurice is frozen in time. I nod. But we're not. Talia sighs, and it is the first time I have seen her face fall since I've been back. She shakes her head. Sometimes I think I am, she says mysteriously. I quirk my brow at her. Do you ever wish, I ask her. You know. When Simon proposed way back when. Never once, she says. Kids, houses, that whole thing, they never had the same appeal for me as they did for you. You wanted all that from the start. More than anything. I wanted a corner office. Talia sighs. And as for having it all, she shrugs, and her voice trails away. It looks like a huge pain in the butt. It is. But I like knowing you have those things. The great kids and the cozy house. I feel proud seeing you handle all these things I could never do. Me too, I tell her. I'm proud of you. I just write about clothes. You've made humans, she says. I take her by the hands. Do you have any idea how many people you touch? How good it feels to get your magazine in the mail? How many times an empowering article, or a couple plus-size models looking great in swimwear, and a glass of wine have propped me up at the end of a long, hard day? Talia looks at me, and her expression is a little sad. Oh, Amy. I've missed you so much. Stay for the week, at least. Just the rest of the week. A cab goes by, lights on, but neither of us flag it down. Is everything okay with you? I ask. Talia shakes her head, pressing her lips together tightly. I love that magazine, but I don't know how much longer it can last. What do you mean? I ask. Never mind, she replies. I look at her hard. She shrugs her shoulders. It's just that I've got so many more empowering articles to publish before it's all said and done, she says, and when she looks back at me again, her normal light, carefree expression is back. Like maybe one about your mom Springer, she adds with a tilt of the head. I roll my eyes. I'll stay a few more days, I tell her. Just let me do it my way. Yoga pants and a book, she asks. I shrug. I am what I am, I tell her. Talia pulls me into a half hug. I am too, she says. We stand there on the sidewalk in a neighborhood we have navigated together since we were teenagers, and yet I'm sure both of us feel a little lost. Let's go get Mamounds. 2 a.m. falafel fixes everything. She's not entirely wrong. The next morning Talia and I both sleep in. She straggles out the door around 9, which for her is wildly late, and I pity her poor staff after she announces to me that they should be grateful to get almost the entire morning off. I go out and get a real New York bagel with a thick slab of cream cheese, a fresh squeezed OJ, and a giant cup of coffee and return to Talia's to sit around nursing my sore throat and feeling sorry for myself. I am at sea without my kids and my work. I know going home has to be the right move, being here just feels so awkward and strange. But going home while John is there feels treacherous. I can survive him not wanting me back. But I'm not sure how to get over wanting what he represents, my old life, back. The phone rings, and I see it's the Pure Beautiful offices, so I don't pick up. It's either Talia calling to check on me or Matt calling to beg for his Momspringer article. I don't have it in me to argue with either bulldog at the moment, so I sink into a new book from one of my favorite thriller authors and let the real world fall away. But at some point after the first body drops, my phone rings, the different ring, the one I set for John. My heart automatically surges. The kids. What is it? I answer, instead of just saying hello like a normal person. Are the kids okay? Good morning to you too, he says. The kids are just fine. My cardiac rhythm restarts. Better than fine, actually. As I'm sure you know, Corey's got this boy dangling from her line, and she's trying to decide if she should reel him in or cut bait, so I'm getting a daily lesson on the workings of the feminine mind. And then there's Joe. He's, like, the best person I've ever known. He's such a good little dude. Did you know how good he is with a UAS? A what now? A drone, basically. I got us each one and put a waterproof GoPro on his, and we've been charting weather patterns and cloud consistency, and we're talking about how to attach spectrometers so that he can, well, anyway, we're geeking out big time. That's amazing. I am immediately jealous. I know nothing about geeking out or drones or spectrometers. Whoa. Joe and his dad have so much natural engineer in them. I could never compete with that. Every time I try to science around with Joe, he ends up giving me a lesson in physics and sending me on my way. What do you think of Brian? Corey's dude. He's dumb as a box of rocks. I keep them in eyesight at all times. I am doing that who wants a platter of Ritz crackers interrupting thing whenever they so much as sit on the same sofa. Oh, good, I say. She can handle herself, but her frontal lobe is still 15-year-old goo. Right? And so is his. So how are you? Enjoying New York? I grimace. I guess now we have to make small talk. New York is great. How is PA? Ready for me on Sunday? Well, actually, that's why I'm calling. I frown into the phone. Oh? This week is just going by so fast, Amy. I know I have no right to ask, but I need more time with these kids. No, I say flat out. You have no right to ask. I just said that, he says. And I'm agreeing with you. But I'm asking anyway. You've had them to yourself for 3 years. I'm just starting to get to know them again. I'm not ready. You could have had them for 3 years too, I tell him. There is silence for a moment, and I feel mean and righteous at once. Right, he says eventually. I know. Yes, this is all my fault, and I owe you endless contrition and unceasing flagellation and all that. Groveling. I've done all that. I will never stop apologizing. I screwed up, and I'm sorry. But I can't undo it. I don't think you would even if you could, I snap. I think of Marika Show. He is quiet. Is he thinking of her too? You're wrong, he says at last, and my chest contracts, too vulnerable to inhale, too hopeful to exhale. You don't know how wrong you are. I shake my head and think of what Talia said last night. How he might come after me. It's nothing but muscle memory, I remind myself. Never mind. Just tell me what you're asking for. The rest of the summer. I cough. You've got to be kidding. Think of how good it could be for everyone. Lena told me about your reading thing you're trying at Country Day. You could work on that. Maybe write some grant requests. Do some work on the house. Or maybe just have some downtime after everything you've done for the kids these last 3 years. You could spend a week in Philly, or take a road trip to a national park, or... No, I say. The kids are doing great, Amy. And I think this is good for them. I read in a book about co-parenting that children who have a strong relationship with their father are 75% less likely to get a divorce when they're adults. And Joe needs this nerd time. Do you have any idea how talented he is? There's a Tech Scouts group here, father-son STEAM stuff. We could build robots, go up to Boston for the Cambridge chess tournaments. And don't take this the wrong way, but the kids are having fun here at the condo. They have fun with me, I say. Of course they do. But, you know, they're overachievers, and you work hard, and they do too. They need, like, the kids' sort of fun. Not grown-up fun. The pool in my building. Drone flying time. Taking the diving team out for pizza after the meets. I can give them a lot of, you know, stuff. Money? I say, feeling my temper rise. And time. It doesn't make up for everything, he says. I am not pretending it does. Good. But don't they deserve a summer off? Instead of detasseling corn at the crack of dawn, the only gig kids around here can do to beat minimum wage, Corey can work at the public pool with her friends a few hours a week. I can take her to diving camp for a week and then send Joe to space camp. You know, I have that friend Andy from college who can get us in last minute. I've thought it all through. I won't let them be couch potatoes, but these kids need a break. I bristle. Don't tell me what my kids need. He is obediently silent. I want to throttle him. After all, if the kids have had to work a little harder these last few years, here's the reason. I am angry and so hurt. And annoyed, too, because though I would never say such a thing to John, it's not just my kids who have been long overdue for a break all this time. Amy, he says into the phone after a long silence. Yes. I'm here. I'm just processing. Coping, I suppose, with the strange sensation of a near stranger telling me how to raise my own kids. He sighs. I may feel like a stranger, but I'm not one. I'm their father. I snort. We had 15 years together. I say nothing. I think of the ways he wasn't there when I needed him in those 15 years. How alone I felt when I was hurting. When I felt lost. I think of the darkest moment of our marriage when what I was going through by myself should have been our burden to share. I say nothing. You don't have to decide right now. Think about it. Come home Sunday, and we can regroup then. I will think about it, I tell him honestly. And after I do, the answer will still be no. Fine, as long as you give it some real consideration. That's what I'm asking. Figure out what's right for you and the kids, and be honest. If it's to shut me out and go back to struggling ahead without any hope of a break, what can I do but bow out? I fight the urge to make a roaring noise into the phone. I am having a break right now. I say. Terrific, he says huffily. It's wonderful. I lie. I'm so glad to hear it. Just non-stop buying lingerie and getting waxed, I snark. But he doesn't get the reference to his girlfriend's credit card habits, and I immediately feel like a jerk for the passive-aggressive slam. Ah, he says curiously. I'm happy for you. Look, whatever makes you happy. You don't have to prove what a great mom you are to me. These are wonderful kids, because of you. But you're quite clearly frazzled all the time, and all kids need to blow off steam. No matter how perfect their mother tries to be, another parent is a good thing for them. Just consider that this might actually be the right thing for all of us. Because that's always what you've kept at the front of your mind, I say bitterly. What's best for everyone? He sighs. I'm sorry. I can say it as much as you like. Tattoo it on your forehead, I say angrily. If I honestly thought it would help, he says, I would. But you're determined to be a martyr no matter what I do or say. So what's the point? The point is you're an asshole, I say quickly, before I can think too hard about the truth of what he's saying. We should stop talking now, he replies. I agree, I say. Let's give each other some space. We can revisit this Sunday. My answer will still be no. Fine. Then I will learn that on Sunday. Sunday, I threaten. Goodbye, Amy, he says. I hang up. Goodbye, asshole, I say to the dead phone. But the anger is a front. Inside, I am not angry. I am broken up. Because I know he is completely, exactly right. I have been a martyr, and I've come to like it that way. Chapter 10. Dear Mom.